Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back here to Sydney Dragway for two massive days of drag racing here at Sydney Dragway. Obviously, we're here for the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Championship, which also coincides with the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam, which Stu McCarthy's my name. Stephen Bush. Bushy, welcome, brother.
Thank you very much, Stu. It's fantastic to be here looking at the crowd out in the grandstand. It's building for this Friday afternoon, and we're about to see our first cars complete their burnout for the weekend.
Always good to hear that engine sound straight away, and obviously the first division out on the racetrack is Super Street, and a massive entry list of Super Street, 36 cars.
Yes, it's one of the bigger fields we've seen here at Sydney Dragway for a while, so it's fantastic that the Super Street races have all got in behind the category here this weekend, and we're going to see some pretty tough racing because Super Street is a very competitive class, always very closely contested, but of course we're in qualifying at this point of the afternoon. Big wheels up launch for the car in the Aeroflow lane. We've got Jeff Goodwin in the Monaro in the Rocket lane, and the Nova will get there first, 9.9 with an 8, 131 mile an hour through the finish line, and an 11.36 with an 8 for Goodwin in the Monaro. Next up we see Chris Zammit in the Aeroflow lane take on Josh Leonello in the Rocket lane. Leonello in that very nicely presented VK Commodore.
So Zammit from Doonside and Leonello from Cecil Park. Cecil. If I had another child, oh boy, I might call him Cecil. Commodore does get away nicely, does Leonello.
Yeah, a little bit quicker to the 60 foot, and out in front at the moment had a slightly better reaction time as well. Looks like he's slowed at the top end of the racetrack though, Stu. And Zammit will get there first, runs through for a 12.05 at 111 mile an hour through the finish line, and a slowing 13.31 there for Leonello.
Yeah, fantastic to see the pits full out the back out there for people that might be obviously sitting here in the crowd right now. You might be a first-time visitor to this venue. The beauty about being at a drag racing event, that pits are open. You can go down there anytime and go and check out the cars and the stars.
That's exactly right, Stu. The general admission price gets you into the pits, so you can go and check out all the action down there in between racing. You can chat face to face with the drivers if they're free to do so. And on track now we have Brett Stutchbury in the Holden Commodore Sedan taking on Samuel Perry. Perry, one of our ex-junior dragster racers. Lucky enough to have a HSV Maloo Ute to drive around in.
Terrible, isn't it?
Stutchbury will get there first, Stu, a 12.93 with a 5, 102 through the finish line.
Always love to see where they're from. And Stutchbury from Jordan Springs out near Penrith, and then old mate was from North Narrabeen.
Narrabeen, yep.
Two completely different spectrums.
Yes, and they've emerged here together at Sydney Dragway here this weekend. We'll see people from pretty much all over Australia converged here at the racetrack. In the Aeroflow lane, we have John Kerr. He's in the Mercury Comet. And Guy Greenland in the HSV Wagon LS, Supercharged LS on board the wagon. We can hear it, the Supercharger screaming on the track mics. Greenland's going to get there first, due 11.06 with an 8, 127 mile an hour through the finish line. And Johnny Kerr in the Mercury, an 11.28 with a 3 at 120.
So two massive days here at Sydney Dragway, as we said, here for the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam and part of obviously the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. This is what I like to see, a couple of old school cars out there on the on the start line.
Yeah, very much so. We got the HQ of Bowers in the Aeroflow lane, and the panel van, HQ panel van of Martin Stevenson. Bowers from South Wentworthville.
Imagine the stories these two vehicles could tell on either side of the racetrack.
Very much so.
Why was that pause there, Bushy?
I was just wondering what the panel van could say.
Oh, well.
But anyway, we'll keep that for later on. Power Plus Race Fuels, the backer for the... that's where you were leading me, wasn't it?
No,
you
not at all.
For that.
Not at all.
Power Plus Race Fuels for the panel van of Stevenson has left with a 102 reaction time. But Bowers with the performance advantage, running for Forza Performance and Dyno
Good race.
Yes, the HQ just out in front, gets there first, 10.35 with a 2 Stu, 127 mile an hour through the finish line, and Stevenson a 10.74 with a 7 at 126. So yes, very close all the way through actually, that pair. Next up, a battle of the Holden Utes. We've got Cameron Whitmore from Dora Creek.
Where's Dora Creek?
I don't know.
Let's Google
Let's Google it if we've got time. And we've got Oliver Groundwater from the ACT running for Perfection Automotive in the LS1 powered silver ute. Groundwater a little bit loose off the start line, but the car's hooked up now and running straight on down the rocket lane. 11.25 with a 3, 127 mile an hour through the finish line, and Whitmore in the aerofoil lane, a 13.42 at 103.
Just north of Morissette.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Next up, we have Stephen Taylor from Macquarie Fields in the Kingswood, taking on Henry Spikak. Spikak in the Holden Ute. Just waiting on Spikak to move into full stage. We usually see Spikak in the VW Beetle, but I believe has sold that car on. 049 red for Spikak in the black ute, but Taylor out in front at the moment. And he's going to run on through first with an 11.54 with a 4, 117 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.29 with a 0 at 115 for Spikak. Next up, we have Alicia Teal and Ross McKay. McKay from Brightwater in New South Wales, running for RM Plastering in the Holden Commodore. Alicia Teal running for RJ Industries. And out of Cherrybrook in Sydney's northwest. Very close on the reaction times, only 4 thousandths of a second between these two, but Ross in the Commodore is going to have the advantage performance-wise. Gets there first, 10.03 with a 2 at 132. And Alicia Teal in the HQ at 11.37 with a 3 at 117.
So the conditions out there, Bushy, ideal, not ideal? Where are we at?
It's been a little while since I was outside, but I dare say that it's probably a little bit muggy out there at the moment, so that would be robbing a little bit of horsepower from a lot of these cars, but we are still seeing some pretty strong performances nonetheless. Probably a little bit more moisture in the air than what a lot of the racers would prefer, but we're all playing with the same conditions here. Keep your eyes on the HQ, ladies and gentlemen, with the way this thing shifts through the gears. 4-speed manual. There we go, lifting that left front, first, second, third. And now in beside him, Tex Griffiths in the big Plymouth is going to run through first. 10.55 with a 6, 127 through the finish line to an 11.07 there, Stuart, 122.
From our vantage point, you can actually see where the tyre marks are, but where he's changed gears as well. That's super cool.
That's right. So he was in third, probably about 100 feet out from the start line. And the clutch went, thank you. And from there into fourth, I dare say, would have been pretty straightforward. Dale Brown from Warrington Downs in the Chrysler, taking on Tim Ritzrow in the Holden Commodore. Ritzrow left with a 0.70 light, which means he left 70 thousandths of a second after that green light came on. Not too bad a reaction time for him. Runs through for an 11.95, 113 mile an hour, and a 13.0 there for Brown.
So, Bushy, with the reaction times,
yes,
is there something you can do at home to try and rectify what you're doing to make that
yes.
happen, so you are good on the reaction
There's
time?
a number of people, a number of devices out there. Usually they call it a practice tree. Basically, looks like you and I would know what the old Game Boy looked like.
Yep.
That's effectively what it is. It's a Christmas tree in the middle, and the lights count down. You can have 2 players, so obviously you verse each other with your friends and whatnot. And plenty of these races that get on that through the week, you know, in their wind down time, and just practice their reaction times. Of course, the catch is you're using your finger to do that. A lot of these cars wouldn't necessarily have delay boxes and that sort of thing. So you know, you've got to get used to using your foot.
Opposite end of the body.
Yes, exactly right. Love this big Chevy from Rowan Hudson.
From Echuca in Victoria on the river.
You hear the supercharger whine on it. I assume it's coming out of the Chevy. Out in front at the moment, there's a lot of weight to be moving down the racetrack. 1041 with a 6, 130 mile an hour through the bottom end to a 1078 with a 5 at 126 there for Paul Rappo in the VS Commodore.
So that's impressive by Hudson in that Chevy for sure. Craig Warren from Reesby in the Aeroflow lane, and Glenn Garlick in the Rocket lane from Illawong.
2 regular races here at Sydney Dragway. Warren running for Sydney Scrap Steel. Leaves the start low in that 015 light. Garlic similar reaction time, but on the wrong side of the green, went 018 red. Warren runs on through for 10.29 with a 7, 129 mile an hour through the finish line. And Garlic in the Rocket lane there, Stu, 12.83 with a 2, 107. Another one of those old school battles on the start line right now.
Yeah, that it is, yes.
HQ for Jamie Turner, running for Higgins Race Heads, Dominator Converters, EDS Race Fuels, and Kavanagh Auto Parts.
The old Holden versus Ford.
Yes, very much so. Richard Matasevic in the utility. Very tough racer in this car. Went 006 red, but Turner 012 green. Falcon out in front performance-wise here, and we'll run through for 1075 at 124 to 1154 at 117 for Turner. They're coming through thick and fast here at for Super Street. Gareth O'Hare from Knoxfield in Victoria. Very tough-looking Camaro. And the Chevy on board, 378 cubes. 074 on the tree, taking on Mark Roberts in the FG XR6. The Falcon a little bit slower off the start line, but has come around the Camaro at the bottom end of the racetrack. 1033 with an 8, 137 through the finish line to a 1076 with a 6 at 122.
There's a big drive back around the outside then.
Yeah, but you see the mile an hour difference though. There's like 15 mile an hour to that Falcon once the turbo came on boost and wound up. It's a matter of running him down at the bottom end of the racetrack.
So you're picking that up on a screen in front of us that has all
Yes.
that kind of information. That just looks like a blurry lot of numbers to me,
Yep.
Bushy. My eye's not trained to this like yours.
It will be by the end of the weekend.
Let's hope so.
All right, next up, Sean Smith, running for Perfection Automotive. You'll hear this name called out for a number of the competitors here in Super Street. This is the second or third car I've called already here this weekend. Of course, the HSV Club Sport in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Philip Armstrong in the early model Commodore. Smith will get there first, 10.18 at 134 to an 11.42 with a 3 at 118. And looks like our solo here for Stuart Howell, running for Stu's Towing, Skips Racing in the HQ Ute. I dare say will be the last car here in Super Street, qualifying session round number 1. Left with a 554 light. Not the strongest we've seen, but he's got a little bit of time to improve on that as the weekend unfolds. An 11.83 with a 5 at 117 there, Stu.
Did well, did Stu in the Stu's Towing entry. So junior dragsters are coming out. Now, Bushy, you're going to disappear out of this one because we've got a guest commentator, an ex-drag junior dragster that's going to sit in the seat. So you can have a break. I've been told. I got told that off air a minute ago.
Hear that.
So,
did hear that
so thank you, Bushy. You
background.
will be back when the modified bikes come back.
Yes.
So thank you, Stephen Bush.
Back with you shortly.
Thank you, Bushy. So junior dragsters coming up next. So good field of junior dragsters coming out. We've got 25 cars entered and an ex-junior dragster racer in Daniel Carranza. Is that how we say it?
Carranza.
Carranza. I was close. There we go. Hey, Daniel, good to have you up here, mate. We've got you on the mic. You're going to help us talk through the junior sedans and explain who you are and what you've done.
Well, thanks for having me up here. Yeah, I used to race junior dragsters since I was 8 years old. I've been doing it for quite a fair bit of time. And now I've stepped out last year and I'm currently on the sidelines. And yeah.
Junior dragster, obviously, it's a great way to come into the sport of drag racing and then to build your way up. How long did you race for in junior dragsters?
Well, I started when I was 8 years old. And junior dragster helped me a lot because I was a very shy person when I was very young. But starting in junior dragster, I met so many amazing people, so many friends, so many family. It brought me closer to the sport. And I think it's a great way for kids and parents and all that to get closer. And yeah, I think it's a very good way.
And how old are you now?
I'm 18 now.
18, yeah. So you raced it for the 8 years.
Yeah.
Obviously, word on the street, and I'm just looking at your shirt there. You've been over in the States, and
Yep.
tell us about what you've been doing over there.
Well, last year I went over to the States to race in Supercharged Dragster. And I've raced 3 events in Las Vegas, twice in Las Vegas and one in Pomona. And I must say it's very different than we do over here. But I had an amazing experience over there.
The Las Vegas track, it's I've had the pleasure of going there, not when there's been events on, but seeing it and whatever. That's amazing when you see the Las Vegas track because it's got 4 lanes. It doesn't just have 2, and just the way it is and the way the drag racing, obviously. And I've been to an NRH. I can't get it out, NRHA event back in 2006, and it's amazing to see how those things, it's just next level, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely, the atmosphere is out of control when you go over there. Like so many entries as well, so many people there. It's, yeah, absolutely crazy.
So talk us through these dragsters. Tell us what these junior dragsters, tell us what how they're built, the engine sizes, all the deal about them.
Look, I'm not really much of a car mechanic myself.
They just get in and drive at one of those too. So you cold trickle, turn up with your bag.
Exactly. I'll just jump in and just drive the car and send it pretty much. But we've got 3 classes here. It's CJD, AJD, BJD, and CJD. An A car can run up to 800. A B class can do 860, and a C class can do a 1200. But during eliminations, they can go a 10th quicker. So an A can do up to a 790, B's can do an 850, and the C class can do a 1190.
Now the cool thing is obviously it's not just males racing. We have young ladies racing as well, and Danielle Axick and Johnny Lucy over there in the rocket lane. So it's really cool to see that it's not dominated by boys. There's young ladies racing as well.
It's great to see, females jumping into the sport too. It's not just, as you said, a male-dominated, which is cool to see.
What's the quickest you ever went?
I don't know if I should really be saying this, but...
Well, don't if you don't, just in case. We don't want to get you in trouble.
But I've been very quick before.
Yep.
Yeah, wouldn't you really say it?
in a junior dragster I'm talking about.
Yeah, in a junior, 7.3, 7.2.
That's moving.
Yeah.
So talk us through this staging, obviously pre-staging. If you were down on the track now, what would you be doing? Would you be giving the belts another tight, or have you already done all
what
that?
I'll be doing is blocking everything out, not worrying about what's going on, seeing myself on the big screen or just waving at fans. I'll be focusing on myself, getting ready. Then you'll see now, bringing it up into stage, you'll be looking at the Christmas tree, concentrating, and then that's when you start to creep, and then get ready to go.
So the other thing is we're not going full track, obviously. You're only doing the half track.
Yeah, with these juniors, they're only doing 200 metres of the racetracks at the 8th mile.
So red light for Danielle. And a fairly large red light too when you look at that, the .071.
So she'll come back out and have another crack at the tree later on tonight.
So did you have mum or dad or brother or sister or a crew chief that brought you into staging?
Dad was pretty much the crew chief. Yeah, he pretty much does all the hard work. Yeah, like I said, I just get in it and just race it pretty much. But yeah, me and him work on it a lot, and mum's always there supporting me too everywhere we go. It's pretty much just been us three travelling across the country. Yeah, very fortunate, lucky to have my parents behind me.
So you're from Sydney or?
From Melbourne.
From Melbourne,
yeah.
Who's your AFL team?
AFL? Always have the Pies.
You're done. Off, out. Collingwood, seriously, please. Please. I'll just let you know and remind you, Geelong Cats, we won the flag last year. So. Do you involved in any other sports or anything like that, or not? Or are you just drag racing?
I've just been drag racing since I was born. It's just been my blood, you know, going to it for a very long time, and yeah.
So Chloe Rako in the Aeroflow up against Zach Rifello in the Rocket lane. Another red light in the Aeroflow lane. So we mentioned about being in the States. What, you raced other divisions or other cars or in Australia? What else have you done?
So I've just been over there, just been racing a Supercharged Dragster, which is an 890 index. It's kind of like your Supergas kind of racing, but it's instead basically Dragsters, and you're running on the 890 index.
Yep. So with that deal over there in the States, is that your own car over there, or is that a ride that you've been given, or is that a ride you have to pay for? How does that all work?
It's been a drive I've been given. Obviously, we've got to pay all the expenses and all that, but I've actually got a car coming over soon. Hopefully sometime this year we'll be coming over and start doing some modified racing here.
So Elias Matter in the Aeroflow up against Jacob Longo in the Rocket lane. So have you raced against any of these kids that are racing this weekend?
Yeah, a few of these guys I've raced, but some of these new kids, which is good to see, new kids coming through. But yeah, I've raced quite a few. Speaking of kids, I've actually raced Alex Roddenberry down there and Lyric Hardham, both very tough competitors. You know, it doesn't matter who you race, either of these cars, you really got to be on your A game every time.
What's your end goal? Where do you want to see yourself in drag racing?
I would love to race in Door Slammer. It's always been a dream of mine since I was a little kid. Yeah.
Who's your hero?
He's made a comeback this weekend, Peter Kapiris. He's been my hero since I was, as long as I can remember, really. It's great to see him back out again. Hopefully he can make some killer runs.
Have you got a favourite track that you've raced on across Australia or in America?
Australia would have to be here for sure. Sydney.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's just I've just done so well here over the past. Just really good track. I've known for a long time.
What about in the States? You only raced the two tracks, Vegas.
I've raced over there, yeah, in Vegas, Pomona, Bakersfield, another small track, which is really good too. And yeah, very good quality tracks over there.
So with these conditions, obviously it's quite warm, a little bit of wind blowing and whatever. Is there a whole lot you can do to these junior dragsters to make them go faster?
You can, you can play around with the jets in the engines. You can play with ballast and weight, but the idea is to try to keep it consistent as possible. With us, what we used to do is just whatever it runs, you know, as long as it's consistent, you can be able to dial in the car. There's no point trying to be the fastest out there. You've got to be the consistent car out there.
So Alex Rifello in the Aeroflow lane up against Tegan Smith in the Rocket lane. Alex from Vineyard and Tegan from Albion Park. Good race between these two.
Very close. Ooh.
Give it to Tegan Smith. What was it like coming to these big events when you've got all the obviously top fuel cars here and other pro categories. What was it like coming and racing on the same track as them when you're in the junior dragster?
Oh, it feels really cool, especially like when you race on later of the night, when you keep going around. It's cool to see like crowds everywhere, especially when I was a little kid. Like when I used to go on stage and I was like, wow, it's like such a big crowd, big atmosphere as well. Cool to see fans come out too.
And what was it like as an 8-year-old when you first started? Like, were you sitting at home practicing your signature and all that kind of stuff for when people wanted your signature?
Oh, full on, pretty much. You know, just be practicing doing that, just watching videos, just over and over again. That's just all I did really as a kid. Didn't know much better.
So what would you class as your home track?
Home track? Calder Park, my home track,
yep.
and Heathcote also too, which is starting to reopen up again, which is really great to see.
So Harry Rako in the Aeroflow lane up against...
Almost 6 light.
Good light there for Harry. An 8.2 at 76.
Not a bad way to kick off the weekend with a 006 light off the back.
Would not be disappointed at all with that start. Maintenance-wise on these cars that you do back in the race shop, is there a whole lot you do or not, or is it?
Well, what we usually do, you know, get home, make sure everything's all up to scratch, everything is all good, change the oil, do such and such, and then over time, like around every 2 seasons, we change the engine, rebuild it, freshen up, make sure it's up to scratch, you know. Yeah.
And did you have the latest frame when you were racing, like out of the States, or did you have one built here in Australia? What was the...
It was second hand. We brought it was a 2008 Haskell Junior.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's certainly a great class to start your drag racing career in. Brianna Boskovic up against Archie Boskovic. Brianna gets the job done. An 8.77 at 74. One thing I do love about the juniors is always seeing the crew chiefs, mums or dads coming in after, doesn't matter what event's on, they both shake hands and say congratulations. Yeah. That's the really cool thing about, I've noticed with junior dragsters.
Yeah, that's what I love about juniors, you know. It's just one big community that everybody all comes together, that's what I love about it. You know, you get to meet very, very cool people over time when you're racing. You know, it doesn't matter where you go, which is always great to see in junior drag racing, which is probably my favourite thing about it.
Did you travel up to Queensland, to Willowbank, or do it? Yep,
yeah,
went and raced up all there, yep.
Up to Queensland, you know, Darwin, Alice Springs, yeah, pretty much did across the country. Which
did you get to Perth as well?
Yep, Perth.
Yep.
It's always been a dream to travel across the country and just visit every track.
Yep. What did your school friends think of that, though? Like here you are travelling around doing that. Did they understand what you were actually doing?
They'd be like, far out, this kid's always away. He's always doing something. But yeah, they'd ask questions. They'd always be curious about what I do. And yeah, I guess they were pretty stoked about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're flying through the juniors. Daniel Carranza up here joining us on the mic, ex-junior racer, been over in the States racing as well. Bailey Tandek in the Aeroflow up against Bonnie Ratiska in the Rocket Lane. I hope I'm getting these names right because they're all very foreign to myself, but my apologies if I'm not pronouncing them correctly. Wait for Bailey to get into...
Just taking his time getting into stage.
Yep. Is that a hard thing to do, to creep into stage?
Well, it depends of the track conditions. I found it very difficult sometimes when it's very sticky. You will see a lot of juniors rocking the car side to side most of the time, which it can put you quite a bit when you're really focusing on moving the junior to stage. But most of the time when it can be pretty easy just to roll them in.
It's a good point you said. I must admit I did notice it earlier where one of the cars was sort of rocking and I'm like, oh, wonder what they're up to there, but that totally explains it. And that wasn't when they were right at staging. It was more about just after they'd done their little burnout. But it makes sense when you say that, just to move your body weight to make the car
You'll
creep.
notice it quite a bit. Most juniors do rock side to side. I've done it heaps of times before in the past when it's really sticky, you know, and then your crew behind you cannot touch the car because you are in stage, so it's all up to you. You got to try a rivet and put it in stage. Yeah, it's a thing I'd had to get used to over time.
Obviously, you've got your goals where you want to, and obviously as you get older, you get out of the junior dragsters. But did you have great fun racing the junior dragsters?
Absolutely. I still get that buzz once in a while, like, I wish I could just keep racing. And then got to remember, I still got bigger things to look forward to in the future. But yeah, it's great fun, and I recommend it to any kids who want to get out there in junior drag racing. It's the best thing.
Well, the man that was sitting in that chair, and he's still standing behind you, Stephen Bush, he's a living legend at junior dragsters. I don't know if you realise how good Stephen Bush was in junior dragsters back in the day.
Yes, I have heard.
There you go, Bushy. He even knows who you are. That's unbelievable. So we shouldn't be too far away from these kids getting to do their things on the sticky stuff here at Sydney Dragway. So ideally, you wouldn't want the track being too sticky.
Not really. I mean, like I say, I'm not really great with track conditions and all that, but...
Once again, you just turned up to drive the thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much.
So Jake McNamara in the Aeroflow up against Jaden Bunasif in the Rocket Lane. McNamara from Fairfield West here in New South Wales, and Jaden from Granville here in Sydney town as well. Both western suburbs of Sydney. Good field of junior dragsters, 25 was entered.
Very good field of junior dragsters.
I was gonna, is that a normal size field?
Yeah,
or,
that's
about normal?
That's a really good size field actually, that for juniors. I remember when I was competing, there used to be like 40 or 50 juniors competing, which is a lot, very hard, a lot of rounds to go through.
Just getting Jaden into stage. Notice some of the cars have rear wings, some don't. Why is that?
Oh, that can be for many reasons. For looks, for weight, for ballast and all that. For mine, I had a rear wing to help out with balance and weight, just to balance out the car.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Jake McNamara gets down there at an 8-1 at 78. So George Nada in the Aeroflow range up against Savannah Condello. Say this is our last two competitors of qualifying number one of the junior dragsters here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam, part of the Burson Auto Parts Top Fuel Australian Championship.
Not too shabby with an 078 light.
And George gets the job done at an 8-1 at 78. So well done to our junior dragster drivers. And thank you, Daniel, for coming and having a chat to us and talking us through the junior dragsters out there on the strip here for day number one of such a big event. And we look forward to possibly we might have you on the mic again over the weekend or whatever like that. But good chatting to you, mate.
Oh, thanks for having me on board. Thank you.
No worries. Good job, buddy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Summer Slam. We've got on track now the modified bikes about to come out for their first qualifying session here this weekend. And on track, we've got Albie Davidson on the Suzuki, taking on Angela Phipps. Phipps on the GSX R1000 in the Rocket Lane.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bushy, but we see these guys here on some of our Wednesday night racing.
Yes, yeah. Occasionally we see the bikes out here on the Aeroflow Race for Real, or even a bike night, which we have a bike-specific night once a month during the summer months. Angela, nice pass for her, 10.51, 140 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.66 at 127 there for Davidson. I think I use the word the style of modified bike has certainly changed over the last 10 to 15 years, where we see a lot of these factory-built bikes now, like your Hayabusas and your GSX R1000s and that sort of thing, are well and truly capable of running the times required to get into modified bike, where 25, 30 years ago you had to have a purpose-built race bike, you know, with a big square tyre, a set of wheelie bars, you know, quite a long chassis, you know, that sort of thing. Where now we see motorcycles like that of Bobby Joe Simmons, where they're almost a factory-appearing motorcycle, and they're into the nines without too much modification. So certainly pretty quick. We've got Shane Walker on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer in the Aeroflow lane, but Bobby Joe's ridden around him. Will go 9.49 with a 5, 143 through the finish line to a 10.11.
They both red lit.
Yes.
So what happens there in the rules?
Nothing for this run, because we're in qualifying, so those runs will still count. If the rider leaves way too early and the tree's not activated at all, you don't get a time, so therefore the run would be disqualified. But in this case, the timers were still activated, so both riders will get a time slip, and their run will count. If they did that in eliminations where there's one winner and one loser, whoever goes first or worst, right? So they say worst is like a safety infringement. Say you cross the centre line or you bump a wall or something like that. That would overrule the red light. So on track now, we've got Ben Redmond from North Woodburn in New South Wales. Haven't seen Ben here at Sydney Dragway before, taking on Brian Alvizio. Alvizio on the Kawasaki got there first in the Rocket Lane, 9.07 with a 2. And next up we'll have Matthew Hunt in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Ben Newman. Newman running for Benny's Pool Form on the Hayabusa from Kellyville Ridge.
Whereas Hunt is from Pitt Town on the Quacker Kawasaki.
Only 998 cc's for Hunt in the Aeroflow lane, 007 on the tree. Nice reaction time for him. Newman not too far behind, he was 060, and Newman will get there first, 9.19 with a 151 mile an hour to a 10.14 with an 8 at 140 mile an hour for Hunt in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, I take my hat off to any male or female that gets on one of these two-wheeled monsters and does this, because, it amazes me, Bushy.
It doesn't sound like it's for you, and it's certainly not for me, I can tell you that.
Oh, I don't mind riding a motorbike, but not doing what these guys are doing. And ladies. So Christopher Hocking in the Aeroflow lane from South Windsor, up against Sean Ricketts in the Rocket lane from Castle Hill.
Yeah, Ricketts a very tough racer, as is Hocking. With the Suzuki in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Kawasaki in the Rocket lane. Because the Rocket lane is the west side lane. See up on the scoreboards, the sponsorship there, 0.43 to an 0.41. Only 2,000ths off the start line. And Hocking will take that run, 9.35 with a 6, 147 through the finish line to a 9.85 with a 4, I think it was there.
Good race between both those guys, for sure. Mark Anderson in the Aeroflow lane from Craignish, and Mike Lawson from DY in the Rocket lane. Both on high bushes.
Yeah, Lawson been running out here a fair bit at Sydney Dragway of recent times. 027 red for him, though. Looks like Anderson will take the win. 9:37 with a 149 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10:04 with an 8 at 143.
Good to have a good crowd in the house so far, Bushy, which is fantastic to see.
Of course, the Friday between a weekend and a public holiday, I was lucky enough to get the day off. I know that not everybody's able to, but it's great to have you all in the venue here this afternoon, and I hope you're all looking forward to a lot of tough racing for tonight and, of course, for tomorrow as well. Jason Clarkin in the Aeroflow lane, doing battle this time with Mark Davies. Not much in that one at all. Davies got their first 9:73 with a 1:37 to... That went very fast, I didn't get...
Yeah, it did. It ticked over, didn't it? I was watching Mark Davies, actually. He's really steering the bike, like, with his body, obviously, but I could even see, like, his toes were still pointing down to the ground.
Yes.
Just makes me wonder.
Yeah, I'm not a bike rider, that's for sure.
So, Robert Simmons in the Aeroflow up against Ian Hill in the Rocket Lane.
Good field of modified bikes here this weekend. There was 27 entered. Oh, Robert Simmons, he's left too early. Won't get a time recorded. He'll be very disappointed with that.
So left way too early?
Yeah,
that's the scenario?
Yeah, we can see there he's hasn't got anything recorded in his lane. Ian Hill in the Rocket Lane, 10-1-0. Next up, Dale Williams taking on Will Keith. Will on the Royal Enfield GT in the Rocket Lane. Williams on the Yamaha R1. The R1 out in front at the moment, runs through for a 9:55. 141 mile an hour to an 11.58 at 109 there for the Enfield. Next up, Santina Keith and Mick Withers. Santina on the Royal Enfield in the Aeroflow lane.
Gotta love the two different style or different bikes here. Lay down, sit up.
Yes, well, Withers on the Harley Davidson. Of course, more a traditional sort of, I think it's a fairly new model Harley Davidson. But you can see a very much upright riding position. 000 on the tree for Mick Withers, which means he left at exactly the right time that he was supposed to, right when that green light came on. Runs through for a 12.47 with a 4, 110 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.33 with a 4 there.
Well, I believe I just had my cherry taken. It's the first time I've seen a 000.
There's a first time for everything, Stu.
Correct, Bushy.
And we probably will be lucky and see maybe one or two other 000s here this weekend.
Well, I don't recall seeing one anyway, put it that way, over the last few years.
Well, it's funny, you know, you'll go 6 months without seeing one, then you'll see 3 at one race meeting. Sometimes more than one from one driver. But, you know, when you're on, I guess, is as they say.
Exactly right, yeah.
Yeah, 10.40 with a 5 at 132 there for Travis McCarthy in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Donald Baird there. Baird with a 12.0 is a little bit slower than what he would normally be used to. Looks like we're now moving into Super Sedan, Stu.
Yeah, 25 entered for the Super Sedans for this weekend as well. Well done to our modified bike riders.
Always like Super Sedan. It's a little bit, you know, the car's a little bit more modified, I guess, than what we see in Super Street. You know, big tyres, bonnet scoops, sometimes twin turbo, sometimes supercharged, that sort of thing. And more, I suppose, more purpose-built race car, you could say, but a little bit more electronics in these ones too, in some cases. Allowed to run delay boxes, which are an aid for the driver to cut reaction times. We were talking about the practice tree before. So the driver can basically program the car to leave at a certain point. So if you naturally react slow to something, as long as you're consistent, you can change the delay box to actually improve it. So it takes away a little bit of the human element to leaving the start line. where all the categories that we've seen so far today don't have that. Junior Dragsters all done with the foot. Super Streets all done with the foot. Modified bike would be all with the foot. But not every racer uses the delay box, but it's more common, I suppose, in Super Sedan and also Modified Eliminator.
So the other thing I'm noticing here, and I'll let these cars take off, Aaron Murphy in the Aeroflow and Robert Cardam in the Rocket Lane. Cardam gets away real nice in that XE Falcon. Gets down there at a 9.1 at 148. So these guys finish their burnouts. For the people here at the venue, and obviously we've got people sitting at home watching on YouTube, and good afternoon to those people watching at home. First time we've seen cars come out that have parachutes on the back. What's the stipulation there, or the rule for you to have a parachute to slow that car down? Is it a certain time?
Yes, fairly certain. Once you go into the 9s and over 140 mile an hour, there's a safety requirement that you have a parachute.
Yep.
So parachute not only is useful at the other end of the racetrack. I say this as an novice. I've never driven a car with a parachute, but I've heard it from enough people that I assume the information is correct. If you were racing, say, this Camaro of Tony Tedesco leaves the start line and gets a little bit crossed up, you can pull that parachute at half track if the car was not going in the direction he wanted to, and the idea of it will pull it in a straight line. Yep. So it's a safety thing. If you're quick enough to get up that, because we all know the worst thing to do when your car's not going in the direction you want it to is to jump on the brakes. Yep. That's the worst thing you can do. So the parachute is obviously there as a safety for not only pulling the car up at the other end, because think about it, 140 mile an hour is equivalent to around 220 kilometres an hour.
Yep.
And with the big tyres on the back of a lot of these cars, when you're on the brakes hard, they tend to bounce. So by having the parachute, the idea is you basically just use the brakes to steady the car. The parachute would do most of the work, but you generally have to pull it while the car's still under load. So you drive through the finish line, pull the chute. A lot of drivers will pull the chute early, so by the time they go through the finish line, and by the time it blossoms, they've already passed. They've just passed the finish line.
Yep. And that's a fine art to be able to do that as well.
Of course it is.
And more so in what we're going to see later on when we have the top fuel cars out on the racetrack.
It's also a fair bit more critical. A lot of the cars will pull up from 140, 150 mile an hour without the parachute, but it's a safety requirement that they have it.
Really cool to see some of the customers sitting up there, the Atlantic Oils customers. Good to see them sitting up there in the grandstand. Big couple of days for Atlantic Oils here for the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Also part of the Burson's Auto Part Australian Top Fuel Championship here at Sydney Dragway.
A pair of very tough VL Commodores on the start line. If VL Commodores are your thing, we've got Nathan Watt from Charmhaven running for Grant's Performance. 383 cubes of Chev on board for him, running for Burson Auto Parts. He's in the Aeroflow lane. Joe Zammit in the Rocket lane, running the 383 Holden. 024 on the tree for the blue car, 057 for the black one. The black one, a little bit more performance for Nathan Watt. We'll get there first, 928 with a 5, 145 mile an hour through the finish line. And as we can see there, the parachute's out for Nathan Watt, and 1031 with a 4 for Zammit. And I think it was 134 mile an hour there.
So Niall Mitchell in the Aeroflow lane from Gillaby, in the Holden Gemini, up against Peter Hamilton from Hume in the VH Commodore Wagon. And a very different green, just went a little bit too far into stage. He had to reverse there for a second.
No, that's the trans.
Sorry, thank you.
That's all right. So it can be a little bit deceiving. 015 reaction time for Hamilton in the wagon. Another one of those cars with the Perfection Automotive, runs through 875 with a 2, 152 mile an hour, and a 1082 with a 1 there. I think it was for the Aeroflow lane of Mitchell in the Gemini.
It threw me, Bushy, seeing the old reverse lights come on.
Yeah, so what the trans brake does, for anyone up in the grandstand, my understanding is it locks the automatic. It's got to be an automatic transmission. Locks the transmission in both forward and reverse at the same time. So what happens is you put your finger on the trans brake button, and you basically just mash the throttle.
As you do.
As you do, right? So we hear both cars up on the rev limiter there. Again, you let go of the button, the the transmission is basically built all that energy up on the converter. You let go of the button and it slingshots the car. So 017 on the tree for Michael Little in the little yellow Tirana, taking on Trent Carberry there. 942 with an 8, 141 for Little, and a 958 with a 1 at 144 for the Falcon in the Rocket Lane.
Ross Bilby in the Aeroflow lane from Rossmore in the TF Cortina, up against Jim Denaro from Engadine in the Cortina as well.
Yeah, sporty Cordies all around on the start line.
Sporty Cordies.
I can say that because I own one.
Haven't heard that for years.
Windsor 434 on board for Bilby. 363 on board for Denaro. 027 on the treat for Denaro. Bilby 011. Denaro probably with a slight performance advantage. He's going to run through and take the win light. 955 with a 6 at 142 mile an hour. And a 980 at 136 there for Ross Bilby.
So the next two that are coming out, Jason Field in the Ford Telstar. That's something you don't see very often. And we don't have a name for 2354.
I think it is Michael Milasowicz, if my memory serves me correct, on the car.
But they're both running wheelie bars.
Yes.
Why are they running wheelie bars and other cars haven't in this?
I guess it depends. There's no safety requirement for wheelie bars, but I guess if the car's balanced in a way that it wants to lift the front end, that you want to actually have something to stop it from dragging the bumper, albeit spectacular, it can be very expensive when it comes back down and the front strut say I'm not playing the game. Yeah. I can't handle that.
The old photographers aren't happy with that when that happens.
Yes. Oh no, they are, because they get a good shot
that's
of
what I
all
mean. They want the wheel stands.
Yes. So next up we have John Pellas from Hastings in Victoria in the HQ. Taking on Dave Gruber in the Strip Rat from Queanbeyan Engine Services, also running for Specialised Towing. Gruber, a long time racer. Started out with a HB with a 202 in it. 034 on the tree for Gruber in the Tirana. He'll get the W here. 938 with a 4, 142 Stu. And the HQ 956 with a 2, 139 through the finish line.
Sean Maher out there in the Tirana up against Kerry Stewart in the Austin A40. That just looks cool.
Yes, it does. It's a very well-known car for Stewart. There's a few cars here this weekend. I think if I had, I won't say $1 for every time they've run, but if I had 50 cents, I'd be a wealthy person. And the car for Stewart was actually campaigned by her father for many years. And unfortunately, Dangerous Doug passed away quite some years ago. But Kerry's behind the steering wheel right now. 086 on the tree for her. Sean Maher in the HB, a very tough racer. 023 on the tree. 924 with a 3 at 145. We'll take the win to a 1024 with a 5 there for Stewart at 127.
So this is Super Sedan, still on track. Dean Giddens in the Cortina in the Aeroflow lane, and Brett McNiff in the Valiant.
Yeah, Dean, when he's not behind the wheel, is one of the hard-working officials here at Sydney Dragway.
He's getting to have some fun this weekend.
I'm
not saying it's not being fun when you're an official here, but driving a car is going to be a whole lot more fun.
That's exactly right.
And if you are interested in being an official here, I'm quite sure if you contacted the office during the week or a Facebook page, they can certainly be able to advise you on what needs to happen.
That's exactly right, and we're always on the lookout for officials. If you do want to get involved with the racetrack, as Stu said, get in touch with the office during office hours, and I'm sure they can point you in the right direction. Not quite sure what's happening on track. We're just
when the Stewart car went down, before I noticed where that track walker is just at the moment, there was little things that come off. I don't know if it's a bit of paint or something like that, but it didn't look like it was something mechanical off the car, the way it was floating through the air. So
okay, well, we can see him picking a couple of little things up. Your glasses obviously work a lot better than mine do.
No, I just had my eyes open, Bushy, that was all.
Oh, I do. I'm
joking, Bushy.
I do too, but certainly We're just looking at a couple of little bits and pieces in the rocket lane. Of course, the last thing we want it to happen is have something there and then send McNiff on his way and puncture a tyre or whatever it might be.
The other thing I'm just noticing and looking, that they've probably died down a little bit, but the flags, obviously, if the breeze is blowing straight down this way, or end up, I'm trying to think which way we're facing even.
We're facing south.
South, yeah.
Yes.
So if it's a northerly breeze, that would really affect these cars in a way.
Well, they're not particularly aero, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Well, this category is not. So they would be pushing a little bit more air than they probably like. A racer that takes note of speed at every run that they do would probably notice a slight decrease in speed, maybe 1 or 2 mile an hour, maybe. But it depends obviously how much surface area you're moving. I mean, you look at the Valiant, it's a big car and there's not many rounded edges on it. So the hole that thing would be punching in the air would be quite substantial. But that's what you do, you put more horsepower to it and makes up for it. So it runs through from 914 with a 3, 146 mile an hour for McNiff there, to a 1022 with an 8 at 132 for Dean Giddens. Big burnout from the 1-tonner in the airflow lane. Running for Lily Holmes, West End Performance, and Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical for the 1-tonner. Chelsea Smith from Albion Park. Okay, Smith, one of our ex-junior dragster racers, pretty sure. Running for JM Auto Repairs and Power Crews, carried the same sponsors over. Now this car is a SSAA, telling me that it's either, it's got some form of supercharging, or Palumbo all crossed up off the start line, just blazing the tyres. That car runs nitrous most of the time. The Commodore, no issues for Chelsea there. 10:49 with a 5, 131 mile an hour through the finish line. And Palumbo an 11:35 with a 6 at 127.
Huge burnout there for Ronnie Palumbo in the LJ Tirana.
I'm not 100% sure if Ronnie's supposed to do across the start line burnouts here this weekend. There are a number of rules. He normally runs in Top Sportsman where he is allowed to do that, but he's in Super Sedan this weekend, so he might be limited to only going to the start line. It's great to see Ronnie back here at the racetrack. 406 cubes of Chev in this little Tirana. Tiny bit of wheel slip off the start line. Running here this weekend, of course, for Sam Fennick and Fairfield Auto Electrical. 10:36 with a 9, 131 mile an hour through the finish line. I saw on our staging line camera, Stu, I think the next category out will be Super Gas.
Yep.
And for those of you that haven't been to Sydney Dragway before, Super Gas Eliminator is a little bit of a different kettle of fish. The cars run on what's known as a fixed index. So every car wants to run as close to a 990 as possible. The difference is...
And you can't go under it.
You can, but what happens is the only way you will win if you go under it is if your competitor goes under it by more. So the cars run off a Pro Tree. So you'll now see, we haven't seen the Pro Tree here today yet, but all 6 amber lights will flash, no handicap. So what happens is we see cars like, I know the Cortina in the airflow lane of John Summerarch. He runs a manual transmission. So he's got no electronics in that car at all. The only thing he would have is a line lock for the front wheel. So
old school.
Old school, yes, very old school. Where the car in the other lane, not 100% sure what Renee Cockrell has in his car, but a lot of these cars run a throttle stop. So they launch off the start line, then you think, oh, there's something wrong with it, and then it goes again. So what that's actually doing is slowing the time down for the car, but you see a big mile an hour.
Yep.
So it makes it very difficult to pick where the other where your competitor is at the other end of the racetrack when there is a big speed differentiation.
And then you see something like Jordan Spencer in the rocket lane right now in this 63 Chev Corvette. Like, how cool does that look?
Yeah, it looks absolutely really, really good, this Corvette. And Jordan and his father, a pair of very tough racers. Out of Diggers Rest in Victoria. I quite like the Corvette just as something different, as you pointed out. He's taking on Adrian McRoddy in the VP Commodore.
So Spencer must have had problems then.
Yeah, I think the car launched but didn't seem to re-accelerate, hence the time. Still 130 mile an hour there. So, you know, got moving at the other end of the racetrack, but I think maybe potentially some issues there with the throttle stop. Not 100% sure. Mark
Rottenberry in the Aeroflow lane in the Holden Commodore, and then Joe Katazan Zitri. Is that how we say it? Come on, Bushy. I thought you'd know how to say that.
Tanzaridi.
I was quite nowhere near it. My apologies to Joe and his family in the Pontiac Firebird.
You'll have a few more opportunities.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. And I'll stuff them up too, don't worry.
It's all right, mate. There's some names that once you've said it enough times, it's actually quite easy.
Yeah, I found that. Smith is pretty easy to get out.
Well, if you get a whole heap of James Smiths, then that means we're just having a lot of trouble up here in the commentary box. But Rottenberry in the Commodore. Running for Atlantic Oils, Burson Auto Parts, VP Racing, and In Touch Automotive. Here's the throttle stop. Right, so both cars leave the start line, virtually roll away from the start line. Catanzaridi in the Pontiac, he's a pretty tough racer, 993 with a 162 mile an hour. So we saw there Spencer, he went 130 odd. In the other lane, we've got 150 mile an hour for the Commodore. So 10 mile an hour doesn't sound like much. That's nearly 20 Ks an hour.
Yeah, it's just so foreign to see the cars launch, stop, and go.
Yes, that's right. It actually goes against, I suppose, all of what drag racing is about. However, it provides very close racing because
and that was proof in that last pass.
100%. So what happens is you get a car with the delay box that has monstrous horsepower against the little Cortina with a 302 with a little bit of nitrous on. Here's the throttle stops again, right? But yet, Summer Rush in the Cortina has just as much chance as winning at the other end as his competitor. So as long as the car can run around the 990. So 10.03 with a 4 there, 148 mile an hour for Roy Romeo in the Hot Rod, which is another one of my favourites, to a 995 with a 5 there for Greg South, I think it was, in the Tirana.
You could have really nailed me then, Bushy, by going, hey, Stu, call this first one, and I see them slow down and then take off or whatever. But I know you're not that type of bloke,
I'm not that
Bushy.
type of person, mate.
No.
So beep, beep, beep. What's that? That's the bus backing over.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yes.
All right. This is one of the longest time races of Supergas that I can remember, and I've been around the sport for a while. It's Vince Panetta, 032 on the tree for the Tirana. Didn't even really launch that time around. First, he just rolled out of the staging beams. And 032 on the tree. We'll run through for 10.08 with a 2, 147 mile an hour there. Little 400 cube Chev small block on board.
Sponsored by Anthony's Secret Garden. Can't even tell you where it is because it's a secret.
No, because it's a secret.
So that was Supergas done.
Yep,
I believe up to modifieds.
We're now moving into a modified eliminator. Now, this is another cool category, something a little bit different. We now move into a category that can cater for a number of different vehicle types. On track now, we see a pair of front engine dragsters. No second guesses for how they get their name. The engine's in front of the driver.
Yep.
We will also see Altereds, which is another common type of car. I think just looking to see if we'll have a pair of Altereds coming. We've got one Altered in the Aeroflow lane in the next pair, so you'll see similar to a front engine dragster, but the driver's not sitting over the diff. So these two competitors are actually sitting behind the diff with their legs up and over and then onto the pedals. Right, so I think wouldn't be a very comfortable driving position. A very common driving position for the era gone by, back in the 60s and 70s. You can see why we moved away from this position when we start talking top fuel dragsters and when they're running nitromethane and that sort of thing, because if anything went wrong, it was right in the driver's face, which didn't fare so well for a lot of races back in that era. On track now, we've got Brendan Luke. He's out in front. 8:01 with a 0. 164. He took on CJ Davies there in the aeroflow lane. 8:40. 158 mile an hour. So those two pretty closely matched. Next up, we'll have Kelsey Walford-Lay in this absolutely gorgeous T-Bucket Altered, running for Skips Fire Services. Big block Chev in this one, 532 cubes. Taking on Joe Zulu from Denham Court, running the JZ Performance Holden 6.
Imagine the conversation between Kelsey and Josh. Josh out the front of the car at the dinner table. Both races.
Yes.
They'd be talking cars or talking dragsters all the time, I would have thought.
I think it certainly would be a fairly common topic of conversation, you know. Maybe an odd whinge or two about how much money they're spending on their cars. And so unfortunately Zulu's been pushed back there. I was looking forward to that car. A Holden 6 on board, but not just your average Holden 6. That thing I think has run very, very quick. At one point was into the 7-second zone. Walford-Lay going down for a solo here. 7.97 with a 160 mile an hour. Shoots out right on the finish line.
Josh has got a big smile on his face down there, so he seems happy.
Wonder, Josh, was that the team's first 7-second pass? Maybe can't hear me. Over the next pair, that will be, they're sitting there ready to come forward into the water. Just moving the Zulu front engine dragster out of the way. Next pair of racers up will be Fiona Crisp in the aeroflow lane, running for Gilmore in Victoria. She's taking on George Bukareshvili.
I'm glad you got that out.
That's one thing I learnt from our former commentary leader. He broke it down for me. I'm not being nasty when I say that.
No?
He taught me very well how to say that one, because we all suffered mishaps in saying it.
Say it again, Bushy, for me.
Bukareshvili.
Borky Reshliev. I was close.
I'll help you later.
The problem is not tonight, because if we're not on the mic, you're off the mic.
That's
tonight.
All right. That's all right. Running for Race Max Direct Motorsport Connections, APD Carburetors, Brian Tui Racing, Bukareshviliev's dragster. Only 365 cubes, LS on board for him. This car is fast. No power adders, no turbos, no superchargers, no nitrous. Just the trusty carburetor on top of it. Not very big cubes. As I said, only 365. This thing will run deep into the 7s. So obviously a very well sorted machine. Crisp in the aeroflow lane. Small block 4, 34 cubes on board for her. More traditional rear engine dragster. Fiona recently went to the US and ran a top alcohol dragster over there. Did very well, I believe. So good to have her back on home soil, though. Just waiting for Fiona to move up to the staging light. We can see Bukareshvili has the pre-stage light on. That's the top white light on the Christmas tree. The second light is full stage, tells the starter that those races are ready to go. 012 on the tree for Bukareshvili. 026 on the tree for Crisp. Crisp, I think, out in front at the moment. 786 with a 5, 170 mile an hour through the finish line to a 798 with a 9 for that front engine dragster. 168 mile an hour. So you can see there Bukareshviliev's car some 80 cubic inches down, Nelly, on Crisp, but very similar in their times recorded there.
Corey Dyson in the Aeroflow lane. up against Daniel Flack.
Dyson in the Mullins rear engine dragster. 400 cubes small block Chev on board this one. Running for Glass Protec, Mobil One oils, statewide oils, Associated cold tread tyres, and Summer Arch race cars. Flack in the Bantam bodied altered. He's from Temora, running for Southwest Fuel Distributors, Miller's Trophies and Embroidery. And Tamor Truck and Tractor left the line a little bit too soon, did Daniel. 007, 7 thousandths too soon. 041 on the tree for Dyson, runs on through for a 766, 173 mile an hour to an 848 with the 3 there for Daniel Flack. Pair of modified rear engine dragsters on track right now. Adriana McCaskill in the Pro Street towing machine in the aeroflow lane. 598 cubic inches of big block Chev between the chassis rails in that car. Big cubes. In beside we see Jess Turner. This car, the first that we've seen here this weekend in modified dragster, that's actually running a form of supercharging. Nitrous on board for this one. This car has run into the sixes at 200 plus mile an hour, so 320 odd kilometres an hour we're looking for. Jess's car does sometimes carry the front end, so keep your eyes on the front wheels. The car goes straight, she stays in the throttle. Oh, a little bit of tyre spin and then into tyre shake for her, so she's gotten out of the throttle there. Adriana McCaskill, 713 with a 5, 188 mile an hour through the finish line. And unfortunately, Jess Turner there, an unrepresentative 13.5. Good light though, 009 on the tree.
You're going to see the track walkers come out. Unfortunately, I think there's been a little bit of a liquid or some sort put down on the rocket lane.
Well, I think Jess's car probably has one of 2 or 3 modes. Either super fast, a little bit of wheel spin and tyre shake, or a big wheel stand. So I guess, you know, that little small block would be working pretty hard off the start line, a lot of RPM, and then you go and throw a little bit of nitrous on top of that. I don't know what sort of horsepower to be making. It'd be up there, especially with the nitrous. And as I said, running, you know, high sixes, 200 mile an hour. It's only 400 cubic inches. It's not 600 that we saw in Adriana's car. So, you know, as I say, spinning it pretty hard to get the performance out of it. So just while you get a bit of downtime, basically, you heard the term there, tyre shake, Stu.
Yep.
We'll hear that, I'm sure, a few times here this weekend. Now, I guess the way I would explain tyre shake is where the rear tyre tries to run over itself, caused by a number of different things, either not enough power, too much power, or a slightly variant track condition. So sometimes it's when the engine will bog down or go into tyre shake rather than wheel spin. We saw a little bit of wheel spin as the car left the start line and then it went into tyre shake. So never experienced it myself, but a very violent thing to actually feel as a driver, I believe. And if you stay in it long enough, you'll break all sorts of things. Not necessarily from your body, but the car. So
yep.
chassis, you know, suspension, if there is some, you know, a 4-link, arms, those sorts of things are usually pretty high on the casualty list. So, you know, it is one of those things that some drivers have it that often. They actually tune the car knowing that they're going to get tyre shake to a certain point.
Yep.
And then once they hit second gear or whatever, it then goes away and then they can continue on through for that run. All right, looks like the track walkers are happy with the racing surface. We've just got Jess being towed off at the bottom end of the racetrack. We've got another couple of pairs of modified dragsters waiting in the fire-up box. And they are Alison Stewart from Queanbeyan, running for LA Racing Lubricants, Jeff's Racing Engines, Crackling Pipes Photography, and Madman Productions. In beside her, we'll have Shane Wind from Echuca. Running for Get M Performance out of the USA. Wind running the 565 cubes of Big Block Chev in this dragster. Very competitive racer. Has spent some time racing over in the US as well. Which I think would be a fantastic learning curve, just doing the number of runs they would do in a short period of time if the budget allowed. They'd be racing every weekend or every second weekend. And we saw Alison's sister run in the A40 Ute earlier. The Ford power plant in this rear engine dragster. I think the only Ford power plant.
I was about to ask you, is there many Fords?
There are some in other categories, but not many in modified eliminator. I think this is the only Ford-powered modified dragster that's here this weekend that I've seen. .009 on the tree for Wind. 062 for Alison Stewart. Win with the big block. He'll get there first. 777 with a 5. 169 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 825 with a 4 at 162 there for Alison Stewart. So at the moment, we've got McCaskill on top of the tree with a 713. She's some half a second in front of Dyson with a 766.
So, Bushy, on these two cars that have just come out, Farnell in the Aeroflow and Sinclair in the Rocket, tyre-wise, like they're both obviously front-engine dragsters, but look at the tyre difference on the rears. Scenario on that? Why is that?
I would say because Fennell's car has the small block Chev. The tyres are rather large for that car. I'm not going to dispute that. The car for Sinclair has the Holden 6 on. So if you ran big tyres like the car in the Aeroflow lane, you'd probably just bulk the 6-cylinder down, I'd say. So it'd actually probably hurt your performance rather than... You're certainly not going to get any wheel slip, but you've also got to rotate them as well. So more weight and rotating masses in what I believe probably the worst type of mass that you can get. So that's why I would say you're seeing two different size tyres there. The 6-cylinder just does not need that bigger tyre to rotate. 212 on the tree for Bob Sinclair. 129 there for Fennell in the Aeroflow lane. 890. 148 to a 907 at 146. Big burnout there from Rocco Romano, getting very crossed up at the other end. We saw a fair bit of opposite lock in that, which we don't normally see in a modified rear engine dragster. Running for Nick's Mini Skips, High Tech Oils, and Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical.
Just noticing Bruce Reed out there, crew chief on the Phil Reed Top Fuel car, just out there doing a quick check of the temperature of the racetrack. Just checked it out on the Aeroflow lane. We're not going to see them for a while yet, but at the same stage, they need to know what they're setting up for when they come out onto the track a little bit later on. If you're feeling a bit peckish, go and check out our hot and cold food scenarios here at Sydney Dragway. Get yourself a drink. thinking about coming out tomorrow, bring a friend.
Yeah, definitely, and it's one of these spectacles that unless you've seen a top fuel dragster in real life, you haven't seen one.
No, exactly.
025 on the tree for Romano. That dragster with a 598 cube big block on board, 726 with a 6, 181 mile an hour to a 729 with an 8 at 182. So McCaskill stays on top. Romano moves up to number 2, and Siska McCaskill, who we just saw in the aeroflow lane, moves into position 3.
One thing I do love seeing on the internet every now and again, Bushy, is people's first time reactions of seeing a top fuel dragster doing their thing at a racetrack, and you see kids or wives, dads, brothers, doesn't matter, and you see their reaction. It's brilliant.
I don't know if you're referring to the same post that I saw yesterday or the day before, and what I think the kids said, I can't repeat, but you could see just sitting there calmly, and all of a sudden the person taking the video was obviously filming the son's reaction, and it was just like, oh my God, sort of thing. Yeah, it was quite. I actually had a bit of a chuckle. I don't know if you're referring to the same footage.
It might have been the same one, but I have seen several ones, and it is worth doing. So if you are a first timer here, you've never seen a top fuel dragster do their thing later on.
Lou Capinato taking a solo now in his rear engine dragster, 755 with a 3, 179 mile an hour. Running for platinum powder coating. He will cement himself into position number 4 there for Modified Eliminator after qualifying session number 1. I think that's going to be the last car for Modified Eliminator.
Top Sportsman up next.
Top Sportsman was introduced into racing a number of years ago because some of these, what effectively were Super Sedan cars, were getting very, very quick. So on track now we have the new category called Top Sportsman. Gary Halpin in the 1200 coupe. This thing, a 2JZ powered 1200 coupe. Not a lot of wheelbase and a lot of horsepower. So great to see Gary out here at the racetrack. He's going to be taking on... Who's he taking on, Stuart?
Mr. Carl Cox from Frankston in the Ford Capri. So is Carl Cox better known as a drag racer or one of the world's best DJs?
Well, it depends what venue he's at. It doesn't. I guess it depends what venue he's at. I'm sure if you said to most people that are around half our age, right?
Yeah.
Who's Carl Cox? They would know.
Yep.
Right. Now, Carl is a world-renowned DJ. He's played gigs all over the world, including Sydney Dragway. Played here.
That he did.
Around 18 months ago, 2 years ago, I think it was. A fantastic show that he put on. And all-round good guy. This is one of the cars that he has in his Carl Cox Motorsports racing stable. And the first one, I think it was, that he started racing with. He
has several, doesn't he?
Yes, he's got several, and some of them are very, very fast. This one running a twin-turbo Windsor, I think it is. Only 420 cubes. Has gone into the 6s, I think, with this car in the past. 773 with a 4, 201 mile an hour through the finish line. Unfortunately, there were some issues there for Halpin, but Carl Cox's car certainly got motoring at the top end of the racetrack. Fairly slow to the 60 foot, really, 1589.
Then it took off.
And then once the boost cut in, hang on. As I said, 200 mile an hour there, near 320 odd kilometres per hour. In a car that was originally designed, probably top speed would have been lucky to be 100 mile an hour.
I wonder if he spins a bit of music that quick.
I don't know. I dare say that he would have the fingers for it to do that.
Oh, actually, I wonder where he gets more of a, I want to say more of a kick, like that thrill.
Yes.
Of doing what we've just seen him do.
Yeah.
Or performing in front of tens of thousands of people.
That'd be an
music.
interesting question, actually. Well, yeah, I think it's probably a slightly different, a
scenario.
different set of adrenaline running through your veins. But yeah, certainly there would be, as you say, a kick nonetheless. On track now, though, Stu, we've got Mark Phillip running the VP Commodore. 632 cubes on board for him, taking on Joe Sorbello, who you see here just about every Wednesday night at the Aeroflow Race for Real. Joe left with the red light there, the Supercharged LS2 in the Datsun Skyline. 924 with a 3, 149 mile an hour to a 926 with a 149 mile an hour there for the VP Commodore. Next up, we will see Neil Maxwell in the Pontiac GDO. 665 cubic inches on board this car.
As you do.
Yep, as you do. I think this car has had a repaint since I've last seen it. He was due to take on a very nice Chevy down there, but unfortunately he's got pushed away. So Maxwell will go on the solo.
Do you think it's an advantage to have a single pass or to have someone in the lane beside you?
Depends. I mean, it means you can focus 100% of your focus on what you're doing, but I mean, a lot of drivers do that anyway. So you know, it just means you. Well, Maxwell just spinning the tyres on the head of the throttle there a little bit. We heard the pedal. 844 with a 4, 187 mile an hour through the finish line. Taking on one of my favourite, or two of my favourite cars here. Dave Whitmore in the Chevy Nova. Supercharged 400 cube Chevy. Blown in injected, running for Burson's Garage. And Grant's Performance. He's taking on Jeffrey Sargent's Chevy Camaro.
So we can just see Sargent's
nitrous purge.
Nitrous.
Yes.
I was going to say, talk us through that, Bushy.
Yep. What he's doing there is he's what's known as purging the nitrous lines. This car has obviously at least one kit of nitrous on it. I don't know whether it's got multiples, but what the driver's doing is purging any possible air bubbles out of the system that may have accumulated in the lines, because obviously if he's hitting the throttle, the tuning is set up for so much of the nitrous oxide, which burns at a higher rate, allows you to burn more fuel, therefore make more horsepower. Both cars moving around a little bit there. Sargent over towards the wall. Just come around the Nova of Whitmore. Sargent will get there first. 124 with 812 with a 4, 171 mile an hour to an 847, 164 mile an hour for Whitmore. So just going back to the nitrous, if he hits the throttle and there's an air bubble in the system, the car's not going to perform right because the chemical that's supposed to be there is not.
Not there, yep.
So nitrous can be a little bit of a tricky beast sometimes. We do sometimes see a malfunction of the nitrous system and a bit of a backfire. Can be quite expensive when that happens, but when it works well, it's not a bad way to add a known amount of horsepower. So generally, a kit might be 100, 150 horsepower. So some of the pro mod cars out of the US have 4, 5, 6 kits of nitrous on them. So you could consider how much nitrous they're actually pushing into that engine. Now, they are pretty temperamental when you start running that much through them, but to add 50 or 100 horsepower, pretty straightforward. Heracles Kazantzidis taking on Craig Corbin now. Corbett in the VN Commodore, Kazantzidis in the VN Commodore. A pair of VNs on the start line, 572 cubes for Heracles. And for Kazmic Interiors. Tell you what, fairly even race between the two Commodores. Corbin, he got there first, 818 with a 3, 166 to an 824 with a 6. Just over a tenth of a second between those two cars there.
So is that normal for them to both sit there for that 5 seconds, like as long as they did before they both went?
No, normally they'd want to be pretty sharp on the tree because it's all about getting your eye in as well. But not quite sure why both cars sat there. Kazantzidis is he's not running any sort of power at her, so shouldn't have had a reason to sit there. But commentating that from up here, of course. Enyo Morocco in the aeroflow lane in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Jeffrey Alston in the Chevy Camaro. .632 cubes on board for Alston. Only 400 for the Pontiac. Pontiac would be a little bit more slippery through the air. Okay, Morocco left with the red light, moved over towards the wall there, still in the throttle though, Stu. Both cars pretty much neck and neck down the quarter mile here. Alston gets there first. 811 with a 7, 170 mile an hour through the finish line.
So as you were saying, Morocco, he went towards the wall, but he was actually facing that way before the car even started.
Yes.
So it was pointing towards the wall.
And funnily enough, that was the direction that it went.
Yep.
Monstrous burnout from Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe. Not scared of a big old skid as Josh. Running a little bit of nitrous. 410 cubed Fontana Ford power plant in this one. Running for Wild Ink Custom Race T design.
I just look at that big XA Coupe and just think of Mad Max.
Yes.
That's all I think of.
Well, enjoy your parodies. That's what it's all about. Running for Bosco Mobile Mechanical. Taking on Salim Matter. Salim from Roselands in the A-Civil Holden Tirana. 632 cubes on board the Matter machine. All right, Boscovich just hanging back a little bit from stage at the moment. Not quite sure what the issue was. A little bit of a dry hop there. This car manually shifted. When I say manually, it's got the Linko in it, so it's got a proper clutch pedal. I don't believe he uses the clutch for the gear change though.
Does that put a lot of stress on components when it does that?
Yep. So you actually see him pull each gear. The car shudders each time he pulls the lever. 0-2-1 on the tree for Boscovich. Nice reaction time. 8.40 with a 9. 156. And some issues there for the Matter machine. 11.54 with a 5. 78 mile an hour. Big burnout there from the Chevy Camaro.
So another good field for the top sportsman. 24 entered. Chris Theo in the Camaro up against Harry Plasas. Plasas, I was close.
Close, yeah.
In the XW GT Falcon, 351.
Yeah, Big H Racing and Aerolec, his sponsors from Milpera. This car known for pretty big wheel stands. Only 351 cubes of Boss power plant on board in the Falcon. 565 for the Chevy Camaro. The suspension on the Falcon almost standard in comparison. You know, when you look at the stance of the car compared to the big tired, low slung Camaro of Theo. Pair of red lights on the tree. Placis 003 red. Theo was 014. 889 with a 2 for Theo. And a 926 at 147 there for Placis.
So this is still qualifying, number 1 here at Sydney Dragway for the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Also part of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship and Top Sportsman on the track. We've already had Super Street, Junior Dragster, Modified Bikes, Super Sedan, Super Gas and Modified have all had their qualifying ones done so far.
We're not too far away from the first qualifying session for our Group 1 categories. Scheduled to come out at 20 past 6. So only a handful of categories left. 1, 2,
4 categories.
Four
after,
categories, yeah.
After Top Sportsman finish up.
All right, on track now, we see George Matter in the A Civil LH Tirana this time around. 632 cubes on board for him. In beside, Joel Burns from Narellan, running for SCF Race Cars, the Chevy S10. 615 cubes of big block Chev, but this one running a little bit of nitrous oxide as well, running for Innocent Motorsports. Burns away with an 067 light, just over towards the wall, coming back towards the centre of the racetrack now, shoots out right on the finish line for Burns, 7.30 with a 4, 176 mile an hour through the finish line, and Matter in the other lane, 8.14 with an 8. All right, I think I'm going to jump off now, Stu. I'm going to hand over to Matty Kavanagh, and I'll be back with you shortly for the Group 1 qualifying session, round number 1.
Thank you, Bushy. Always informative as usual. Ray Oxley in the Aeroflow lane up against John Coopier in the Rocket lane, and this man has originally been let out of the Northern Territory in Darwin, made his way down to the ACT, and good to have one Matthew Kavanagh.
A full name. I'm already in trouble. I haven't even got started
correct.
yet, have I, Stu? Come on.
Good to have you here, Matty.
It's great to be here on this huge weekend of racing and here at the Atlantic Oils, of course. Top Fuel Slam this weekend. Great to have the crowd rolling in on this gorgeous Friday afternoon. It was a bit warm earlier, but now it's
a bit
starting to cool down.
How would we know?
Well, we went out
It's
there.
air conditioned.
We went out for a couple of hours.
Yeah, but that was 3 hours ago.
That was 3 hours ago. Yeah, it's cool in there. I was up there recently. I went for a quick walk, so just to soak the atmosphere in here.
Please.
Come on. Great to see Atlantic Oils. Obviously, they've got plenty of people coming down as well.
Yeah, I
They've
noticed
got
that
their corporate
earlier.
area down there, and it's great to see them having so many people come and enjoy drag racing.
So does that mean because we've got these shirts on, we can slip into the Atlantic Oils corporate area later on? Or
Possibly
not?
later tonight if they're still open, if they leave us anything.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they will. Got plenty of their customers here, and which is fantastic to see. And that's the beauty about having sponsors at motorsport venues or football ovals. It doesn't matter where it is. You see sponsors, make sure you use those companies. And if you do, let them know where you've seen their sponsorship, because it only adds them and makes them want to come back and spend some more.
The other thing I've seen is, have you seen the new Top Fuel merchandise as well?
No, I haven't.
They're great shirts up there. So it's the first time they've come out, so now's your chance to get them here at Sydney Dragway. So get onto your merch early, especially if you plan on coming back tomorrow. Today is the day to get it while we've got all the sizes, I suppose. Ray Oxley gets underway, a 0.90 reaction time, sleeping on the tree for Cooper. He's out of that really, really early as well. Oxley goes through for an 8.16 at 146 miles an hour that time. So Oxley there in the Chevy Cobalt. Obviously, this is round 1 of qualifying for our Super Comp category.
Yes, it is.
We're going to see a lot of different cars here, and obviously a lot of different designations. And I'd love to say I know them all, but I do not know them all.
Don't look at me.
You can see obviously you can see the designations next to the name there. Peter Pistolides now, Pistol Pete coming out.
What a mean-looking car, too.
Look,
the Corvette.
turbocharged Hemi in a Corvette. We've seen him here quite a number of times at Sydney Dragway now, and he had to get his head around this car setup, but it seems to me they're starting to make consistent runs with this one too. 509 cubes of Hemi power with a bit of boost to add to that.
From Altona, down there in Victoria.
And Mitchell Oxley alongside now in the Dragster. Going to get the little 356 cube, just a little baby motor. Especially when you see 509 cubes of Hemi alongside you, don't you? Good to see the doors still open on that Corvette as well.
It's a motor.
It's just a motor.
It's a motor.
We know it's going to go quick. You got the 2 chutes on the back as well. And you know when you see double parachutes, that means we're doing 200 plus mile an hour.
Means business.
Yeah, it's got to stop at the other end.
So you're saying about the Top Fuel merchandise, the Burson's Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship merchandise. I see your bag over there's got 3 or 4 shirts hanging out of it.
Oh.
What's going on there?
Well, I've got to take them home to the family.
You're not in Darwin now, mate.
I've got to take them home to the family still, mate. You know, like kids all want a shirt. Can't miss out on them. Got to get them in early. See, the problem is when you go to these events is we get so many people on the Saturday, you run out of the sizes you want.
Yep, correct. Get in early.
So don't muck around on Friday. Get your shirts.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, final alterations there to the wheelie bar set up for Peter Pisolides. Crew just doing their job there.
Wheelie important.
It's really important, it is. Are we going to get that cheesy already, are we?
Oh, may as well.
We're going to go?
Yeah,
this
correct.
early in the evening. God, we haven't even started. It hasn't even got late yet.
Why not?
All right, let's bring them forward and get this next pair of races underway here at Sydney Dragway.
I always love when it's getting closer to the pro categories coming out. You see the crew chiefs coming out and they're starting to have a look and getting track conditions and all that side of things. I reckon that's always cool to watch. But 2 cars on the track. We're about to have some fun.
He bumps it in now, the Corvette. Well, this gets away nicely. You just see it lift that front end up as well. It's a 1.13 to the 60 foot, and he keeps going, shoots her out. They blossom nicely. 6.61 at 209 miles an hour that time. And I reckon he's taken that as a bit of a warm-up run as well. That's got a little bit more in it.
Oh.
Mitch Oxley alongside with an 8.17 at 163 miles an hour that time. Pistol Pete, that should put him up number 1, I'd say, with the 660. Have we seen faster than that out of? I don't think we have. No, we've only had a couple of cars go down.
There's only 4 cars entered for the Super Comp.
Great weekend of racing here, and of course coming together for drag racing this weekend. Next up, though, we're going to see competition bike hit the drag strip, go from 4 wheels to 2. And you can see lots of different styles of bike, and this one, of course, we can see over in our
Just want to say,
rocket
Matty,
lane.
how good does this Ford look coming back through the return road now?
Oh,
what a cool looking car.
Yeah, Bosco's car. That is in silver. When they changed that car to silver and it came out after he brought it back with the wrap on it, it's just phenomenal how it looks, especially with the black accents on top of it as well. Philip Webster alongside, in our lane number 2. And you see the SDS Speed Shop Hayabusa there, the huge, long, extended rear wheel arm on that one. And try and keep those front wheels down. Wesley Andrews in lane number 1 there, all thanks to Atomic Racing on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Of course, the Hayabusa is going to have 1300cc on board, a little bit more capacity there. The extended arm on the rear, though, can it keep the front wheels down? That is the question. They roll the throttle on. Seems like forever for those lights to go down. Nice reaction time from Andrews, though, 0.39, the better of the 2. But look at Webster go down. He is moving there at half track. 7.94 that time, 176 miles an hour.
Oh, my goodness. People can probably hear, if they're watching this at home or whatever like that, hearing my reactions, just my verbal reactions of laughing and not doing that in a disrespectful way. It just blows me mind away that they're doing those kind of kilometres on a motorbike in a straight line. And Matty, you're just going to the record books.
Oh no, not quite the record books, but like when you think about Top Fuel Motorcycle, they're going to go even faster.
Yeah,
that's coming up later, and we've got quite a few here this weekend, so it's only going to get more wild. Here we go, take off there. Wally Hoster takes off a little bit too fast, wrong side of the tree, goes red. And Darren Foley alongside 304 reaction time. Look how fast he is at the far end, 7.35, 206 miles an hour, holding on to that. We see him in a couple of different categories in these bikes, but racing competition bike this weekend, Darren Foley. Wow, that's straight up the top, 7.35 with a 9. I thought I better put this in perspective here because I'm trying to do the calculations off the top of my head. We know how well that goes. That's roughly going to be about 330 kilometres an hour.
That's ridiculous.
How often do you get a chance to go 300 kilometres an hour?
I'm just glad you were able to take your shoes off to work it out.
Yeah. Got to use everything at your disposal to make it happen. Joseph Corey alongside, in lane number 2 there. Of course, he's on the Harley-Davidson Destroyer. Something's going to make a little bit more noise this time out, all thanks to K&S Auto Sports, VP Racing Fuels, and of course, Joe Corey Motorcycles Transport. Rob Wilkinson in lane number 1 gets away. Corey just dies down on the line there. Unfortunately, the bike bogs down, and Wilkinson will take off. And across the line first, the 9.15 there at 156 miles an hour to Corey's 11.02 at 138. Now he's got a few championships under his belt there, Joseph. So expect to see that bike will come in. Might have bogged down that time, but they'll definitely sort that one out. Great to see Chuck Norris is just coming back there. Just seeing that go under the tunnel there. He had a nice little run earlier there in Top Sportsman. Some
Yeah,
great
correct.
cars in there.
So I'm pretty sure that's competition bike done. Coming up next will be the Supercharged Outlaws.
And probably something that, you know, a bit of a precursor that you see the Supercharged Outlaws, and we had the Wild Bunch sort of racing. It sort of turned into Door Slammer, and it's great to see all the Supercharged Outlaws. Quite a few of them here this weekend too. I think we've got about 6 or 7.
10?
10 of them there this weekend.
10 of them this weekend.
A huge field, actually.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see all of them down the pits. I did take an extensive walk down there early this morning, probably still setting up. And we're going to see all sorts of combinations come out, as in a car, and of course we're going to go Chevy, we're going to go Ford. We're going to have them all there for all the spectators here this weekend. But the main thing is it's got a supercharger on top. It's forcing a whole heap of air and fuel down the gullet, and we're going to see how much horsepower they can make.
Just really cool. There's a group of kids just down here on the corner where the VP Racing lubricant sign is, and they're all got their earmuffs on, which is fantastic to see. But every time there's been a car or a rider come back through, they're all waving and whatever, which is really cool. And just seen the last rider go back past and wave back to the kids, and which is fantastic to see. Great to see a lot of kids here, actually. Pretty much the last day before they go back to school next week here in New South Wales. So mums and dads are more than likely.
Won't that be a great day?
Looking
I
forward
think
to.
I'm going to take Tuesday off work.
Yeah, looking forward to the kids going back to school.
Just, we love our kids.
Oh, 100% we do.
But we love them to learn as well. We love them learning. Great to be here, though, at Sydney Dragway. Of course, it is a big weekend of racing here. Friday and Saturday, it is the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam here this weekend, and great to have them down there with their corporate box as well, and everyone they've invited along on this Friday afternoon. I'm sure about 80% of Australia has taken today off, I'd say, with the public holiday yesterday for Australia Day. And
How did you put in Australia Day? How'd you put it in? What'd you do?
What'd I do?
Yeah.
The boss only has 2 choices. Sometimes, you know. It's not about getting away from work. It's about the family letting me come here, see, and enjoying myself. See?
Yeah, but what'd you do yesterday for Australia Day?
What did I do for Australia Day?
Australia Day. Not
Australia Day?
Australia Day.
I was out in the water, mate. We were
Out on the water?
We were having some water sports, you know. Bit of skiing, bit of tubing. Yourself?
Sat on the couch. Didn't do much at all, actually.
Well,
Pretty quiet.
That's a quiet one.
Yeah. Preparing myself to be here for the next 2 days.
We've all travelled, see, to get here, a lot of us. It's a big weekend. It's worth the travel to come to a big event like this. We always love it. 7 top fuel cars here this week as well. Larry Dixon's back after 12 months, wasn't he?
Which is
here
cool.
12 months ago. And
yes, he was.
I'm sure he'll be looking to see if he can go one better this time, make it to that A final of racing here tomorrow night. Of course, we've got 2 qualifying sessions coming up a little bit later, starting off with our qualifying session number 1 for Top Fuel at 7 p.m. this evening. All right, Supercharged Outlaw, let's kick it off with a bit of noise here this afternoon at Sydney Dragway. Charlie Landani is going to come out in this VZ Ute. Well, you know, they had the Thunder Utes. This one's going to make a whole heap of noise. It comes out. Anthony Ball alongside in the BA Falcon with the Windsor on board. Landani in the VZ Ute, of course, going with the Brad Anderson engines. 521 cube, and listen to it. Oh, it's got a whole heap of throat in that VZ Ute compared to our 412 cubic inch Windsor alongside in the Falcon. Of course, for all our American friends, they'll be loving seeing the Falcons taking on the Commodores over here in Australia. We'll wait and see how this one goes. Landani's been, from memory, been in the low 6s in this car, around the 630 mark. 220 odd miles an hour. We'll have to wait and see how that sort of transforms for him in this first round of qualifying here this afternoon for Supercharged Outlaws. Anthony Bull alongside, though, all thanks to Shire Automotive Mechanical. What can he do in the Falcon? We'll get these cars backed up, and look, as you can see, you've got to keep the crew nice and fit, don't you, if they want to be the backup person?
That's why I'm not a crew person.
Oh, they're pretty keen. A lot of work goes into Supercharged Outlaws. This is probably where you start to turn the tables a little bit, I think, when it comes to preparation between rounds. You're going to be doing a lot more on the car. A lot more checks on the engine there. Of course, we can see a lot, you know, with technology changes, things are changing in the driveline with a little bit less maintenance. Although Landani is, I think, still got the 3-speed Lenko on board as well on this. All right, let's kick off Supercharged Outlaw qualifying session number 1 here this afternoon. RPM is up. Oh, sideways to Landani, but he drives and he keeps in the throttle there. Look at the wheel marks. Goes to the right-hand side of the lane, but makes it down the end. 6.62 at 192 miles an hour. And what a drive from him.
That's impressive, Matty, to see that. Like, and from our vantage point, obviously, we've got obviously the fans that are here at the racetrack, they're sitting side on to what you see, but what we see here, like with the tyre marks, the way, and then he's had to wheel it again, it's a very impressive ride.
He didn't get out of it. He wasn't afraid about it. He went towards the centre. Luckily, it wasn't towards the other way, towards the wall. I don't know if maybe he would have got off it then. I'm pretty sure he actually sits on the right-hand side of that car, so probably very comfortable when you look at Supercharged Outlaws, because then you can't always see out the left-hand side of the car with the big supercharger.
Yeah, correct. Car's firing up for the next pass. We'll wait till it's quiet before we go with
some information
about tomorrow.
Well, let's fire up our next pairing of Supercharged Outlaws. You're going to see lots of different things when it comes to Supercharged Outlaws. Obviously, we've seen a couple of sedan, well, a ute and the sedan there looks very much like your street car there. The doors open up. And we're going to change things up now as we go with a couple of Altereds. This is a little bit out of shape for Peter Byrne there in the McKinley Altered there, all thanks to Speedgas Industrial Gases and HPW Texas. And, of course, Jamie Robertson alongside in his Hemi-powered Altered. Obviously, pit crews as well on a lot of different cars in his time. We've seen him on a couple of the Nitro crews before.
Yeah, Byrne from Pitt Town and Robinson from North Richmond.
Jamie will be looking for a good run here this afternoon. Doesn't always get to get behind the wheel of his own car, but I know he'd be keen to just get a nice, clean pass down here this afternoon. Peter Bissolides just coming back in front of the main spectator hill here at Sydney Dragway. It's good to see him here again at Sydney Dragway. Oh, there's some tough cars coming out Supercharged Outlaw too. I can see him out there in the staging areas, just pushing forward slightly. Our first round of qualifying. We're not too far away from getting our Group 1 categories coming out as part of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Well, now we bring the RPM up as the lights go down. Oh, the wheels are up for Robertson. Look at it bounce around. He has to get off the throttle. Peter Byrne will go through for a 6.50, 217 miles an hour. Jamie Robertson, what a wild ride there, and got off it probably just before half track.
That would have got his attention, I reckon, right then. Hey, I know we're going to be here tomorrow, Matty Kavanagh. But if you're thinking about coming tomorrow, the best thing to do is to buy your tickets online. They're cheaper online. $25 an adult, $15 is for youth, which is ages from 11 to 16. Kids 10 and under are free, and then there is a family pass, which is $60, which includes 2 adults and 2 youth tickets. So buy your tickets online, cheaper, and I reckon we're going to have a huge crowd here tomorrow because the weather's supposed to be a little bit warmer again, which is nothing wrong with that, but I think it's going to be a fantastic day of racing tomorrow.
Australia, mate. Australia summer.
Correct.
But yeah, get them online, obviously, with ticketing out the front as well. Much easier just to scan your pass and come in like we do at most events around Australia nowadays. It just streamlines everything. Gets you in the venue quicker.
Correct. The way the world is as well. Buy your tickets online.
Well, I can hear the next couple of cars fired up. Nothing more iconic than a Holden Monaro, is there? Greg Angus rolls forward in the red Monaro, all thanks to Greg Angus Motor Traders. And Norm McCormack in lane number 2. Look at this. Well, we call it an FED if you want to shorten it down, but of course the front engine dragster. getting the burnout done. And how cool is it when you've got no guards on the tyres, things like that. You're sitting between the wheels. Like, I don't know about you, Stu, but I'd hate to be sitting with that diff. I know it's just going to be in that region that's probably very uncomfortable.
I'll go one further. I see Chris Matheson just out here on the start line. Top fuel motorbike rider. He's wearing a bulletproof vest. Work that out.
No, I know. You don't want to be leaning over that motor while you're trying to ride it. Oh, Norm McCormack here will back this car up, though, this front-engine Dragster. Small block Chevy in between the rails, and it looks so light in the front end, these cars. You're surprised that they actually keep the front wheels down sometimes. But it does, and it will try and get down the track. Of course, that wheelie bar on the back will assist with that one, and it'll make sure it doesn't drive that tyre too far into the track, which can cause some tyre shake. All right, is it going to be the Monaro? Going to take on the front-engine Dragster. Of course, qualifying session number 1 doesn't matter, but it's all a bit of bragging rights this afternoon, really.
Oh,
so I want to get down
100%
there.
it is.
Want to get those times in, though. Oh, red light, but the wheels go up for Angus. And look at the Monaro moving around the track. McCormack, though, nice and clean. We'll get down the end first. 6.82 at 193 miles an hour. Greg Angus, an 8.49 at 156, but wasn't it entertainment?
It's always entertainment when you come to Sydney Dragway, mate. Come on.
Oh, I love when the cars get the tyres right up in the air and they don't back off either. They just stay in it. And you're right, our vantage point right here looking down the drags, we see how much they move around on the track. Sometimes when you're on the spectator hill, you don't see it. It doesn't, I suppose, show so much from that angle.
100% right. So, I believe, is that...
Oh, we've still got one. We've still got a
couple
couple more. We can see them
probably
lined
3 or
up.
4 to
Toby
come.
Austin's down there as well. And I can see a couple more, and I do believe our Anglia is still come out as well. The final car might be of our Supercharged Outlaw. Before our juniors get back on track for the second qualifying session here this afternoon at the Burson Autos Australian Top Fuel Championship. Of course, it is the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam event. This great January Australia Day weekend.
So conditions-wise, Matty, how do you see that out there? Obviously, we've still got the cloud cover over, which is probably not a bad thing.
Oh, look, I think conditions on the track will probably be coming around. We had the sun out a little bit earlier, and we know it has been a warm day here at Sydney Dragway, so you probably might find the track temperatures up a little bit high. I expect qualifying session number 2 to be very interesting in that regards, because we'll get a bit of a cooler breeze come across the track later and cool things down. But the actual concrete racetrack here, because of course we go full quarter-mile concrete at Sydney Dragway, will stay very warm throughout the night. So I can't see the conditions getting too bad later on. They're going to be absolutely fantastic. A little bit of humidity in the air this afternoon for Sydney. I haven't seen the pressure readings or any actual weather station readings. I'd say they're not great for making huge horsepower, but sometimes these cars make a little bit too much horsepower when you get that great conditions. It's more the track conditions they want. So
for these guys, and then obviously the pro categories, which are coming out very soon, are they having to make big decisions on what they need to do to their cars or bikes?
Yeah, potentially. I think you'll find when we get to like Top Fuel and Door Slammer, probably not so much of an issue there. They know they might want to push a little bit more horsepower out of them just because the conditions aren't giving them that horsepower. It's not free horsepower, I suppose. They might have to turn them up a little bit. But they'll know where they need to be in regards to the setup of their chassis. You know, sometimes they might get the right setup on their car and they will actually change the horsepower to suit rather than keep changing the setup of the car. You know, it just depends on who the crew chief is and what they decide to do. But I think you find a few of them will might up the ante a little bit. Maybe not in this first qualifying session. I reckon there'll be a few half-track passes while they just feel things out. But tonight we could see some good numbers run.
Just seen that wind starting to pick up again, just coming from the south, blowing to the north. Just great to see so many kids here. Kids waving their Top Fuel flags over there on the eastern side of the venue.
Toby Austin in the funny car gets away nicely. Loose though for Brett in the Camaro. Has to get out of it. Toby Austin will run through with a 6.63 at 211 miles an hour. Put that in perspective, that's going to be about 340 kilometres an hour.
That's moving from A to B.
Oh, look, the funny car too. A lot of downforce in that one. So it'll slow down pretty quick at the far end as well for Toby Austin, but that's a nice number there. Put him in the top 3 for qualifying. Position number 3, Peter Burton is obviously our number 1 qualifier so far in Supercharged Outlaws. And this is probably the one we've wanted to see. John Willard now bringing out this Ford Anglia. Now, this is, I don't know if it's official or unofficially the fastest Anglia getting around in the world at the moment. But they haven't done too many runs on this new build, but they are planning to take this one back over to Europe and the UK, where they have an Anglia race meet. So he's going to pack this one up and send it over once he's done a little bit of racing in Australia. I think it might only be this meet or one more drag racing meet, and they're going to pack that one up. Obviously sponsored by Atlantic Oils. That's a fitting weekend for them, and hopefully their crew and all this and everyone they support them are here down at the Atlantic Oils 10 down there in the pits. I've seen it run into the sort of mid to low 6-second range before. Still, I suppose what you say, trying to find the groove for this car. God, it sounds sweet too when it gets on the gas, doesn't it? It's got a nice crisp sound coming out the exhaust. Tiny little chassis on it though. You think it's more of a motor which has a car built around it.
It's one way of putting it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Do you think they have to take most of the panels off that car to get it out?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh, I think they're just trying to rock that, trying to find reverse gear now so that John can get that car backed up and into staging. Sometimes they rock the car, it might select gear. Just having a listen to the mics down there. It looks like we might have found it. Here we go.
I was going to say, that'd like really suck for your first pass for the weekend, not being able to find reverse, to be able to get it back. And actually, quick question on that, Matty. Obviously sitting there for as long as it was, how much fuel would that be using there, obviously, because they're putting in enough fuel to be able to do what they need to do? Because it comes back to all that scenario, or would they have plenty in there for that side of things?
Oh, that would allow for things like that. I mean, it's only idling. He's not sitting there running at huge RPM under load.
But it's still using fuel, though.
It is, and it'll be running on methanol, which obviously burns at about 2.5 times what a normal fuel does. So if you think, if you can go down the quarter mile here in your SS Commodore, your XR8, and use 2 litres of fuel, they're basically going to be using 5 litres of fuel. So there's a big difference when it comes to methanol there. But they're definitely going to allow for this, because this is a common practice, I suppose, that sometimes cars can't find reverse, not with the same car, but it happens. You're going to obviously allow yourself 10 litres probably, and at idle a lot returns back into the fuel tank, so it should be fine.
As much as that car is impressive, I am impressed by, and I'm assuming he's the crew chief, but the beard. That is an impressive beard.
That's a wizard's beard.
That is good.
But has the wizard got it right? I'd be more concerned about it grabbing the blower belt. Oh no, he's rolled through the beams there, so he's going to get a red light. He'll get some time, though. It's great. I think it might have just rolled back out, and that's what's given us the light there. 7:51 that time at 185 miles an hour, which puts just under 300 kilometres an hour. Didn't it move around a little bit too?
Yeah, certainly did. We can see the marks from our vantage point, but Atlantic Oils helped him get down.
You got to be a man with some steel about you, don't you, to get down the car like that? Try and push it all the way in a Supercharged Outlaw. The man of steel. Maybe that's what we can call John Willard.
I say that for any car or bike. It doesn't have to be one of these faster divisions or whatever like that. Anybody that does it has got to have...
Yeah, I think so, in some degree. Yeah, but you just look at some of how, like, you think such a short wheelbase, very narrow car, how much it moves around. You got to be feeling that inside the car. I mean, they are doing quite a bit of steering input when you get an onboard footage of some of these cars. And although the wheels don't move too much, you don't want them to turn the wheel too much because that could turn the car sideways or do something. They're actually very busy inside the car, and there's not a lot of room as well.
No, correct. Junior Dragsters coming out for qualifying session number 2, which is fantastic to see. Don't forget, tickets are available for tomorrow's event. They're cheaper online, so if you haven't got your tickets yet, buy them online. Adults are $25. Youth tickets, 11 years of age to 16 is 15. 10 and under are free, and if you want to get a family pass, which includes 2 adults and 2 youth tickets, $60. Get them online. Matty, I can see you've already got it up on your web browser on your phone.
Yeah, booking everyone in.
bringing the family along. Fantastic
and look,
to see.
If you're trying to decide whether you should actually come down tomorrow or not, if you're watching us out there, whether you're watching us on the live stream or you're here at the venue and you thought, oh, I'll come Friday, not Saturday, just remember tomorrow is the all-run format. So you're going to see 3 rounds of all these vehicles. They're not going to come out once and get eliminated. They're going to run the all-run format when it comes to all of our big cars. We've also got burnouts on at the end of the night, and of course fireworks.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, love a bit of a burnout action
We
here
love
at
it,
Sydney
mate.
Dragway.
We've got a
And you
handful of
can't beat
cars.
fireworks. Come on.
No, big fireworks display at the end of the night as well. So it's all there for the families tomorrow. Make sure you get down here, of course. If you are here at the venue, go past and have a look at those brand new shirts that are coming out here for
I'll tell you now, I'm off the mic after these
Fuel.
junior dragsters. That's where I'm going. I'm going to check them out.
Can't miss. It's got a big boom across the back. Like it looks really good. So go and check them out there.
Cool.
Great merchandise here this weekend and a fresh new look for Top Fuel. So go and check that out as part of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship.
So yeah, junior dragsters coming back out onto the racetrack. After the junior dragsters, we go straight into our...
We're going to get prepared. We've got a bit of a track preparation coming on. We'll wait and see what the track guys say, and then it's going to go straight into Pro Stock. Of course, our naturally aspirated monsters are going to get out there. Then it's Pro Mod. We're talking lots of boost. Doors must open, and down they go. Top alcohol and a couple of cars here. Then Top Bike, Top Door Slammer, and of course, qualifying session number 1 for Top Fuel.
Bring it on, baby. You're not my baby, by the way, and I'm not looking at you that way as if you're my baby. You know what I mean?
Oh, can't we just all celebrate together?
Well, it was Australia Day yesterday. Why not?
Oh, John Lucci now coming out in the C Junior in the lane number 1. I'm assuming that name there tells me it's a racing family, someone very involved in motorsport. Alex Rottenbury alongside in lane number 2 there from Picton, New South Wales. What's that, about 45 minutes out from where we are right now?
Yeah, probably.
But C Junior, B Junior, the difference there we spoke about earlier, obviously when Daniel come into the commentary booth, is C Junior only going to go down to about 12 seconds flat, so they can run in qualifying session. Alex Rottenbury and B Junior will be able to go into an 860.
He spoke really well, young Daniel, up here, 18-year-old.
Rottenbury gets away nicely, 0.47 reaction time. Lucci goes red on the tree, but that's all right. They're just trying to get themselves sorted out for tomorrow. It is qualifying sessions only today for our junior dragsters. Rottenbury goes an 8.77 at 74 miles an hour to a 12.61 at 50 miles an hour there for Lucci. And these are the future of the drag racing here in Australia and around the world. It's great to see so many juniors being involved and a lot of family names that are very familiar. We start going back into Super Sedan and competition and things like that, Super Comp, and we see these surnames start to appear again on repetition. Alex Ruffalo now taking on Zach Ruffalo. Zach Ruffalo in lane number 2, closer to the main spectators hill. Both New South Wales competitors. All thanks to Sydney Waterscapes. First qualifying session, we saw an 8.17 from Alex Ruffalo in the A Junior, so he can go all the way down to an 8-second flat. Zach Ruffalo also in an A Junior, we're an 8.30. Can he improve on that time? We'll have to wait and find out. 0.05 on the wrong side of the 3 for Ruffalo, for Zach. Alex will go a 0.27. It's not going to matter, it is qualifying. And Alex goes an 8.21 at 78 miles an hour to Zach's 8.47 at 76 miles an hour. Next couple of juniors come up, Chloe Rako in lane number 2 from Albion Park here in New South Wales, all thanks to Shane's Race Engines and Auto Barn Albion Park, taking on Tegan Smith. Another one all thanks to Lucas Oils, APM, Jet Flow Plumbing and JM Auto Repairs. Great to see the families down there, so much involvement I think from the siblings, the parents. Just getting involved in drag racing at a young age and having a great time in the sport as well. All right, you can see the staging lights are up. Those double white beams at the top means they're in full stage, and a red light. Chloe Rako won't matter in qualifying though. She takes off. Tegan Smith alongside. Smith will get there first with an 8.05. That's a nice time, 79.89 miles an hour. And that's 8 thousandths faster than she went last time. So consistency is very good for Tegan Smith. Chloe Rako, obviously in lane number 2. Luckily, we are in qualifying. The red light won't matter on the tree. Next couple of competitors, Lara Cardam will come out in lane number 1, all thanks to Speed Pro, RK Carpentry, and Brianna Boskovic alongside, all thanks to Bosco's Autos. Another one of those names we keep seeing. Boskovic come back up. Great to see another New South Wales competitor, of course, Cardam from Victoria. Don't know if Dad's got the XE here this weekend. We'll have to wait and find out. So we talk about staging, Stu, and pre-staging. Obviously, you can see the one set of yellow light or white lights come up there. That's called pre-stage. In the first stage, they'll roll through. There's a second beam, full stage now for Boskovic, or both of them now. And that's when the starter can press the button. The lights will take their time and go down when they need to. Of course, once they see the green, they can get on the go pedal. 0.51 for Cardam in lane number 1. Gets down there first with an 8.152. Did an 8.153 earlier, so 1,000ths off their previous run. That is super consistent. Boskovic that time with just not quite as fast as their first round of qualifying. Next up, you're going to see Jacob Longo coming out in lane number 1, all thanks to RMJ Mechanical Repairs, and Jake McNamara alongside, all thanks to, of course, his Nan and Pop, Arnex Enterprises and Fine Line Motorsports. Of course, he's got Big Bro there. Look at him pushing it back. Not racing this weekend. Last time in the championships, he took his brother out in the second round of racing. Oh, they've got some great banter going on in the pits there, and of course, a great family affair. All the kids coming down. Waiting for McNamara now, coming to pre-stage. There we go, the lights come out. They want to rock the car. They want to go really early stage so they can roll on, try and get just to go a little bit of momentum before it breaks the beam. Tiniest bit. 0.62 for McNamara in lane number 2 to a 1:41 reaction time of Longo in lane number 1. McNamara is going to get there first in the A Junior though, with an 8.15 at 78 miles an hour off an 8.153 earlier. So they're super consistent at the moment. 8.99 with a 3. Last time ran an 8.97. So I think the conditions probably haven't changed too much in terms of air density, Stu. Sometimes we can see when, as the weather conditions get better, we normally see the cars start to go, a tenth fast, a couple of tenths faster, especially in junior dragsters. Seems to make a big difference. Obviously, small car, 3 or 4 horsepower is a massive difference.
Yeah, it can be, for sure.
Harry Rako in the lane number 2, almost ready to go there. The final adjustments being made to his junior dragster. Elias Matter now in lane number 1, coming forward as the crew get ready. Just slowly coming forward. They've done everyone's got a little bit of a different, I suppose, process to the start line, don't you? You see them come out and they'll go through the water and it's a tiny little burnout and they'll push them back and go again, push them back, go again. Just make sure the clutch is engaging right.
Each to their own.
Exactly. They've all got their own little starting procedure. See how they take off on this one. Rako nice at 0.30, but Matter is 0.17. Honing that in. How many fruit boxes do you reckon that is? Half a fruit box just before, like 10 minutes out or something?
Maybe.
8.32 there for Matter. Did an 8.30 early and an 8.24 alongside for Rako. Off an 8.22 a little bit early. So they're only a couple of hundreds off their previous qualifying session times. Zane Condello in lane number 1, just being pushed back there. From Barrack Heights in New South Wales. George Nader alongside, all thanks to Matooks Racing. It's got no RB in it though. I don't know if Matooks are going to be tuning this one. It must have an RB feel about it though, surely. This will be the final time they run forward for Condello. They'll be wanting to line these up. George Nader is ready to go. The junior drags are already in full stage. Still making some adjustments there on Condello's A Junior. It's got to be hard, I reckon, if you're George Nader. You're sitting there and waiting and waiting. Other car not quite in, but looks like they are going to call that. They've only got so much time to get forward once the other car has gone to stage there. The starter actually may be an issue. I'm not quite sure whether they've cut that off. The team have gone and turned that one off. We'll get the signal now. This will be a solo run. Qualifying session number 2 for the juniors here this afternoon. The Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Nice run there, 8.13. 79 miles an hour after running an 8.18 in qualifying session number 1.
So do the comparisons, like 80 mile per hour is?
80 miles per hour. What's that going to put you on? I haven't put the list down that low, mate.
Yeah,
You're going to put me in a disadvantage here, right? Like, but we're going to go with... Look,
Google.
No, what, you're saying I can't work it out?
Well, let's see.
It's going to be about 120-ish, I'd say.
What did we
130.
say?
130. I'm going to say 130. 80 miles an hour is 130 kilometres an hour. Quick maths.
128.
Oh, look.
So you were wrong.
Come on.
You were wrong.
Yeah. Where were you? Where were you, mate?
I was Google, mate. That's where I was.
Archie Boscovich in lane number 1 comes forward alongside Liam O'Neill in lane number 2. O'Neill out there all thanks to Princey Motorsport and Skips Fire Services. Boscovich, sponsored by Liverpool Glass, Diecast Mania and Bosco's Autos. O'Neill in pre-stage. Boscovich getting the final words from the crew. Boscovich with a little bit of experience now in the B Junior, come up through the ranks. Liam O'Neill, a C Junior. So one of our younger competitors, and that's how they pick. It's not experience necessarily, it's your age bracket into what category you're allowed to go to and how fast you're allowed to run. Archie gets a nice reaction time there, 0.18 off the tree. He's had the right amount of apple juice. 8.81 at 74 miles an hour. Liam O'Neill that time at 12.37 at 51.
Maybe that's what you need up here.
Yeah.
Is some apple juice.
Cider, did you say?
Apple juice.
Oh.
Apple juice.
Sorry. Jeffrey McNiff in lane number 2, just go through his procedure. And of course it's Jaden Gunatif in lane number 1. Looks like almost ready to go there. Junior is set, and I can see we've got a lot of wheel marks down there from obviously the previous qualifying session, some of the bigger cars. We've got a bit of a, what we like to call a groove in the track where all the cars are going. And Jaden's just gone to the left of that one, right in the middle though for McNiff. He's in the middle of the lane. Waiting for him just to come forward into full stage. There we go. Oh, deep stage now for Jaden. Gets away nicely though. 0.14 reaction time for Jeff McNiff though in lane number 2, and we'll get across the finish line first with an 8.102 at 80 miles an hour. A little bit slower, just 700ths off his previous qualifying session time. Jaden goes 12.20 that time, 53 miles an hour, will improve by 0.6 of a second on his first qualifying session.
Just really cool to see these kids learning every time they hit the racetrack. Even really cool just seeing a couple of competitors, junior dragster drivers, just over there on the burnout pad. They've both got out of their cars and walked over and shook hands. That just shows how cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of the parents like to come and shake hands afterwards as well. I mean, I think it's very competitive for the parents too when they send their kids down. They do a lot of work in the
But that's
back.
the first time I've seen the kids actually do it over there on the burnout pad. They got out of their cars and went over and shook hands, so great sportsmanship.
Savannah Condello in lane number 1 will take on Bailey Tandek in lane number 2. Well, thanks to Ace Sybil for Tandek. Deep stage now for Condello. Of course, got to remember they are only running the 8th mile down here, or about 200 metres, just over 200 metres, compared to the normal quarter mile racing we see from most of our categories.
Now, Matty, a couple of times you've mentioned in the last couple of passes, deep stage. Explain what that is, because there might be people sitting here have deep stage. Well, what is it?
Much like we spoke about the staging before, there actually is 2 beams running across the start line there that run across and have reflectors on them. When they roll through the first beam, you're going to see obviously the first set of white lights come up, and we call that pre-stage. Once they actually roll and they break both beams at once, we get both sets of white lights. And sometimes what can happen is you just roll a little bit too forward and that first beam will actually reconnect because you're not breaking the beam anymore, and that's where we call it deep stage. Now, if you're really shallow stage, you just get that second light to come on. The car can roll forward probably about an inch before it actually starts the timing system. So it's a little bit of an advantage, I suppose, if you're looking for that mile per hour, maybe. And in the elapsed time, it's not going to do a lot, but probably just a little bit. At this level, you probably wouldn't see it. It'd be thousands, 10 thousandths of a second. The bigger cars, though, you'll see them really want to get that in that really early stage. Deep stage means you've got more chance of getting a red light, I suppose, with your actual time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Phil Reed like to go deep every time?
Yeah, well, he does most times. He goes forward a little bit.
Yeah.
See, sometimes it's not about your elapsed time, right? You want to run a faster elapsed time, you might deep stage, try and get that momentum. But if you want to get the finish line first, you just want to break that beam and go, because once it's gone, it's a little bit shorter distance. Might only be an inch or two, but it's a shorter distance.
Well, that's me done for this session. The great man, Stephen Bush, is going to make his way back in to the hot seat.
It's good to see. We're going to get Stephen Bush, Matty Cav on the mic, and we're going to have some fun here, of course. We've got our qualifying session coming up very shortly for Pro Stock, Pro Mod, Top Alcohol, Top Bike, Top Door Slam, and, of course, we've got 7 top fuel cars here tonight to take on their qualifying session number 1. Of course, our second qualifying session that comes out at about 9:40 this afternoon for our Top Door Slammer will also be their finals from their last round up at Willowbank as well, so can't wait to see you. And, of course, that's going to be Kelvin Lyle taking on John Zapier in the A final, and it will be Daniel Gregorini taking on Matty Abel for the B final. That's our second qualifying session for Top Door Slammer. But let's get this underway first. Our first qualifying session not too far away. They are lined up out the back. Of course, it looks like we are going to have a little bit of track preparation for everybody at the moment. We might take a quick break and be back very shortly.
At Burson, we know auto parts. For the last 50 years, we've been known for our first-class knowledge and service. And with over 195 stores across Australia, your experienced local Burson team are ready to help.
Well, it's about time to come out, of course, with Pro Stock qualifying here this afternoon at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. And, of course, we've got Pro Mod to come your way as well. We've got Top Alcohol, Top Bike, Top Door Slam. And, of course, it is the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. And we've got 7 of them in the house here at Sydney Dragway tonight. Let's kick things off, though, with Pro Stock. And Stephen Bush, this is the naturally aspirated goodness, 400 cubes, and we love the sound of it.
Yes, certainly, Matthew. A very unique sound to Australian drag racing is the Pro Stock carburetted 400 cubic inch small block. Lots of RPM and a very distinct sound. A very busy cockpit for the racers as well. They're shifting through a 5-speed transmission in just under 7 seconds.
Yeah, look, they do it really, really quickly. Yeah, and we did see some really good times here. Last time Pro Stock were out in November, but the air conditions were quite different, weren't they, Bushy? Because right now it's humid out there. It's a little bit warmer, and being naturally aspirated, these cars are trying to steal that little bit of horsepower out of the air. They're not quite going to do that today, so it'll be interesting to see if we're going to see those big 200-mile-an-hour runs that we did see back then. But we'll wait and see, because they do run into the 6-second categories, and they have touched up there in the high 190s in mile per hour, which is putting us right up there, just shy of 320 kilometres an hour out of 400 cubic inches.
Yeah, certainly a pretty impressive feat when you consider how close these cars are across the field as well, and the way that they are so minutely tuned in the amount of time spent on a dyno, trying to extract every last 0.1 of a horsepower out of it is pretty crazy, the amount of dyno time these.
And that's exactly right. You know, if you've got an extra 8 horsepower, that could be the difference between being #1 qualifier and final qualifier. So very important they try and get as much. Bruce Leak on track at the moment, and look, it's probably been over 20 years since he's had a championship, Bruce Leak, but he's still out here having a great time Pro Stock. And we have seen him run in the 6-second category recently, so the car's definitely got everything it needs to make that happen. Of course, very slick cars, they're very aerodynamic to go through. Pontiac GXP now, and you can hear the RPM comes up, they drop the clutch, and it's underway. A 1.02 to the 60. I'm just waiting to see if he's going to push it all the way. It looks like he will, and the chutes are out. 7.06 at 193 miles an hour for our first run in Pro Stock.
Yeah, shoots out for Bruce Leak around the bottom edge. He did move around a little bit off the start line there, but not too bad. A 7.06, 193 mile an hour opens his qualifying account here this afternoon. Next up, we will see Mario Polito and Bill Perdicaris. Polito in the aeroflow lane, running for JD Concrete.
Oh, the Polito name, Bushy.
Yes.
You know that's been around in Pro Stock. Well, it's been around racing for quite some time. I mean, we see a lot of these guys sort of progress from super comp and cars like that, I suppose, where they're very slick and manual transmissions and make the step up when it comes to Pro Stock. And Bill Perdicaris alongside, well, thanks to a bit tip higher in the Ford Escort. It's probably a bit more elongated, very smooth through the air, more of a modern Escort.
Yeah, certainly not the boxy style of Escort that we saw in the Mark 1, Mark 2, but that is progression, I guess, and quite a popular choice of Pro Stock car not that long ago.
No, there was quite a few of them getting around as well, and especially over in the States, you see quite a few of those body styles. Great to see so many people rolling in on this gorgeous Friday afternoon here at Sydney Dragway to be part of the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Don't forget, if you want to come tomorrow, if you listen to us out there on the live stream, or if you're here in the crowd, you're not sure, make sure you get online and get your tickets. They are cheaper online. It's quicker to get in the door. Make sure you come down, because, of course, we've got everything happening tomorrow. It's qualifying here tonight. Tomorrow, though, we've got all the finals, all run format, so they come back every time. We're going to see all the cars come 3 times, and of course we finish things off with the burnouts and of course the fireworks display as well.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a fantastic event, both for the remainder of this evening and tomorrow, Matty, as you say.
Yeah, can't wait for tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be great weather here at Sydney Dragway. The sun is going to be out and we are going to be racing. Right now, though, it's qualifying session number 1 for our Pro Stock cars, and here it is. Mario Polito is in pre-stage, so is Bill Perdicaris. RPM comes up, they drop the clutch. Nice launch there. It's at 1.08 for Polito. Coming towards centerline, Perdicaris, though. might get there first, 7.15 at 191 miles an hour, and Polito goes to 7.26 at 187.
About 1/100 of a second difference across the finish line for those cars. That is what we call a whole shot win in that particular round. The Polito car had a much better reaction time than Peter Carus in the rocket lane there. Matty, I think Polito was 0.88 on the tree, and Peter Carus was 2.3, I think, 0.23. So big whole shot advantage going there to Polito in the aeroflow lane.
Both cars making over 300 kilometres an hour down the far end of the track in just 400 metres in the Pro Stock category, the quarter mile. We'll listen to the crisp sound though as they go through the burnout routine.
Another escort this time around in the aeroflow lane for Tony Polito, running for Motorsports Parts and Services.
They've gone with that fast red, haven't they?
Yes.
Every time they've gone to the escort, got to get the red paint job. Red cars always go faster.
It's worth a good 100th, I reckon.
Yeah, good 100th. Look, I think, and reaction time, you were speaking about that earlier. How important is reaction time when it comes to Pro Stock?
Critical. There's no other word for it. It is critical. There is so many good racers in this category, and they are all switched on every time they come to the racing start line. So we see many races won and lost on reaction time.
Well, it's thousandths of a second, you know,
Yes.
like we're talking thousands, maybe a tenth of a second sometimes between the two cars actually completing the run at the far end. So reaction time plays a pivotal point in that one where you want to get the lowest reaction time as possible. Obviously, you don't want a red light and give the rain away, but you know, a tenth of a second is a tenth of a second. It could be, or even 100th of a second, could be the difference between winning and losing when it comes to Pro Stock. Of course, qualifying session number 1 here this afternoon. All thanks to Atlantic Oil supporting Pro Stock here this weekend at the Top Fuel Slam. Obviously trying to see over those bonnet scoops here. The crew just bringing you forward so at least you get your pre-stage light on. Then it's left all up to the driver to go forward. You've got to go through the motions. It's got to be like a second nature as they click through 5-speed gearbox there manually. Nice launch there. Rob Deckett there in lane number 2's got away 9.97 to the 60, but it sounds like he might have got off that a little bit early. Goes 7.14 there at 171 miles an hour to Tony Polito's 7.21 at 175. Now that mile an hour for Deckett is right down, but 9.90 in the 60.
Yeah, it certainly launched very well. It sounded like one of those cars was out of the throttle early at the finish line, but we have seen Deckett run a little bit quicker than that, but not a bad first pass. Next up, we will see Rick Chilton and Chris Soldatis.
Well, these are a couple of names around Pro Stock that have been there for a number of years. Of course, the Dodge Avenger there of Rick Chilton. I have seen that it's got the Tremontier power plant on board, of course, 400 cubes of Hemi power.
Where Soldatis' Pontiac GTO, the 400 cubes of Chev power plant on board for him. Out of Castlemaine in Victoria. Running for CAE Performance Products and Tingay's Smash Repairs. Soldatis' cars have always been immaculately presented. This one no different.
And the times they were running last time they were out was absolutely amazing. Like we say, it was reset some records. It went equal there with Aaron Tremaine. So we'll see if he can go very different conditions here this weekend. I wouldn't expect him to be running that fast on the conditions that we do have. Of course, got the Peter Ridgway Motorsport engine on there as well. And they've had a team together for many, many years there, fine-tuning that team and, of course, that engine combination. Chris Soldatis, a really tough competitor. We'll have to wait and see Rick Chilton, of course, the Don Rick entry. Great deal thanks to Ross & Co Electrical, Canberra Machining Company, and the ACT Diff Doctor. Oh, nice launch there. Chilton goes 1.015 as well as click, but I can hear the noise go out. I think that's both cars, judging by the speed down the far end. And Chilton goes an 8.06, only 118. I'm just having a look there, half track 457. Chris Soldatis, though, issues there on the start line. Looks like that might have had a bit of a rattle.
Yeah, I was watching Chilton's there. He was a little bit loose as well, but still went really good to the 60-foot there. 1.015, I think it was. So when we're talking our 60-foot timer, that's from the start line to the first foam block that you see just past the edge of the end of the Christmas tree, the concrete wall where the Christmas tree is. It's around about 18 metres or 60 feet in the old language. So any car that can get there in sub 1 seconds is certainly moving.
We'll have to wait and see how we go. Pro Stock qualifying session number 1 is pretty tight there at the top, but it's Bruce Leake, our number 1 qualifier so far, with a 7.06. And wouldn't he love to get a win here this weekend? And I think we're going to be struggling to get into those 6-second runs right now. Maybe if it cools down a little bit later, we could see that. Already we've seen some impressive runs, but a newcomer to the Pro Stock, obviously raced in a couple of categories leading up to this one. It's always come out with a very similar livery on it.
Yes.
Craig Geddes now coming out in the Deco Glaze Glass Splash Blacks Pro Stock. Isn't it great to see him take the step up?
It has. He's been a Group 2 racer for a long time. We've seen him in all sorts of different cars, whether they be a sedan car or a dragster or an altered or whatever it might be. Probably not too dissimilar in the engine combination, but of course, to step into the professional category that is Pro Stock, it's got to be a specific engine and driveline, and of course in a car that is suitable for the category. But as you say, it's fantastic to see Craig Geddes stepping into a professional category.
Very interesting to see. So many of the crew are actually down there from the other teams. Just watching him go through this. So Craig Geddes obviously got a lot of experience drag racing. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised if he actually pulls off a really good time here in his first qualifying session. Maybe he'll do it. It's going to be whether the team have got their head around this car. Very similar, I suppose, to some of the Super Comp cars.
Yes.
A little bit of a change up there in the drive line, but you'd hope that possibly this won't be too much of a change for them and they can get this first qualifying session down and put down a half-decent number. So we've got 9 Pro Stock cars here this weekend. And here we go. He comes forward, Craig Geddes now. Very familiar livery if you've seen it getting around, like you say, Group 2 racing. Been doing that for so many years, but now it's time to step up. 5 gears he has to get through on this run. First qualifying session.
Just about to pull up to the first staging light. There we go. Almost on cue. We hear the RPM start to rise, and then the limiter.
Yeah, good launch. Goes to the left a little bit. He pulls it back into the groove in the middle of the track. This one's nice. 102.9 to the 60. Not a bad time. 7:24, 174 miles an hour that time round.
Sounded like he shut it down just a fraction early as well, but not a bad pass. 7:24 with the 2, 174 mile an hour through the finish line. Puts him in number 5 so far here tonight, of course, after the first round of qualifying for Pro Stock.
Yeah. Pro Stock qualifying session number 1. Will it get even closer when we go into a qualifying session number 2? Can we possibly just sneak into a 6-second run? Bruce Leake, our number 1 qualifier, after that first round of qualifying with a 7.060 there, and won't he be happy about that? Let's see how he can continue on with racing tonight. Of course, we are going to move on, though, into Pro Mod next, our next category coming out for their first qualifying session. And I cannot wait to see some of these absolute animals hit the racetrack. Now, when we talk about Pro Mod, Bushy, of course, with the Pro Mod in Australia, racing under their index category there, where they've gone a 585. That's the number they're looking to run. We have seen some of these cars run, though, in the in the 550s, 270 mile an hour. So there are some that are slightly slower. The number they've chosen is the 585 in Australia.
Yeah, there's certainly a number of cars in the field that can run way quicker than that 585, so they've got to back them down a little bit, but it's proven to be a very successful category that's recently been introduced, and it works really well. We see a good mix of cars, different power adders, as we can see Jeremy Callahan in that Chevy Camaro with the Proline, with the twin turbo Pro line on board. The car a lot slipperier through the air, hasn't got the supercharger hanging out the bonnet like we do for Neil Murphy, but we also haven't got that same aggressive exhaust note that I can't talk over.
No, Neil Murphy's there with intimidation. Those Zoomers got to be aimed at a turbo car. That's what it's got to be. You get the blower guys, you get the turbo guys, you even get the nitrous guys involved in Pro Mod. That's what we love about it. And really, what are the rules? Well, you can have any sort of power adder. What it comes by power adder, like you say, turbocharger, supercharger, pro charger, even now, nitrous. But basically, doors have to open and the car must run fast.
Yep.
That's the rules, right?
Yep.
Like you've got to be able to go fast. Has to be an adored body as well. So of course we've got the full race car chassis under them. But as you can see, the doors open up so you can get all that tyre smoke out of the cabin. It's our first round of Pro Mod qualifying here this evening at Sydney Dragway for the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Neil Murphy, though, taking in one for the Supercharger guys. The final adjustments from the crew there. I think he sits on the left-hand side. Might be some belt adjustment there. Jeremy Callahan is ready to go now. This is a gorgeous car, this Chevrolet Camaro.
Yep.
All thanks to Tyre Plus Canberra. Comes over that way from the ACT and loves racing over here in Sydney now. We've seen this car super consistent. First time it actually came out, which was about 2 years ago, it actually took out the round winning Pro Mod. You see the Moitz Motorsports crew there as well. So you've got a lot of experience down there behind them. And it's just how much they want to wind the power on. What is the track going to take? Because these make thousands of horsepower, but what are the track conditions right now? We're about to find out.
Murphy just about to bring the car into stage now. We'll hear Callahan's car come up on the two-step, bump it in. Into full stage, the tree drops Callahan away with a 1019 to the 60-foot. Murphy moving around just a little bit, but Callahan all the way, Matty, 601 with an 8, 249 mile an hour there for Callahan in the Camaro in the aeroflow lane. Murphy in the rocket lane, 611 with a 6, 243, so similar speed.
Oh, and the crew are going down to check that Murphy car because it just looked like it went a little bit sideways and stayed that way and got back in the groove as well. Think about that. That is 400 kilometres an hour there from Jeremy Callahan. 400 kilometres an hour. We've seen 300 kilometres an hour from these cars earlier. That is moving down the far end, of course. Those turbo cars are normally a little bit slower off the line, but they really make big mile an hour down the far end.
They sure do. Everything that we've seen up to this point has been quick. But in the next couple of categories, we're gonna bump the speed up just a little bit, aren't we, Matty? We're going to see 300 plus mile an hour, out of the top fuel cars, and
I'm on the edge of my seat.
That's right.
I'm eager. I can't wait. I'm just here. It's Friday afternoon. We're getting set for a huge weekend of racing. Don't forget to get your tickets online for tomorrow because it is the cheapest place to buy them. As we move on to our next couple of Pro Mod cars, Rob Campese. He's had a number of Australian records previously there, and the big Mustang has gone very, very fast in its time. All thanks to SCF Race Cars, of course, vinyl wraps and graphics.
I'd almost go as far to say, Matty, that Rob Campese was probably one of the forefathers for this style of racing, the twin-turbo combination in what effectively is a Pro Slammer style chassis. Started out with a TE TF Cortina, then got past the limitation of that chassis setup, then stepped into a Mustang, then another Mustang, and now we see the latest generation of his car. This one running a 514 cube Hemi twin turbo. Rob's cars have run 260, 270 mile an hour in the past. Might not do it here tonight because we're limited to the 585 index, but certainly have moved very quickly in the past.
Wait for the final round of the all-run format tomorrow night. That's why you got to get your tickets. Get them online, but get here tomorrow because the all-run format means if they're not in for a chance for the win, you might see some of these guys unleash all the horsepower they got, every single horsepower, and try and make it down the track.
So, tune setting 1.
yeah, because they'll just be looking for that big run, all right? They just want to take it home and go, you know what, I ran another 270 mile an hour pass. We'll wait and see how conditions are tomorrow, and hopefully that will change. Stephen Athens alongside, though, in, another Mustang, really, alongside Dandy Engines. You just got to say that name, Dandy Engines. You know it's going to make a high horsepower. 520 cubes of Chev, and of course, it wouldn't be coming out of Dandy Engines if it didn't have a fuel tech on board. We'll wait and see another turbo combination set up. Campese, they're just so quiet, aren't they? After we just had Neil Murphy, Supercharged Pro Mod come out. The turbo cars just sit there and idle away. It just muffles them down, those turbos. But you love hearing the whistle of the turbocharger when it really comes on boost as it goes down the track. Now, Campo's a little bit sideways in this one, in lane number 1. It'll be interesting to see if they try and straighten that up.
He's also over towards the left-hand side of his lane. Now, whether that's going to be an issue for him, I'm not sure. Athens has been sitting, waiting patiently in the centre line of the racetrack. The car for Athens is a little bit more, I'll use the word loosely, street appearing in its stance, but take nothing away from him.
Here we go. The boost will now start to rise as they bump into full stage. Here we go. Oh, Athens is away nicely. Car goes to the right, but he pulls it back in the groove. I think there's a big pedal there. Campese, though, is moving. He took his time on the start line, 6.11 at 233 miles an hour. He wasn't so worried about getting off the line, but look at the 60-foot, 1.065 for a turbo car. That's starting to get right up there. Stephen Athens with the 7 flat, 205 miles an hour, puts him up about 330 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, certainly still motoring for both those cars. Campo's car seemed to have a little bit of haze coming out of, I think, at the top end of the racetrack. Let's hope everything is all okay within that vehicle, but the car went pretty straight once he got away from the start line, Matty.
Yeah, 233 mile an hour. We know that's pretty sedate there from Campese, so I'd say he's rolled off the throttle there just a little bit early. They might be just looking to get some data on the track. Like I say, qualifying session number 2, we've got the breeze coming across. It has cooled down a little bit out there, so we'll wait and see if conditions tonight, the track might be there. I don't think these cars need to worry too much about making super horsepower come better air conditions, because they can put more boost into it.
Yes, they've got the option that they can adjust the amount of boost or tune to accommodate for the poor.
And we're not talking 18 pounds, we're going to go to 20. They run up, you know, they might get on the line at 20 pounds of boost, but down the far end, they can run anywhere up to 100 pounds of boost, depending on the motor combination. And I think I heard the words one day from one of the engine builders said that some of these motors don't come alive till they hit 70 pounds of boost. So that's when life really starts to get interesting out there for the Pro Mod guys. So they like to push the limits there. So that might be our... We've still got a Pro Mod car down here, though, as well, and that's going to be our Falcon that I saw down there with the huge turbocharger. Paul Sabato down there in the Ford Falcon XR8, and, of course, this was probably one of the baby motors, I suppose, of the Pro Mod. 347 cubes of Windsor power for the Mustang with a huge turbocharger on it.
Yeah, it is only quite small when you look at, I think Campo's motor was 515 or 14 cubes of Hemi on that. You take, what's that, 150... nearly 170 cubes away from an engine. That's a fair amount to make up, but obviously there's the merit in that combination to go down that line.
Look, there's a couple of things we can talk about while we're waiting. Looks like you're right. But something has come out of Campese's car down the far end. They are just dragging the tractors down there briefly now. A couple of things, new merchandise from Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. So you've got some new merch up there, new T-shirts. And as you know, the first round of merchandise just gets only certain numbers made. And they're here at Sydney Dragway this weekend. Today, if you're here, don't wait till tomorrow, because sizes start to get very thin tomorrow. Because this morning I did hear all the girls saying, and all the admin team saying, you know what, people are already buying the shirts because they've seen them there in merchandise. We had to open them early before the gates had even opened, because, of course, all the spectators and all their crew wanted to get them. All the drivers and all their crew wanted to get them. So don't wait. Go up there and grab your shirts here when you do get a moment here tonight. And, of course, don't forget, you can head down to the pits when the Top Fuels after they've run. If you want to go and see what they do between rounds, head down there, because you'll watch them pull the engines apart and change everything over. It's a bit of a sight if you've never seen it before. Also, make sure if you're bringing friends or family tomorrow, or if you're watching us out in the stream and you plan on coming tomorrow, make sure you get online and get your tickets, because they are cheaper. Of course, it is $25 for an adult, $15 for a youth, which is 11 to 16 years, and, of course, 10 and under do get in free. And don't forget, we've got the family tickets, of course, 2 adults and 2 youths for $60. So make sure you get them online. It is cheaper to buy online, as well at the Sydney Dragway website, of course. And you can also then, it gets you straight in the gate there. You scan your pass. You don't have to wait in line either. So great idea if you can get out here tomorrow. Make sure you get your tickets online and get that done. And, of course, if you are here at the venue, make sure if you want to get your size in the new merch, head up there, because it's available right here at Sydney Dragway tonight.
Exactly right, Matty. And a great memento for the event, of course, which is unfolding in front of us here tonight.
Well, it's great to see him back here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, full quarter mile of concrete. We can see the crews now starting to just take a few temperature readings of the track. They'll be trying to get some grip readings. I haven't seen them get out with the grip meter, actually, any of those, which is what we normally do see them get around. It's like a torque wrench, I suppose. They stand on it and they take a bit of a reading. Very important that the same person does it with the same weight at every venue, because it's not all, the numbers might be different between the crews, but of course it's about understanding what that number means to them in their data. So they'll always try and keep the same person going out there and taking those readings. I can see we've got a top alcohol car down here as well, ready to go. Of course, good to see Brett back in Carlos. He'll be pretty keen. New engine combination, new wiring, new computer, new everything on board for that car. It's basically rebuilt and ready to go. So it'll be interesting to see whether he wants to get a full run in here tonight. I reckon we might see him do some test runs, just take a bit of a hit there, maybe go out quarter track to the 330 foot.
Yeah, I think take advantage of the track prep and just see what those wholesale changes have made to his combination, and hopefully make some steps in the right direction, and learn a bit about the new combo, and that should help him move forward in his racing times, and of course the speeds. Now we hear Paul Kibotto's Falcon.
Oh, it's so quiet, isn't it? You can just hear it going in the background. The bullhorn out the side as well, and gives them a bit of downforce, I suppose, with those exhaust pressures there to try and keep the front end of the car. And doesn't it get loose in the burnout? You notice the moment he snaps off the throttle there and the wheel speed catches up to the ground, it just snaps back straight and gets down there. Of course, he'll back that car up. What can he do? Of course, it looks like so far in Pro Mod, we haven't managed to break into that 6-second zone yet. We're still just teetering on the edge there.
You're not too far away. I think 6:01, I think, was his number one.
Oh, sorry, 6:01, yeah.
Yeah, 6:01.
We haven't breaking the 5-second zone.
Well, there's time yet, Matty.
There is plenty of time here this afternoon, and they won't want to throw everything at it in round number 1. They'll just want to get the cars down there and get some data out of these ones. Just put a banker in, we like to say. Yes. Just make sure you get that one run in for qualifying. And turn the wick up just a little bit, because sometimes, they say, these cars are capable of going faster than 585. So some of them won't want to put too much at it, because you break out, you go too fast, it won't count as a run either. Porsabotto now. Crew will just bring him in. It's all up to him now. The little Windsor. What can it do as it takes off down the track here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam?
Just about rolled straight into full stage there. We hear the RPM building. Don't think he expected to go straight into full stage. You hear that little Windsor screaming its way down the rocket lane, Matty. Runs on through for a 726 with a 194 mile an hour. 726 with a 194 mile an hour. Nice clean pass for the team, though. Yeah,
we just over 310 kilometres an hour there from Paul, and didn't it? You just heard the whistle of the turbocharger as it came up on boost, didn't you? And the car was very, very straight that time, unlike the burnout. So you'd be happy with that one. And, of course, our Pro Mod category will be back out for their second qualifying session a little bit later, around about 9 o'clock this evening. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more still to happen here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Of course, we're in our first qualifying session for our Pro categories. Of course, we are going to see Top Alcohol come out next. We've got a couple of cars here, as you can see down there. Brett White and Peter Lovering ready to come out. Of course, we've got our top bike, the crazy men of the sport who want to hold on to things at over 400 kilometres an hour. Top Door Slammer and Top Fuel still to come here in this qualifying session tonight at Sydney Dragway before we turn on to round 2 of qualifying. The breeze is still nice and strong across the racetrack, and we fired them up. Pro Alcohol. Looks like we've got 2 funny car style bodies now, and they put the lids down there and lock them in. Of course, blown Hemi style cars, very similar to what you see in Door Slammer as power plant wise. You don't want to be claustrophobic when you lift those bodies down, though, at all.
No, you'd have to be comfortable in confined spaces, I'd imagine.
Yeah, you want to be very, very comfortable. Peter Lovering getting the burnout done short and sharp as he gets the car down. The Dodge Charger.
Short and sharp burnout for Brett White in the airflow lane as well.
Well, they've got a complete new engine combination on board for this one. It's been a little bit of time. Last time they took us out was Winter Nationals and hurt the body on this car, didn't they? A big backfire. So body's been repaired, new engine, new electronics on board as well. So they're trying everything they can to data log this car as best as possible. So this weekend probably a bit more of a test for them. I'm sure if the data comes back in this qualifying session tonight, especially from the 2 qualifiers, we could see them put a full run in tomorrow, because they'll definitely be looking for the times. We have seen this go sub 1 to the 60 quite a number of times in the low 900s.
Well, Brett won to analyse and analyse and analyse the data that he does get out of the car. So I'm assuming that the new wiring has probably allowed for a number of additional sensors to give him a little bit more information. And I guess from that, you then need to know what that information is telling you and how to adjust the car to then give you the result that you think you need to improve your time.
Peter Lovering, the crew just waiting now. Giving him a moment for Brett to come forward. And they walk away. They'll wait for him to get back behind the cars and just out of harm's way. And now it's all up to the driver as they come forward in the funny cars. The RPM will start to build so they can bump them into full stage. Oh, wiped away nicely. 9.99 to the 60. And look, the chutes are out and blossomed early. He took that a bit far. 6.04 at 178 miles an hour. I know they're looking for data. I did not expect him to run that car that far.
No, he went past the half-track mark there under full throttle. So good clean pass from both races, though. 6.04 with a 4 for Brett White, and the chutes out early, only 178 mile an hour. And, of course, Lovering there, a 6.37 with a 3 at 177 mile an hour.
Yeah, I know. Look, Brett White and his crew will probably be looking to improve that 60-foot. A 9.99 is good for them, but they know they have been lower than that in the low 900s there. So they'll be looking to see if they can maybe just stand that up a little bit now that it looks like they've got the car off the line and past that first 100, like a couple of 100 foot, I suppose, because sometimes you can get to the 60, but then you start to get the tyre shake, and that's where it can really come unstuck. I know they've had some clutch changes as well in that car, new clutch setup as well. So a lot of work going on in the background. And Tim Clifton is lined up, Queenslander, who's made the trek down here to Sydney. Of course, in the rear-engine dragster. Well, thanks to Western Roofing Solutions. Very tough competitor up there at Willowbank in Queensland.
I love the livery on this car, and it's cool. The rusty corrugated iron.
Well, you're sponsored by Roofing Solutions, right? You've got to make it look like a rusty roof.
Nice graphics. We see the and hear the crew winding that Noonan Hemi over.
Yeah, it's great to see the big Noonan heads on there, isn't he? Doing a fantastic job. That's out of the States now. And there we go. Fires up. They roll over, priming it there with the bottle at the front while we get the mechanical pump to get a bit of fuel pressure in the motor. Start to feed it what it wants, oxygen and fuel.
Yep.
And it looks so sedate. It's not moving around too much in that chassis. It's long though. Let's wait how he goes in this rear engine dragster. Of course, the great thing about Pro Alcohol is we do have all the different styles of body as well that come out, including altered. Sometimes we see come out in Pro Alcohol.
Yeah, the Welsh team known for running the altereds, and of course they are a little bit more of a driver's car, I guess, in the sense that you have even less downforce with an altered. But it's good to see Tim Clifton here at Sydney Dragway. The funny cars definitely have seemed to be the popular race chassis, I guess, in recent past. The class running a slightly different engine combination between a funny car and a dragster. I think a little bit more cubic inch for a funny car.
Yeah, I think there is. But we have seen the Alters been very successful when it comes to Pro Alcohol as well. And just having a look at the final adjustments at the front of the car, making sure that is all okay from the crew as they just check the final things. Wanting to get this started, though, you can see the crew chief. Let's get this done. Solo run. 3 Pro Alcohol cars here this afternoon. It looks like our Top Fuel cars might be next. They might have come out in front of their counterparts. Of course, they got the biggest turnaround time. Don't forget, after, of course, our Top Fuel do run tonight, there is no reason you can't head down to the pits. You're quite welcome to as a spectator here. Go down, have a look, and actually pull the bottom ends out of these motors and all the maintenance they do between rounds from these Top Fuel teams. They are very, very busy at work. Of course, quite a number of crew members to make that happen. Tim Clifton, though, brings the RPM up now. And away he goes. 976 to the 60-foot. Moves around a little bit of half track, but he's back in the grooves. A little bit of smoke coming out the right-hand side. It's a 568 that time. 216 miles an hour. That is down in mile an hour. He's got off that early.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think he got off that early. We did see a little bit of a haze out of the engine as it approached the finish line there, but a 568 with a 4, not a bad showing, and a good 60-foot there. The car did move around very slightly throughout the run, but not enough to warrant Tim getting out of the throttle though, Matty.
Around about 350 kilometres an hour. I mean, you're doing that from 0 to 400 metres. Imagine trying to do that in your like your SS Commodore, your XR8. You're probably going to be around about 160 to 180 kilometres an hour in there. That's going fast. That is moving.
It sure is. That I couldn't explain what I think that would be like because I just wouldn't know. I think, would it be slow-mo, do you think, or I don't know.
Well, it's time next to bring out a little bit of nitro here at Sydney Dragway. They're back to Top Fuel cars, and we got 7 of them here this weekend to compete for their 4th round of racing here in the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Now, anyone in the crowd, if you're alongside someone that's never seen Top Fuel before, what I want you to do is set up your cameras and take a video, because we love seeing the first timers when they check out Nitro for the first time. Make sure you hashtag, of course, Top Fuel Australia, or hashtag Burson Auto Parts. We'll make sure you can do that as well. Take a video, put the hashtag up on social media, Burson Auto Parts, Australian Top Fuel. We want to see them all because we love seeing the first timers and the reaction, because there is no way to explain it to someone.
No.
I mean, you see friends, you see colleagues, and you say, what's going to happen? I just can't explain it. You've got to come to an event and witness it here. As we fire them up, it's going to be Phil Reid, obviously, in the Hydrolink Top Fuel Dragster in lane number 1. And alongside, it looks like Phil Lamartina making his way forward in the Lamartina Fuchs Lubricants Top Fuel Dragster in lane number 2.
There's nothing quite like the sound of the nitro and methane burning Top Fuel Dragsters here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh, there's a haze in the air and the burnouts get underway. Listen to the noise that the nitro makes here in Sydney as it echoes through this great cauldron we've got. Both sides of the hill with spectators. Get your fingers in your ears, kids, if you don't have earmuffs on, because it's about to get loud. You think that was loud if you've never experienced Top Fuel. Wait until they go under full power. Short, sharp burnouts on both sides. And, of course, it is a new round of racing for both these competitors. Phil Reid currently 2nd in the championship points, although it hasn't gone all his way this season. Of course, last time in Sydney, the first round, actually, the inaugural round, actually had a little bit of success here at Sydney Dragway. We wait and see if they can back that up. Phil Lamartina had a couple of mixed races, I suppose, last season and this season. Last time in our inaugural round here, he did actually come 3rd on the podium from memory as well. So both teams have had a bit of success here, but Phil Reid's been testing last week, and they went 381 there, and it was a nice warm day as well. So 381, not a bad time here. We know we have seen some records drop, and of course Pete Shibris holding that record here at Sydney Dragway at the moment. Wait and see what we see a 500-kilometre run right now, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a newbie, take a video. Let's see, pre-stage now, and it's time to go. Top Fuel Racing. Candles lit, and it's nice and clean on both sides, but Phil Reid, Lamartina's off it early. Reid goes 381 again, 318 miles an hour, puts him over 500 kilometres an hour, 510 kilometres an hour in lane number 1, and what a way to start this qualifying session.
Yeah, fantastic run for both races there. We see the tyre marks from up here in the commentary box for Lamartina. They started fairly straight, but as he approached half track, they started to move, or the car started to move towards the centre line, but both races leaving a very prominent set of tyre marks from the start line all the way to the finish line.
Now, we do have to probably educate some of our viewers out there. Of course, they're running the 1,000 foot when it comes to Top Fuel, so they're running just over 300 metres. They don't go all the way to the quarter, because we just see the time or the speed that these cars are running is incredible, over 500 kilometres an hour, and they do that in just over 300 metres from a standstill start. They are the fastest accelerating man-made pieces of machinery on the planet, and what a way to kick things off. Both sub 4-second passes there.
Well, I think Reid on that run in the airflow lane went 0.847 to the 60, I think it was. The time did disappear from me pretty quickly, but under 0.9 of a second to the 60 foot. So certainly that car left the start line pretty promptly.
Look, he'll be looking for a whole heap of points, because at the moment Damien Harris has a commanding lead coming into this round here. And look, 315 points. Phil Reid's 180. So, you know, over 100 points. What are you talking? 135 point difference there. You roughly get a perfect round if you get low ET and you get fastest speed of the event, and you take all the wins. You can bag yourself 140 points. So still a few rounds left in the championship as well. You'll have to, they're heading back to Perth, of course, back here in Sydney, and then, of course, up to Darwin for the final round of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. So still 3 rounds to go, but to bag yourself 140 points, Damien Harris looks like he's got a strong hold on the championship at the moment, but it could go either way. There's still a few rounds. We'll have to wait and see because it looks like he is up next in the lane number 2, of course. The Rapisada Autosport International entry there, all thanks to Uplift Cranes and Atlantic Oils, supporting this Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam here this weekend. I cannot wait to see how he goes because he has been superb this season especially. They've just been laying down really quick runs everywhere they go. Of course, the couple of rounds they have in Perth are always a hometown there for Damien Harris, and he has a lot of success there. Alongside Peter Shibris, who is last year, he's been a 2-time champion now.
Yes.
Last year. Didn't get a round win last year, though. It was runner-up at, I think it was 5 of the events. But it took home the championship. This year, though, not going to plan for him. He'll be looking to turn that round. Currently sitting in 5th position on 150 points coming in to this round here at Sydney Dragway.
Well, I think the key for this championship series and the way that its points are awarded, it rewards consistency throughout the event and throughout the season. So as you say, we saw Zebras not actually take a win, but he won the championship.
And look, it's going to be very interesting when we look at things because you look at, obviously, Reed on 180 points in 2nd position, 175 for Wayne Newby, who had a great outing up there at Willowbank. Of course, he ran really fast. The team seemed to have turned around that canopy car. Then it's 160 points for Phil Lamartina, who's in 4th position. In 5th position, you got Pete Shibris on 150. So it's a 30-point spread there now, and that's from 2nd to 5th. So they're very close in the championship runnings. It's only going to take a couple of unfortunate rounds for Damien Harris, and he could be under a threat from a couple of those competitors.
Yes. Yeah, the gaggle of cars behind him are all jostling for position, I guess, and that will keep the pressure on Harris and his team to continue to perform.
Well, a bad round will net you 30 points, basically. You're going to get 10 points for each round. Obviously, the all-run format, you've got 3 rounds of racing, you're going to get 10 points for each loss. So if you can't get a couple of wins there, of course, that is a huge points difference. Someone who has a perfect round, wins everything, goes to the A final, gets himself, fastest run of the weekend, of course, and the quickest run will get himself 140. So, there's a 110-point difference there. So a couple of bad rounds, and all of a sudden a couple of these competitors could be, catching up to Damien Harris. We'll have to wait and find out. I don't think, knowing the crew, that is going to happen.
They're not going to let that happen preferably at all, but they're certainly not going to let it happen easy.
It was great to see them actually pushing one of the cars out there this weekend down at the Atlantic Oils corporate area as well. They had that car on display down there. Of course, great to have all the sponsors here at Sydney Dragway. Don't forget, if you want to get your tickets for tomorrow, make sure you get online because they are available. They are cheaper online. You start at $25 for an adult and $15 for a junior from 11 to 16 years. And, of course, $60 for a family, 2 adults, 2 children. Of course, 10 and under, get yourself in free. So make sure you get into Sydney Dragway. Put a big round of applause, though, as it looks like some of our pro-alcohol cars coming back. Tim Clifton now, and wasn't that a fast run from him as well as he comes back in that great livery it's got on the side, all the roofing. Yeah,
exactly. I look forward to seeing Tim back at the start line in the not-too-distant future here tonight, and let's see if he can make an improvement on that previous run.
And here we go, our top fuel race is coming back. Phil Lamartina looks like he's in front in the Fuchs Lubricants. Top Fuel Dragster there, and got himself a sub 4-second pass, 3.98 there from Phil to kick things off in qualifying session number 1. But after some great testing last weekend, Phil Reed goes 3.81 and currently sitting our number 1 qualifier there, 318.99 miles an hour there. So 510, well, nearly 500 and I'm going to say 514 kilometres an hour. That is flying there. So it looks like the Hydrolink team have definitely found the tune-up to come here to Sydney Dragway this weekend, and all that test and tune paying off from last weekend. Great to see him here, and super pumped to be here this weekend. The Hydrolink team as well. Of course, you go down there and see them. They've got the Hydrolink crew here this weekend, and they're always looking for people, Hydrolink, I suppose. If you want to become a franchisee, they're always looking for that, so you can go down and see them down there as well. Just waiting for the final things to be cleared on the track. I do believe one of our timing markers may have moved there on the 1,000-foot timing. We did see that mile per hour come up for Phil Lamartina, which wasn't really indicative of the run he did. We know it wouldn't have been as fast as what we did see Phil Reed go down, but we're just getting those timing markers set up nicely while our teams. So don't go anywhere. Don't forget, if you've never been to Top Fuel, obviously if you're a newbie now, you're not a newbie anymore. You've just experienced one of the most unbelievable things you will ever experience in your life here at the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship at Sydney Dragway. We want to see the videos, though. If you took a video of your mate who's never been here before, make sure you hashtag Burson Auto Parts or hashtag Australian Top Fuel Championship. Whatever it is, hashtag it in, because we do want to see those first-timer experiences, and we love to share them around because everyone reacts differently.
Oh, 100% they do, Stu. Matty, I was talking to Stu earlier about one that I saw, I think, last night or the night before that was on Facebook. I don't quite know what the kid said that was in the video, but I can't repeat it. I think I put it that way. But certainly just sitting there calmly, and then all of a sudden it's like, you could see the breath was taken, you know, and it was a pause, and then you could see the process happening of what in the person's brain of what had actually just happened in front of them, and then it was the joy of, oh, that was the awesome feeling, you know what I mean? And I think for you and I, we've been around drag racing for many years and seen countless Top Fuel runs, but there's always that first time for everybody to experience.
I don't think you ever get over your...
No.
I don't think you ever don't have a first-time experience. I mean, one thing I will say, if you're ever lucky enough to do a start line experience, whether you're through a sponsorship or a prize or whatever it is, take that opportunity. But no matter, although we've got to experience it a few times, it's a first time every time, because you just can't explain to somebody the forces that go through your body when one of these cars takes off on the start line. You think, 10 to 11,000 horsepower out of each engine. So you potentially got 22,000 horsepower that takes off simultaneously, and the exhaust pressure and the noise and everything that comes out all at once that goes through your body, and you're in between that. It is absolutely unbelievable.
100%, Matty, and it's something that is unique, of course, to drag racing. It doesn't happen anywhere else in any form of motorsport where you get that intensity of a release of horsepower from a standing start. We see these vehicles accelerate from a standing start to the 60 foot, so they're covering 20 metres nearly in under 0.85 of a second, most of them on a good pass.
Yeah, that's right. Sub 0.9 seconds, and that's super fast. The amount of traction they have to get, the amount of torque that they try and twist through that diff, through the tyres, just to get off the line. And there's so much that goes on. Of course, they've got huge fuel pumps on these. I mean, you think they take on about 60 to 70 litres of fuel, of nitro, with a tiny little bit of methanol, depending on the mixture they want to make. And they get through that. By the time they've done the burnout, they back up and they go into a run. They've done 60 to 70 litres of fuel.
Well, there was one time, I think, one of the cars that was competing in the championship would actually run out of fuel. So they had to actually do a short burnout and come back quick and get into stage because they were going across the finish line dry.
Well, it's time to fire them up for this second pairing here in qualifying session number 1 in the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship, round number 4 here at Sydney Dragway. And it's Pete Shibris in lane number 1 coming out, all thanks to Premier Hire, last year's champion. Can he turn it around at this event? We'll have to wait and find out. But our leader at the moment, Damien Harris, in lane number 2, all thanks to Uplift Cranes and Atlantic Oil. Shibris just gets a little bit sideways. Damien Harris and his crew are no stranger to doing big burnouts when it comes to top fuel cars. Very straight though. Sano Jr., of course, crew chief on this one. And they seem to always lay down a very fast run. Doesn't matter what track we go to, doesn't matter how quick the run is. They always seem to be right up there in the kilometres an hour of the fastest run of the weekend. I don't know what it is about this team. This car is just super quick. Damien Harris, though, is having a great championship run. He's got 2 previous championships in Top Fuel in Australia. Of course, went over to America and the NHRA with the Rapisat Autosport International crew a few years ago, and they managed to qualify at a couple of events. Pete Shibris, though, is 2-time champion, 2 in a row. He's got a big fight back if he wants to make it 3 in a row, though, on 150 points in 5th position at the moment. He trails Damien Harris in the lane number 2 there by 165 points. So a good qualifier, might put him up there, could help him in the pairings. Every point counts from now on with 4 rounds of racing left.
See the cars roll up to the start line on 1 fuel pump. The RPM will then drop, and that means that the driver has operated the 2nd fuel pump, and we're ready to go.
Oh, the candles are out. Harris looks like he's just got a nose in front. It could be by an inch. He goes all the way. 3.83 that time for Damien Harris. And Pete Shibboleth for 3.96.
0.844 to the 60-foot for Damien Harris on that particular pass.
So Pete Shibboleth, I'm not quite sure. He might have made the 1,000-foot there before the candles went out, but Damien Harris, and he's got a 3.83. Will put him in number 2 qualifier at the moment behind Phil Reed. They are on some numbers, the Hydrolink crew. I'm sure Sano Jr. will be looking at that and thinking, mate, well, maybe we can hot this thing up a bit, because that got down the track nicer. Didn't get a chance to see the 60-foot times.
Oh, well, Harris was 8.44, Matty. To the 60. So another pair of clean passes from both cars. Just pushing Gibris's car around the bottom end of the racetrack now.
So they've made it down there, and there'll be another little look up there. I did see the mile per hour there in our second lane. There might need some adjustment, just moving that cone around a little bit. It looks like Shane Olive, though, the second of the Lamartina crew. All thanks to Burson Auto Parts. We'll be lining up. Ready to go in lane number 1. Phil already returned back down here, and it's great. They've had a bit of a crew change there, of course, in recent times. It's good to see Dino's actually got behind the crew chief now of Shane Olive. Wait and see what he can do.
Well, of course, Olive been in Top Fuel now for...
well, second season, yeah.
Yes,
so it's been 12 months now, and he's had a win. Well, they actually came off of Sydney last time, and we didn't get to run the final round, but we went down, obviously, to Mildura. He got it run down there and got himself a win. So he's had some, I suppose, some good runs here, and he's had a couple that probably haven't come together, I suppose. Luke was his crew chief last year, Luke Marston, who's now over there doing Phil's car. So wait and see, though, all that knowledge going to Dino now, but alongside someone who's very experienced and coming off some good runs up at Willowbank, Wayne Newby. And, of course, Santino Rapasada, the crew chief. They seem to have found a nice sweet spot in this canopy car now, all thanks to Atlantic Oil and Uplift Cranes and Titan Cranes as well. And what a weekend they'll want, especially with the Atlantic Oil sponsorship. If they can take out this Atlantic Oil's Top Fuel Slam this weekend, the Rapasada crew are going to be very, very happy.
Just gives that extra element to be hungry for, doesn't it?
Oh, they've thrown an extra car in it coming out very shortly too. So yeah, throw an extra car into the mix, and we'll wait and see can the Rapasada crew do it. Look, the Lamartinas, they are due for a good run. Shane Olive as well. He's been fighting, getting the car down there. It hasn't all gone to plan. They've had to shake. They've had to get up on top of the tyre and spin the wheel. But he's a very competent driver, and he's just got to find that sweet spot in the car, and we know that he can push the limits and get it down there. He has had a round win, obviously, in the first year of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. This year, not quite going to plan. Sitting down there in 6th position, only on 60 points. He won't be happy about that. He'll want to try and score himself a few more coming here at Sydney Dragway. His home track as well. He's done plenty of laps here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, he has.
But so has Wayne Newby.
Yeah, exactly
and
right.
he's got a couple of championships under his belt, Wayne Newby, when it comes to Top Fuel. The Canopy car, obviously, a newer car. He hasn't won any championships in that. But like we say, up in Queensland, they found that sweet spot, and he grabbed himself the fastest run up there as well as quickest run. So let's see how we go. Our third pairing here in Top Fuel, qualifying session number 1 at Sydney Dragway. Oh, he got away nicely. Olive there, the reaction time, 8.49 to an 8.47, and Newby, but Newby goes 3.81. 3.81 with a 6. And I'm just waiting to see where that puts him number 1 qualifier, because that has put him down to the same 100th of a second. He just misses out there by 5,000ths of a second over Phil Reed. 2 381s in our first qualifying session.
Yeah, nice clean pass there for Newby. The car of Olive looked to be performing quite strong, but shut down early, unfortunately, but did show good pace early on. They were very similar to the 60-foot and the remaining timing points throughout the 1,000-foot run.
He got away really nicely, didn't he? That 60-foot time was right on the money. They just need to run it a little bit further. I'm not quite sure if maybe We did see a couple of cylinders go out on that one, but we'll wait and find out. Of course, we will go down and chat with him later. But next up, though, out of the United States, it's been 12 months since he came here to Australian soil. Larry Dixon now, your 3-time NHRA champion, is back, driving for the Rapasada Autosport International crew. And, of course, all thanks to Sandoz Cranes, Uplift Cranes, the third of the Rapasada cars this weekend, trying to do it for their sponsors, of course, Atlantic Oils, at the Atlantic Oils. Top Fuel Slam. And what better way than to put 3 cars in?
Yep.
Hedge your bets. He's a very experienced racer. Rob Cavannino will be crewing on this one. He's always been on the what they affectionately call the C car, I suppose. And they've definitely got the driver to make it all the way down the track. If they can just find that sweet tune-up. 2 strong runs from the Rapasada crew already. Newbie, 381 with a 6. Second fastest qualifier so far. Harris with a 3.83. What can Larry Dixon do in this first round of qualifying? He'll be wanting to improve on last year's effort where, from memory, he came in the B final. He might have been runner-up in that one there. So be looking to improve on that. Surely he's come all the way out from America. Last year, Damien Harris couldn't make it to this event.
Ah, that's right, because it was...
yeah, we had locked out with restrictions.
Yeah,
so he's got a point to prove this weekend, I think. Harris even get a win here. Larry Dixon, well, he's just here for a round. He's got nothing to lose. They can throw absolutely everything at it. It is qualifying session number 1, but so far we're seeing quite a few good runs, with all of them going sub 4 seconds to the 1,000 foot. Let's wait and see Larry Dixon, the crew. He's doing the final checks, and I love to see that Tino has not left the start line. He is still helping out with the other crew as well. Everyone just wanted to see these 3 cars go down. Crew Chief Rob will move away from the car now as he wait. It's all up to Larry Dixon. Can he put an upset in this championship run? Get a swag of points. It's qualifying session number 1, the Burson's Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Candles are nice. It's an 831 to the 60s. Put it in and moves around down the far end. Wow. 3.84. 3.84 that time. I'm just having a look there to see if we did see the shoots blossom at the far end there for Larry Dixon. He was moving.
No, the chutes did not open, Matty, but he somehow managed to pull that car up just in the sand.
How good is the experience here from Larry Dixon? Manages to pull that car up 309.42 miles an hour.
I cannot believe how quick that car moved around at the top end of the racetrack there for Larry Dixon. The car was going dead straight till around about the 660 foot mark or half track for the quarter, and then all of a sudden the car just went stage right, then left, and he was right over near the wall. I actually was struggling to see through the haze if it actually made contact with the wall.
And I'm having a look there because it looks like he's driven that well past the 1,000 foot too. He has stayed in that car. Unfortunately, we didn't see that shoots blossom. The braking on these cars is so modern now. To pull that car up at the far end like that and only just get half the car into the sand there. An amazing feat there from Larry Dixon. Now, Rapasada Autosport International, have a look at this. They've gone a 381. Second fastest qualifier with 381 with a 6. Only 5 thousandths off Phil Reed. They've gone 383 and 384. So very strong there in the middle of the pack. Just outside, of course, Phil Lamartina, 398. Pete Chibris, 396 there with some issues. And Shane Oliver, 4.11. But Phil Reed, look at that. Paying off doing the homework last weekend, coming down here and getting some runs in as well.
Yeah, well, the testing conditions for Reed's team a week ago wouldn't have been too different to what we're seeing here today. And as you say, Matty, that test session has certainly proved dividends for the first round of qualifying here tonight.
Oh, look, the Hydrolink team will be happy after that, but they know it's not over because you never know what qualifying session number 2 does. And, of course, it keeps to cool down and it helps with our track conditions as well because concrete stays nice and warm, but the air on top gets just a little bit cooler there. They'll make a little bit more horsepower likely to do that. And of course, we do see all that glue they put on the track just come up a little bit there, and the conditions should get better normally is what we see as the sun goes down and we get that cool breeze across it. So we'll wait and find out. The qualifying session coming your way just a little bit later. Of course, we kick things off about 9:40 this afternoon or this evening, so it's a couple of hours away. Of course, if you are there in the crowd and you want to go and check out how they pull down an engine on a top fuel car. That's what they're going to do, basically. They're going to go pull down and check everything if they haven't hurt anything. And I don't think we saw too much carnage out of that first round. So if you want to head down, it is open to anybody here who's a spectator. And, of course, anyone who wants to come tomorrow, don't forget to get your tickets online. They're a little bit cheaper and early. You can head down now to where the top fuel teams are and check them. Actually, how many crew they've got involved, what they're doing between rounds.
Watch the Swarm of Bees do all their between-round maintenance, not only on the engine, but the supercharger, the clutch, and all their standard checking procedures, of course. They'll get these cars back together in around about an hour and 10 minutes or thereabouts. It's pretty amazing, really, when you think about it.
You don't want to be the bottom end guy, do you? Because everything is hot.
Or the clutch.
Or the clutch guy, you know, stupid temperatures, and they're still pulling them apart, changing them over. I love when you see the clutch guys the weekend will actually make up 5 clutch packs if they've got 2 qualifiers and 3 runs. I don't want to be making those clutch packs while they're hot, so they pre-make them up, but they've got to pull them off while they're red hot, change them over and do things like that. We're going to move on to our top fuel bike next, though. And we can hear them fire up down the bottom there for qualifying session number 1.
Now, if you thought the top fuel dragsters were pretty crazy, could you imagine strapping yourself on, or not strapping yourself on at all, and laying over a nitro-burning motorcycle?
You got to remember, these riders here with the nitro wear a bulletproof vest, basically, in case the piston comes up or some part on the motor. Wow, look at the burnout there from Chris Matheson as well. I mean, he's had too many championships to list. What's he, like a 8-time champion now or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. It certainly has done very well for himself in Australian top fuel motorcycle racing.
Got the big tyre, the fuel tech on board, of course, alongside Leonard as a party, who we normally see running an extreme bike, but he's got the turbo motorcycle back out. It's got to have a turbo on it when it comes to Leonard as a party, but this is his top fuel bike, so it's a little bit different there. Be interested to see the speeds you want to have, and I was talking to him earlier and said, mate, you won't be used to a wheelie bar. You like going on a bike with no wheelie bar. He goes, no, this one should be a walk in the park. The front wheels just come up a bit, the wheelie bar will stop it, and we're just going to carry that wheel as far as we can go. Well, thanks to Force 9 surfboards, Leonard as a party now. And the crew, all of his crew there like they normally are, and alongside Chris Matheson, 8-time champion of top fuel bike, but I think he's got the record here, and I'm going to go off memory here, a 6.06, I think it is.
It's certainly in the low 6s, because we haven't seen a 5-second pass out of a top fuel motorcycle here in Australia. I think that's one of the last remaining major barriers to be broken in Australian drag racing.
It definitely is. We'll have to wait and see, can Matheson get the car? It's an angry bit of machinery. The turbo bike gets away nice. Matheson's got the candles lit. He's wiggling around a bit, but he's on it. The candles go 1,000 foot. Oh, he's rolled off that 6.64 at 164 miles an hour, but he almost made 1,000 foot, I think, Chris Matheson that time, but it was wild. 8.36 that time for Leonard as a party alongside, and he has got off that early as well.
I think it was a 109 to the 60 foot there for Chris Matheson. But as you say, Matty, certainly doing the wiggle, the back end of that bike, moving left and right.
It takes you for a ride. You don't take the bike for a ride. You hold on and hope it doesn't buck you off.
All you're doing is hold the throttle open, pretty much.
It's not 8 seconds they're looking for. It's probably a 6-second ride. That's all they need to hold on for. After that, just hope you pull the bike up. Rob Cassar is coming out next in the Ballistic Performance Parts Kawasaki ZX 114RR, 1500cc. It's good to see Cassar, from memory, was actually runner-up in the series last year. Bit of a different style bike. Not the big nitro bike that you're used to seeing. This one's got nitrous.
Yeah, so probably looks to be a similar sized motorcycle to Pro Stock, just looking at the size of the tyre and that sort of thing. But as you say, nitrous assisted this one, so
Got to add some power in there, don't you, to keep up with these nitro bikes. Nitro's a huge power adder when it comes to a fuel. Cassar gets the RPM now. Loving seeing that shift light come on and stay on for a bit.
I was just going to say, you can't not see that shift light. It's the whole, there must be LED around his, around the gauges and the top of the fairing. It'd be right in his face. But a much stronger burnout that time around.
Yeah, just trying to select those gears, get into neutral, they'll push this bike back. And that's the one thing, I suppose, with when you come to race these bikes, especially in top bike, is you've got to have someone with strong legs to push you back every time. You don't have a reverse gear, you can't get the car back or the bike back. It's got to be pushed all the way back, line it up. A gear selector, we've seen them jam up before. It's good when they can find neutral. Get the bike reset on the start line. Clutch is in now. Pat on the back there too from his partner. And it's time. I love the purge of the nitrous down, isn't it?
It's down on both sides. It creates that little the
bit of a snort, really, like a bull, isn't it?
Yeah. There we go again. Just coming into the staging.
Must be looking for his bottle pressures there to make sure they're right on where they want to be. Anyway, here we go. Rob Cassar, what can he do as he goes down the track? I've seen him in the 7-second zone. Can he hold on to this one? He's very, very consistent in this bike setup. He's not worried about a reaction time. Goes 0.49 though. Bike goes towards the right-hand side. He's leaning over, gets it back. 7.40 with a 5, 181 miles an hour that time. Didn't he have to lean on that bike a fair bit too?
Yeah, it looked like he actually had a bit of trouble with the shift at around about 200 feet from the start line. There was a bit of a flash of flame out. The rest of the run looked very clean there for Rob Cassar.
Well, we'll have to wait and see whether he can. That's actually not a bad run for him, but yeah, it did go to that right-hand side. Hopefully he can get that bike just to go a little bit straighter. It'll just give you a bit of a heart-stopping moment. Now, Damien Martini is coming out now, and I believe this might be some licensing still coming out from this one. Well, thanks to Advanced Metalworks, CRD Engineering, MTC Engineering, and Rockefeller's Earthworks. Heard this fire up in the pits a little bit earlier. Definitely got the nitro on board. You've got a very distinct crackle coming out the exhaust when it happens.
Running the Puma top fuel motorcycle engine, 1500 cc's of 4-cylinder for Damien here.
There you go.
Yeah.
You notice when the nitro kicks in, don't you? It definitely has that change in note in the exhaust. They stick out just behind the rider as they lay down on these bikes. And everyone's a little bit different. Big, wide rear tyre, but I love some use their whole foot, some use just their tippy toes to hold the bike so it doesn't tip over. They've all got their own sort of method when it comes to top fuel bike. Let's see if he can hold on to this run. Of course, we still got our top door slammer to come out for their first qualifying session before we get back into our qualifying session number 2 for all of our other categories. Don't forget, qualifying session number 2 for our pro categories kicks off again at 9 o'clock tonight. Not too far away. Make sure you're here for all the action tomorrow as well. If you haven't already purchased your tickets, make sure you do online. It is cheaper and easier when you get here. We'll streamline your experience, but of course it's cheaper. That's the main thing.
Yep. It's always in today's age where we're trying to make everything as efficient as possible. All right, Martini about to start moving forward towards that starting line. Bike sounding very crisp on the start line through our track mics.
Well, he repositions himself on the bike though. You want to make sure you're comfortable at this point. You're possibly about to do 300 to 400 kilometres an hour. Make sure you are very comfortable. A nice lip on the back to make sure you don't slide off. Looking for the candles as it starts to just get a little bit dimmer here tonight at Sydney Dragway. It's great when we see the nitro flames come out of the exhaust right behind the rider on this bike.
A little bit of RPM coming into the staging beams, Matthew. Oh, and you can see the pop there. Something has gone wrong there on the bike.
The sparks coming out are probably the one that you worry about there. Could be a valve or something like that. Might have chewed up a few engine components.
Well, it looks like there was something coming out a little bit further down, like almost behind his thigh.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we see that a lot when you come with the nitro bikes as well, because if something does go wrong, it's a very, volatile fuel, I suppose. That's how they make all the horsepower. It actually makes its own oxygen to help it burn, create more horsepower there. It has a very distinct smell as it makes everyone on the start line cry just a little bit as they come out. Hopefully, we're not going to see too much on the track as I'll get that rider off. Already our crew are down there working to make sure everything is A-OK. Of course, our top door slammer, qualifying session number 1, not too far away, and we do have a great field of slammers here this weekend. I'm obviously paying a bit of a tribute there to Sam Fennick. So many of them joining us, along with everyone who's been competing in the championship as part of the Burson Australia Top Fuel Championship in the top door slammer category.
Always a quality field is top door slammer.
Yeah, it is. And as you see, Jeff Gradden's given up the motorbike racing to this weekend. He's got the Saratoga out there, and we've seen him be pretty consistent actually in the last probably 18 months for Jeff Gradden. So can't wait to see what he can pull off this weekend. And alongside Craig Hewitt's brought out the Monaro, which is probably one of the heavier cars, I suppose, still in the field.
Well, this car at one point was had all power windows and everything still in it. I don't know if he's still doing that now that he's moved into top door slammer.
Oh, I don't think we're going to see them in there anymore. But
he's gone to the lightweight doors, you reckon?
I think he's probably changed up a little bit there, Craig Hewitt there. But of course, when we talk top door slammer, of course, doors must slam. That's how they get the door slammer name. Yep. Doors must open. Supercharged engines in these. Obviously, most of them do run the Hemi style engine. Limited by boost, obviously, only allowed if they're running the PSI blower, which I think all of them in this category tonight. I don't think we're going to see any roots blowers out there, but obviously limited by boost, and that's how they control them. Also got a certain weight they need to meet. And we've got a couple of slammers out there that are a little bit heavier than the others, so sometimes that's a bit of an advantage. People say, oh, no, you want to be lighter, but sometimes depending on track conditions, it can actually play in your advantage.
I was just going to say, I think depending on track conditions, it might sometimes be handy if you are carrying that little bit of extra weight to try and plant the rear tyres to the ground. Depending on weather and track conditions, that may play a critical part. Looks like we've just got the tractor out in the aeroflow lane now.
Don't mind me, we got a light haze and just have to give the top of that track a slight little rub here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam here this weekend at Sydney Dragway. Don't forget, get online and get your tickets for tomorrow if you haven't already. $25 for adults. It's $15 for juniors, 11 to 16 years. And, of course, 10 and under get in for free this weekend. And if you've got a family, don't worry, we've got you covered. $60 to get 2 adults, 2 youths in. Make sure you come down tomorrow. Get your tickets online. Save a little bit of money doing that. And, of course, save the big, long queues to get in tomorrow. It's going to be a huge day, of course. The weather reports look immaculate for a beautiful, sunny summer day.
Yes.
Who wants to go to the cricket, mate? You don't want to be at a sunny day there. You want to come in and hear all the noise at the Burson Australia Top Fuel Championship here at Sydney Dragway.
We've been blessed with a very good show so far this evening, Matthew. And as you say, we can only wait and see what adjustments those crews will make to the cars when they come out for their second round of qualifying in around about an hour and a half's time.
Yeah, can't wait for Top Fuel to come back out. And, of course, great to have Atlantic Oils on board this weekend. And, of course, with the Rapasadas down there who've been supported by Atlantic Oils for many, many years. Of course, Atlantic Oils were established in 1997, independently owned Australian company and committed to producing quality engine oils and lubricants for the automotive, industrial, agriculture and mining sectors. Atlantic Oils specialise in the production of high-performance and latest specification oils and lubricants and has an extensive range of race-blended oils for drag racing, plus the ability to meet the more industrial needs with custom products. And we see that because they do support a lot of different styles of drag race. Of course, this weekend they've also jumped on board for Pro Stock and Supercharged Outlaws.
Yes, well, of course, Supercharged Outlaws has John Willard in that super fast Anglia. Also supported by Atlantic Oils, so and they've been with John for quite some time. So it's great to see that they're not only supporting the overall event, but also categories within that event as well. And the continued support is fantastic to see.
Don't forget also we've got the brand new official Top Fuel merchandise up at the shop here as well and down in the pits. Go and check that out because we do have brand new style of shirts and it's great. I love the design on those ones. So go and check them out if you are here today. We do have a limited amount of stock here this weekend. So if you're coming both days, today is the day to make sure you get the size you want. Make sure you go and find the merchandise and check out those brand new T-shirts as well. I think we've already seen half the crew members buy them up. I had a couple for the kids. I mean, doesn't go astray if you want to get them today, and make sure you get the size. I've already said if you want to head down to the pits and check them out, they will be down there doing all the engine changes. Don't forget tomorrow we've got plenty going on. It's not just about racing. Of course, we do have the autograph sessions at 5:30 p.m, so it's probably a great time if you want to come down with the family. Make sure you get down here about 4:30 so you can obviously park the car, get in, set yourself up in your spot.
Yep.
Autograph session there with all the drivers, and they've got the posters and everything. So kids, great to get down there, and of course go down and see all the cars. That's one great thing about drag racing is you can walk around the pits there and actually see what's involved and enjoy everything about drag racing. But of course, also to finish things off tomorrow night, right at the end, we're going to have burnouts. Of course, we've got some of the best burnout cars in Australia coming down here to put on a display at the Burnout Masters Sydney Dragway burnout pad, and of course we do have the. Well, everyone loves them. It's fireworks. We're going to have fireworks at the end of a big weekend.
Exactly right. And fireworks is a very festive thing to do. And we're still in the end, I suppose, of the festive season here in Sydney. But as you say, a good fireworks show is always a spectacle to see.
We're about halfway through the Burson Australia Top Fuel Championship at the moment. Of course, joining them, of course, is the Top Door Slammer Championship, which kicked off in Darwin. So it's doing an extra round. It's got 9 rounds. It's got 7 rounds this year, is it? I have to remind myself. But it's they're going around. Of course, we have seen them up in Darwin. They've been over in Perth. We saw them at Red Sedanats out in Alice Springs for the round number 2. They've been over to Perth for round number 3. Obviously, Willowbank for round number 4. Now they're here for round number 5 here at Sydney. Just over halfway through their championship at the moment. And, of course, the name at the top is such a familiar name, who's a multiple champion in the category, of course, John Zappia. Now, can he be beaten? That is the question.
That's a very good question.
We saw him over in his Western Australian series, where it was actually Daniel Gregorini took it to him a season ago and actually got the win over there in Western Australia for their local championship. So, but Gregorini has had a bit of an unfortunate run up in Darwin, didn't get himself to the A final, couldn't make Alice Springs due to commitments, and then of course we saw them compete again over in Perth. So we'll wait and see how that all unfolds there. Maybe Gregorini can be the challenger there, but you've got to think there are some other names there though with a lot of experience, and we'll have to wait and find out whether they can change things up a little bit.
Well, looking at the point score so far, Kelvin Lyle is in second place, Matty, and not that far behind, around about 30 odd points. So with a reasonable shot to try and chase down John Zappia.
Yeah, throwing Matty Abel in that mix there in position number 3. So it's a big weekend for these guys. Obviously, we see there is a fairly big difference in the 200s. John Zappia 254, Kelvin Lyle 225, Matty Abel 175, and Daniel Gregorini 155. But a big points haul this weekend could change up that order as we see Jeff Graddon get his burnout run, and Dunny is backing it up in the Sigma rolling stock components, Chrysler Saratoga, the big Hemi, and alongside Craig Hewitt in the CBH Steel Molds VZ Monaro. Yeah, of course, it's got to be Hemi powered though. When you go slam racing, we could be calling it the Pontiac GDO, I suppose, for some of our listeners over there in the States. But for us, it's a Monaro in Australia.
Exactly right. We're a bit of a local hit out here, Matt. Graddon from Penrith and Craig Hewitt from Blackswan's Ridge, a little bit further up the Great Western.
Yeah, big weekend for a lot of these door slammer races, of course. Great friend and supporter, did a lot of work on a lot of these cars here. Of course, Sam Fennick, who we lost up there in Willowbank just a few weeks ago. West End Performance sponsoring Craig Hewitt. So the car is out. We have seen this run in the low 6-second zone. Jeff Graddon, though, he's been in the 570s. It's a gorgeous car when you go down and take it. A beautiful looking car. And we've got a couple of them here this weekend because someone's come out of retirement.
Yeah, Peter Kapiris has made his way back onto the racing scene. Of course, he was the first to bring out the Saratoga all those years ago. And then Graddon wasn't too far behind him. But as you say, Graddon into the 570s has certainly stepped up with this car running very consistently in Pro Slammer. Both races into full stage on the two-step. Braden away nicely, 104 to the 60. The car moving around just a little bit at half track, shoots out at the finish line, 592 with a 6. 241 miles per hour through the finish line there for Jeff Graden in the aeroflow lane, and 703 at 183 there for Hewitt in the rocket lane.
Wow, Graden really lays it down in their first qualifying session here for top door slammer. 1-0 to the 60 though, we have seen him go fast in that, so I think Jeff Graden and the team are probably just playing it a little bit sedately there, just wanting to get that first run down the track and get some data here in top door slammer. We see all the crews now checking a few things out. They've been taking some temperature readings there. I don't think we're going to see, where we see towards winter time, people checking the track temperatures. I don't think we're going to have too much of a drama there with that here tonight. No,
I don't think so. The track temp is just a matter, I think, of having that data in the log, I suppose. And we're about to hear the second pair firing up. We've got Peter Kapiris from Victoria running for Kapiris Brothers Racing, and McVeigh Cranes.
Well, what's better than one Saratoga? Two Saratogas. Let's bring him forward. It's been about 8 years since we've seen Peter Kapiris compete, and a lot of changes have happened in the slammer racing since then in terms of technology and driveline, and they have changed everything up in this car. New electronics, new gearbox, new everything. Peter Kapiris back this weekend in the Dodge Saratoga. Well, thanks to JC Race Stuff as well. Of course, good to see the man himself, Jeff Cuttajar, has done a lot of work on this car and the crew chief for him for many, many years, and alongside Sam Fennick's teammate, I suppose, at the AC Delco team, Craig Burns, in that Ford Mustang. Well, thanks to SF Race Cars, West End Performance and Mensa Motorsport. That's an all-steel body. I don't know what else this Mustang can do. It's done radial racing. It's done pro mod racing. It's done slammer racing. It's just a multi-purpose vehicle.
Bit top sportsman next week. I don't know. It's certainly a very versatile race car for Craig and his family.
And we know it can dip into the 5-second zone. Kapiris, well, he's done some testing here recently as well, and I'm not sure on the times that he actually got down there, but with all the technology on board and the crew they've got there, don't be surprised to see this well and truly dip into the 5s. Craig Burns, how much does he want to push that car, really? We know it's comfortably a low 6, maybe a high 5 car, but power to weight, definitely could run a 580 in that car. And sometimes it's about consistency when it comes to slamming. You've got to get the green light. It's all about cutting the right reaction time. Although we have seen some slammers go in the 560s. Probably not going to see that here with conditions this weekend. Just bringing them forward, aren't we? Kapiris, great to see him back on track, and it's here at Sydney Dragway. He's got 400 metres of concrete to get the car down. Burnsy alongside, the RPM is up. Burnsy's got the wheels up and goes right, gives it a pedal. Kapiris looks like he just spun the tyres and the hit of the throttle. And Burnsy with a wild ride, 6.26 at 231.
Still went 993 to the 60 for Burns, though.
That was wheels up. That was right in the air. Went to the right-hand side. Managed to hold on to it, though.
Yeah, Burnsy is certainly a pretty good steerer of these sedan-based cars. And, you know, as you say, I think there was a little bit of a pedal there, but a 626 with a 3, 231 mile an hour.
Well, it's hard to steer a car when the front wheels aren't on the ground. That's pretty simple, isn't it? So the only way to get that car back into the groove was definitely to get off the throttle there and just make sure those front tyres made it down. Emilio Spinozzi looks like our next door slammer to come out here in the Terra Civil Chevelle, and I love a big Chevelle, and it's good to see it down there. And they've had a bit of success here recently racing. Sydney Dragway seems to be where they find that success. Obviously, a lot of laps being a local around this area. This is his local track, but took a round win last year in one of the series. Good to see him back here and racing in Top Door Slammer this weekend, and of course, so many joining us. Obviously, pay their respects to Sam Fennick as well this weekend. Fired up, here we go, Emilio Spinozzi took a bit of time off in Slammer. Former Pro Stock racer, actually.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad in Pro Stock, but has been in the Slammer for a number of seasons now.
As his first round here in the Top Door Slammer Championship, didn't make it up there to Queensland. But here at Sydney was not going to miss it. Michael Marriott there getting his chalk out. He's one of those ones where he loves to get it out, and we love to see the dances he does on the start line too. Wait and see if he gets his groove on a little bit later, I suppose. When he gets in the swing of things, we'll pump the music up for him. Doesn't muck around though, Emilio Spinozzi getting this car back. And they found some consistency, I think. They probably took 18 months off with a rebuild after a bit of damage on the car. Adjusted some things, got it all sorted back out there, and I think he upgraded the brake system this because he actually went down the far end, couldn't pull the car up, had a few dramas there, and they decided, you know what, we are going to upgrade this car. A bit of time off, especially with COVID. And he's come back, and they've just found the right sweet spot, I think, for this car. It hasn't been the quickest slammer we've seen, but definitely running consistent 580s.
Well, I think the beauty of being consistent, Matty, is that as a racer, you come in and all you need is that racer beside you to be a little bit slow on the lights or get out of the throttle a little bit early or have to have a pedal or whatever, and you pass them. The lead can change so many times in such a short distance, and when the cars are so close, it doesn't take much of a mishap, if you like, for the car in the other lane, and you pass them. We saw racers win championships that way. 1-0-0-1 to the 60.
Wow, that just wants to lift the car, and he drops the chutes. 5.912 that time, 250 miles an hour.
Our #1 qualifier in Top Door Slammer here tonight so far.
Yeah, that 5.926 from Jeff Gradden just behind him there. And #1 so far to Emilio Spinozzi, 250 miles an hour as well. Starting to move down the far end of the track. Put that in a little bit of perspective there. I mean, 250 miles an hour is just over 400 kilometres an hour.
It's surely moving, isn't it, Matt? I think in a sedan-based car, I dare say that probably even feels a little bit quicker.
Well, the West Aussies are here as well now. Kelvin Lyle coming out in lane #1. Well, thanks to Direct Mining and Industrial, his Ford Mustang. Now, he has been super, super quick, especially when he used to race over here on the East Coast. We know this car has everything on board to go fast. And alongside Daniel Gregorini in the scratch and match Camaro. Oh, he's bringing back the burnout though, isn't he, Daniel Gregorini? How good is that in front of the crowd here at Sydney Dragway?
Yeah, pulling it up at half track. He'll make his way back to the start line.
Oh, Kelvin Lyle doesn't want to be outdone, does he?
No, he did it. He certainly matched him.
You got Stewie Rowland helping him out this weekend as his crew chief. We normally see him with Stephen Ham as well, so a lot of experience there. Daniel Gregorini's got to back this car up from half track. I think he went all the way past that one as well. Out of Western Australia, had a lot of success over there and definitely has run some very quick numbers. Also, his partner Lisa Gregorini getting behind the wheel of another slammer they've got over there. So, you know, his partner doing a great job when it comes to the slammer racing in Western Australia. Normally got herself an all-girl pit crew as well.
Okay.
Not here racing this weekend on the East Coast, but very hard to have two cars away, I'd say, competing. But Daniel here, the big Italian colours at the front as well. If you're looking to see if he can fight his way back into this championship, Daniel Gregorini, he's down in 4th position at the moment, 20 points behind Matty Abel. It's qualifying session #1 for them, but if we want to get some data, I don't think Daniel Gregorini's ever done a lap here at Sydney Dragway. Kelvin Lyle definitely has not done a lap since it's gone full quarter-mile concrete.
No, he has been here before, though. I think a number of seasons ago, though. But
yeah, I think conditions will be familiar. The track might be a little bit. Obviously, that's going to be a lot better for him. They're going to be able to try and apply a bit more power. Daniel Gregorini hasn't turned a lap here at Sydney, I don't think, ever, especially in a slammer. Let's see what he can do in the Camaro. So it's going to be a great stoush. Oh, they take off nicely. 9.74 for Gregorini, 9.47 for Lyle. They're almost side by side. It goes 5.72 for Lyle, a 5.80 for Gregorini. Your fastest side by side run so far.
2 mile an hour. The difference between the two at the bottom end of the racetrack. 5.72 with a 254 mile an hour for Kelvin Lyle, and a 5.80 at 252 there for Gregorini in the rocket lane.
Wow, what a run there. 254 miles an hour, though. He's starting to get really fast, nudging up to that 410 kilometres an hour for Kelvin Lyle. What a run from him. That was nice and fast, straight down and a great race.
Yes.
I mean, that was qualifying.
It was a great race.
Only going to get better. I mean, qualifying session for some of these drivers is just to get data. To get that side-by-side is unbelievable. Next up, a legend coming out. John Zappia is about to hit the racetrack. Matty Abel, though, is getting out very quick in the 57 Chev. Wants to get this burnout done, give himself plenty of time to back this car up. Matty Abel running a lot older car in that 57. We know he does have a new car in the build. Still campaigning this one. Probably a lot heavier than some of the other slammers out there, I'd say. But manages to get the laps in, and we have seen him run into the 580s before. Races a lot up, obviously, from the Northern Territory. Has done the trek down. We see him a lot over in Western Australia as well. He'll back this car up. Now, John Zappia is up on our screen. He's down there, but they just don't seem to be able to fire this car. Issues there for John Zappia. Looks like they might be trying to get another starter. Frantically walking around. I see some of the other crew there offering to maybe lend a hand to get this car started. Matty Abel, though, he's ready to go. He's a little bit sideways, though. I'm just interested to see whether they're going to try and straighten this up. Looks like they are going to give him a solo run, hoping John Zappia can sort out whatever issue they have and try and get this car started. They will let him run into qualifying session number 1. It's not good when you got the crew in there. All right, let's focus on Matty Abel, though, who's lined up. Oh, the RPM, he doesn't muck around, takes off. Oh, there's a pedal there, too, just as he goes past about 100 foot. Down the end, the shoots are at 6.055 at 237 for Matty Abel.
Yeah, 971 to the 60 foot. The car seemed a little bit unsettled there, Matt. There was a couple of pedals there, I think, but not a bad pass there for Matty Abel. I'm sure that he would have liked it to be a little bit quicker. Next competitor in line around about 1/10 of a second in front of him, and that is Jeff Gradden. So Abel now in 5th position.
Yeah, when it comes to qualifying, 5th position there for Matty Abel. Now, another one probably hasn't raced here at Sydney Dragway for over 10 years. Definitely has not raced on this new surface either. So he'll be pretty happy just to get that car down. Like we say, it is an older chassis in that car, but we have seen it run in the 580s. And the data from that will be very important to them. Unfortunately, John Zappia, the legend himself, not being able to make this qualifying session, some issues with the car. But as we have seen, whenever you put John Zappia under pressure, he just comes out and he'll run the number 1 qualifier with a one-hit wonder. Yeah. That's all he needs to do. It's not going to matter. The all-run format means that it's going to be really important tomorrow to make sure that you are running quick times, because if we get different competitors all with the same amount of wins, it's going to come down to the run that you do, the quickest time out of the round number 2 of racing, right?
Yes.
So you got to make sure that you've got the quick car come round number 2 tomorrow. You need to win round number 1, and you need to be as quick as you possibly can in round number 2 tomorrow. He's still going to come back, though, because qualifying session number 2 means they don't have to do as much maintenance on the car because they didn't fire it up.
They didn't even fire it up. So, yes, he can go back and maybe have some dinner and obviously sort whatever the issue was to why it wasn't firing up, though.
So it looks like 8 slammers have run their qualifying session number 1 here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam here this evening at Sydney Dragway. Give it up for Emilio Spinozzi. Look, Peter Kapiris coming back in front of the crowd. It's great to see Batman back out, the Batmobile.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it won't be too long, I don't think, before we see that car running the times that we expect out of Pete Kapiris and his team. They were always, back in the day, they were the front runners and always capable of making big horsepower.
I think he's just getting a bit of a taste, I think.
Yep.
He's had a championship before, he wants it again.
Yep.
All right, Bushy, I'm going to step off the mic and let's shoot back in here to... oh, no, I'm going to stay here. I'm staying here. I've been told. Let's head into our next round, qualifying session number 2 for Super Street. And, of course, you can see Rowan Huston out there in the Culprit Racing 55 Chevy Bel Air in lane number 2, and alongside Jeff Goodwin in the Gear Exchange Services Holden Monaro.
Yeah, Goodwin's qualified 19th in Super Street so far. Our number 7th qualifier is the Big 55 Chev Bel Air in the Rocket Lane. 540 cubes of big block Chev on board. And sounds like it's supercharged as well, the big Chevy.
Oh, I love a bit of boost when you got a big car like that. You can fit him under the bonnet too. 10.32, that time 132, and he's gone a little bit faster. Mile an hour's couple up, and he's about a 10th faster as well.
I wonder because air conditions would have changed a fair bit for these guys, different to their 4 o'clock qualifying session. They were the first category out, so definitely a little cooler out there right now. And
doesn't need to run the air conditioner this time of night. That's what it is. John Kerr now in the Mercury 8 Restorations Comet over there in lane number 2, and Henry Spickak, the legend himself in the Commodore Ute. That's what he's decided to come out in today. Commodore Ute.
Yeah,
he's retired the Beetle.
Someone told me he sold it.
No. Oh, I think surely not.
I was surprised as you.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out. That'll be a good conversation to have. Just waiting for Spickak now to come into full stage there. You can see both sets of white lights just went on. Luckily, it's qualifying session number 2. John Kerr won't matter too much about that red light. The Comet, though, just a nice cruiser getting down there.
It's a pretty quick cruiser too, Matty. 11.10, 122 mile an hour. Spickak in the utility, a 12.21 with a 7.114.
Look, I'd be happy with an 11.2 cruiser.
Yeah, I think most of us would be.
It's like Guy Greeland's coming out now in lane number 1, the scrapyard Holden Bellina wagon. Got the LSA power in the front of it. This thing runs in the 10. We've seen it run in the 10s. Ross McKay alongside in the RM Plastering Holden Commodore. Oh, I hear it wind up to the LSA.
A little bit slow on the reaction time there for Greenland, but an 0.61 on the tree for McKay in the rocket lane's going to take the win here. 10.28 with an 8. Nearly 132 mile an hour out of the Commodore on that run.
That's fast. Very, very fast. Guy Greenland there, another 11.0 run. Feeling he's just trying to find an 11.0 car, because we have seen that go a little bit quicker. Maybe he's got more shopping in today. Adam Bowers now on the HQ, all thanks to Forza Performance and Dyno. Glenn Garlick alongside the Commodore. Nice reaction time from Bowers, 0.69. Bowers, half tracks to 6.59, goes 10.45 at 126 miles an hour. Garlick at 12.66 at 107 in the white Holden Commodore.
Next up, we'll have Brett Stutchbury from Jordan Springs in the Constructive Communications Holden Commodore, taking on Josh Leonello in the VK. It's the LS2 on board the VK for Leo Group Plumbing. Now, Leonello had some issues in the first pass, and it looks like he's going to have issues in the second too. The car definitely doesn't look like it's running at full pace down there through the finish line. 12.85 with a 5, 108 mile an hour for Stutchbury to a 14.05 at only 69 mile an hour there for Leonello in the rocket lane.
Oliver Groundwater is in lane number 1 at the moment, all thanks to Perfection Automotive, which tells me he's going to be out of the ACT in Melbourne there in the north of the ACT, taking on Martin Stevenson in the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ panel van. Isn't that an iconic style of car? And you can just see the tyre smoke just caught in the back of the panel van, slowly leaking out the back. Glad to see it's just tyre smoke, but red lights on the track at the moment while we have someone down there inspecting something. Hopefully that doesn't mean we've got any fluid.
Well, he's left a rag on the racing surface, Matthew.
Oh, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see a rag left on the racing surface. That normally means we got a little bit of fluid there to tidy up, and fluid is not our friend when it comes to drag racing. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to head down to the pitch, you can check out the top fuel teams turning around those cars, pulling the bottom ends out, doing everything. They'll be putting them back together by now.
Well, they wouldn't be too far.
They don't muck around.
They'd want to be not far away from putting it back together if they're not already.
Of course, remember our next round of our pro categories in qualifying kicks off at about 9 p.m. tonight, so we're about 50 minutes away. Don't miss that. If you've got friends and family at home that want to come down tomorrow, remind them online ticketing is the cheapest. $25 for an adult, $15 from 11 to 16-year-old youth, and of course 10 and under get in for free, and $60 if you want to get the 2 adults, 2 youths to come down. If you've got a big family and they're under 10, look, $60 will get you in if you've got a couple of middle-aged kids and a couple of adults. And of course, it is much cheaper to buy it online and much easier to come in the gates. Make sure you make that happen. Of course, don't forget to go and check out the new merchandise. I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic, the new shirt design. But, I mean, go and check it out for yourself and make sure if you are here at the venue, tonight is the night to make sure you get the size you want.
Exactly right, Matty, because as we know, the common sizes do tend to run a little bit short, especially once people start seeing them. You're looking in the crowd and the person in front of you is wearing it. You go, I wouldn't mind one of them too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just get a little bit jealous there, and you don't want to go there on a Saturday afternoon after they've sold out of your particular size and miss out on that one as well. So hopefully, yeah, get up and check them out now. Of course, don't forget tomorrow night, the big one. Of course, we've got 3 rounds, the all-run format, so you're going to see all the big pro cars come out 3 times minimum and do their runs. And of course, we've got the burnouts at the end of that, and then to finish things off, we're going to light the sky up with some fantastic fireworks here at the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. And isn't it fantastic? Burson's making all this possible through their commitment to drag racing nationally, and being partnership with the Top Fuel enables them to be racing in here today at Sydney Dragway, and it's great to have Burson on board for the 2nd season as well.
Yes, 100%. It's always good to get the follow-up support for the 2nd year, and hopefully the 2nd of many more.
Many more, yeah. Great supporters here of drag racing in Australia, of course. Don't forget, tomorrow afternoon we do have our signing. We've got all our driver autograph sessions at 5:30 p.m. down there in the pits, so you'll be able to come down and grab a poster and get a signature from your favourite driver, or go and meet them if you've never met them and go and have a look. Go and see them down there, and they'll all be signing autographs from 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. So you want to get in the gate by 5 p.m. and get your spot on the hill for that one. And the kids always love going down there and coming home with the big posters they can stick on their wall of these cars, especially when you get the great photo of them with all the flames coming out the headers of a nighttime shot here at one of the drag strips.
It's interesting, Matt, that you mentioned taking home a memento. I see here in our read notes we've got parts giveaway. Some of the Top Fuel racers will be giving away some of their, I assume, slightly used / damaged.
They go through
parts.
a few, don't they? They do go through a few parts. Yes.
So that could be a pretty cool little memento for the event if you're lucky enough to be selected to get one.
Yeah, go down. You never know your luck, but of course, make sure that you get down there 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. And look, there's some legendary races, and of course, it's not just the races themselves; it's the people around them. Of course, you go down to Jim Reed Racing there with the Hydrolink Top Fuel Dragster, himself a legend here, and did so much for the drag racing community here at Sydney as well. So he's always getting around the team somewhere. You can go down and have a chat with him. He loves to talk to you down there, and all the fans, obviously, of his team as well. So go down and check him out. All the fuel drivers there. We've still got a round of qualifying here tonight, not too far away, about 50 minutes away before they come back out for their qualifying session. They've got a lot of work to do after that as well, because they won't just pack the cars tonight and do their maintenance tomorrow. They will turn those cars around tonight and make sure they go back in the trailer ready to go for tomorrow, and there'll be plenty more when they unpack them. Now, we are midway through the season at the moment of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship, round number 4 here at Sydney Dragway. Next round's at Perth, back over in the west. Of course, the 4th and 5th of March is part of the 52nd Western Nationals. Then we head up to round 6 back here at Sydney at the start of May, 5th and 6th of May, another big weekend here in Sydney. And then they head up to Darwin as part of the V8 Supercars, the 16th and 17th of June for round number 7. God, we love seeing nitro burning.
We do. It's a lot better than aluminium and copper, but certainly the smell, the sight, the sound of nitromethane, there is nothing like it anywhere else in Australian motorsport. I don't think we're going to be too far away from a fire up here, but while we are just running the tractor down the rocket lane there, we'll just throw up to our big screen for a couple of words from our sponsors.
At Burson, we know auto parts. For the last 50 years, we've been known for our first-class knowledge and service. And with over 195 stores across Australia, your experienced local Burson team are ready to help. Auto parts. For the last 50 years, we've been known for our first-class knowledge and service. And with over 195 stores across Australia, your experienced local Burson team are ready to help.
Well, it looks like we've got the cleanup done in aisle number 2, and we are about to go back and racing here in Super Street for their qualifying session number 2 at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam here at Sydney Dragway. And they're going to back them up and get those burnouts done again for Oliver Groundwater now from Melbourne ACT in the Holden Commodore Ute. Well, thanks to Perfection Automotive. Martin Stevenson in lane number 2 in the Power Plus Race Fuels HQ panel van.
Number 9 and number 19 qualifier. Stevenson, our number 9 qualifier. All right, those racers been waiting patiently. They'd be all suited up in those cars.
Lucky it's breezy out there. It's comfortable tonight. The drag van is back. It's a bit of an Australian icon there, the old windowless panel van. Good to see the HQ.
Yeah, taking on Oliver Groundwater's Holden.
Perfection Automotive tells me it's not going to be stock though.
No, certainly not.
It's going to be cammed up and angry for sure. Bit of a tune in it. Wait and find out. Ran on a 11.25 earlier at 127 miles an hour. Groundwater. Conditions probably a little bit cooler. Maybe we might see some better times. Stevenson at 10.747 earlier. The other bit of, wow, they get away nicely there. You can see the shift light there and Stevenson in the Pano van.
Can we see that blazing way from up here? Is that, or is that just a reflection of something else?
I think that's actually his mirrors as he goes past the lighting towers.
Okay,
That's
right.
I think that is.
Yeah, 10-1-1 with the 3, 131 there for Stevenson. Tim Ritzrow and Chris Zammett to do battle now. Ritzrow from Glenmore Park in the Ritzrow Family Racing VX Commodore.
And Chris Zammett alongside in the VT Commodore with the big Buddha number plates. Of course, the family like to do a bit of racing here at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, just a bit.
See if his brother's out here this weekend. Not quite sure. Didn't see him come out before. 12.05. He did. Yeah, he was here. Yeah, of course he was. They would miss it, the Zammett family.
093 on the tree for Ritzrow. Out in front at the moment. I think he should take this one. The lead looks to be getting larger as he makes his way to the finish line. 11.89 with a 9. 1.14 for the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane.
We are pumping through him here. Bit of time to make up. Richard Matasevic now in lane number 1. Well, thanks. Coming from Bringelly in New South Wales in the Modern Style Kitchens XY Falcon Ute. And Jamie Turner alongside in the HQ Holden out of Victoria. Good to see the make it up here, the Turner family.
Yeah, pretty cool cars sitting on the start line.
It's a generation thing, isn't it? Like it's a bit of a superannuation retirement fund sitting there right now. If you could have those two cars in your garage.
Yeah, Turner with the red light, 010 red. Matasevic, 112 green. The Ute out in front. Let's see what he can do at the finish line. 10.63 with a 3. Picked up 1.2 tenths of a second over his earlier qualifying run there.
11.41 there for Jamie Turner and picks up a tenth of a second as well. As I see a bit of a purge of nitrous down there for Garth O'Hara. From Knoxville and Victoria, the Camaro. Just a little bit of the giggle gas, liquid supercharger on board. Cameron Whitemore in the VS Commodore now, just backing back to get this burnout done. In the Mad Ute. To send our media guy down there, he'd love that.
Yeah, Madman in the Mad Ute.
I know, some issues there for the Camaro. Being pushed back as well. Some issue. I'm not seeing anything on the start line, any clean up or anything, so maybe something else going wrong for that vehicle, but reversing under its own power, which is good. Oh no, there we go. Someone out to get the mop. Well, let's see what Cameron Whitmore can do this time now in the Holden Commodore Ute. Just waiting to edge in. Pre-stage light is up.
His first pass, probably not representative, went 13.4. Dare say we'll be a little bit quicker this time around.
Could be. Could be. Still got the 5 litre on board. At 13.34 this time, goes a tenth faster, 106 miles per hour there, 8.7 to the half track mark. Have to wait and see Sean Smith, though, is coming forward from Wanniasta in the ACT in lane number 2. And another of the Perfection Automotive entries, HSV Club Sport. Ran a 10.18 last time at 134. And Salvatore Sabato is coming forward in the Hume Performance. Holden Monaro in lane number 1. An 11.073 last time at 122.
Yeah, quite like watching this red Monaro leave the start line, manually shifted 4-speed. We watched the car
it twists up, doesn't it?
Twist up big time on the leave, and then buck and weave as he goes through the gears. Just trying to find a word that finds that describes what's happened. And we generally see a big chirp mark every time he changes.
It's fun
gear.
to watch. That's what it is. We love when he gets this underway. Big manual, got to go through those gears. Here we go, waiting for Smith now to get into full stage there in the HSV. He's done it. Start or flick the button. Oh, look to the right. The wheel comes up again. Grabbing another gear there. Goes right towards the centre line again. Has to do a big steer.
He's still moving around.
Sabato keeping us on the edge of our seat. 11.05 at 121. Sean Smith goes 10.16 at 134. He's super consistent. Sabato, though, how much fun is that car? Paint it yellow and call it twisty.
You could do that, actually. It probably didn't help that he was already over towards the right-hand side of the lane there, and that's the way the car went. So Phil Armstrong and Craig Warren to do battle this time around in qualifying. Of course, Craig Warren, he's in the pointy end of the field. He's at number 5 in the white LJ Tirana for Bill's Mechanical and Power Plus Race Fuels, and of course Sydney Scrap Steel. In beside Phil Armstrong in the Keystone Acoustic VH Commodore, running for St Mary's Engines, and KAP Racing.
Nice start there from Craig Warren. Keeps the car very, very level. Just twists up and hauls down the track at the moment. 660 to the 8 mile. There he goes, 10.36 with a 1 at 129 miles an hour. Phil Armstrong with 11.361 at 118 in the Commodore. So he gets himself a 1/10 of a second there for Armstrong.
Interestingly enough, Warren here actually went slower on that run than he did in the first round of qualifying in the heat of the day. So obviously that car tuned a little bit differently. Stephen Taylor in the Kingswood, Holden 308 on board in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Luke Tex Griffiths in the Plymouth Satellite, running for Texas Automotive.
Big car too, 505 cubes though, to make up for that weight. 10.55 last run. He's got a second over Stevie Taylor in the HQ Kingswood.
003 red for Griffiths on the start line.
Wow, Griffiths there at 10.53. This time 127 miles an hour to Taylor's 12.34 at 97. So some issues there for Taylor. Got out of that very early.
Yeah, picked up about 200ths of a second there for Griffiths.
Nathan McKenna in the St Mary's Engines Chevy Nova taking on Dave McGlynn in lane number 2 in the HQ GDS Monaro, thanks to Morissette Batteries and Tyres and Fowler's Family Racing.
McKenna, our number 1 qualifier here in Super Street. 9.98 out in front of the HQ at the moment, Matty. We'll take the stripe here, 10.25 with a 2. 105 mile an hour, I dare say, out of the throttle across the finish line to a 10.86 with a 6.
Just trying to stay in the Super Street bracket, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we got to start putting. He's looking more like a Super Sedan of the 9-second run.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Dale Brown comes out in the Chrysler 300 SRT. The Hemi taking on Alicia Teal alongside in the HQ. Teal with a nice reaction, 0.14 that time she takes off, 162 to the 60 foot. 7.19 to the half track, goes 11.31 with a 2 at 118 miles an hour. Dale Brown at 12.90 at 107 alongside. Knocks off a 1/10 of a second off the qualifying session number 1.
Next up, Gino Perry from Newport in the Motion Automotive LJ Tirana. So LH, it looks like from here. But taking on Mark Roberts in the XR6 Falcon.
Yeah,
Falcon out in front now. Big speed, 132.8 mile an hour through the finish line. 10.64 with a 2 to an 11.16 there for Perry in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Roberts down a bit of a mile an hour there, just coming up on boost. Stuart Howe now in the lane number 1 in the HQ Ute taking on Paul Rappo alongside in the VS Commodore. Tells me it's a bit of mang, it's a bit of V6 power.
It's not stout, not too shabby though. 10.75 with an 8. We hear the Supercharger winding away, I think, on Rappo's V6. A little bit of nitrous purge on the start line too. Runs on through for a 10.65 with a 9. 126 mile an hour through the finish line to an 11.74 with a 3 for Hal in the utility.
You gotta love when you got more than one power out of, don't you?
Yeah.
Why not? Why have one?
When you can have
multiple.
Multiple. That's exactly right. All right. This is Samuel Perry in the top form concrete. HSV.
Another one of the Perrys here, but now going into Super Street.
Stepped out of Junior Dragster and was lucky enough to have a HSV Ute to drive around in from North Narrabeen. Samuel, a pretty good steerer in the junior category. 12.37 with a 9, 113 mile an hour there.
Yeah, nice, neat run there from Perry. And look at that, dropped himself 1.6 seconds off his previous one, but only 2 mile an hour difference. So I think we're seeing something on the start line, possibly more traction, as it looks like we're done with our Super Street category for the qualifying session number 2. And here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam, we'll move on to qualifying session number 2 for the modified bike.
All right, on track we've got Ben Redman on the Suzuki GSX-R. Running for Bellows, Bellina, S&V Haulage. In beside Mark Anderson from Full Bore Motorcycles on the Suzuki Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane. Anderson, our number 4 qualifier so far. Redman, I think, had issues on the start line, left too early on his first run. That's why we haven't got a time recorded.
Yeah, that's right. So a few issues on the line there, but good to see him out here in the bike this weekend. Did see Rob Cassar down there in his qualifying session number 1 as well. So obviously doing a bit of work on the bike. I love when they twist the throttle on. Oh, red light this time as well. It's not going to matter for qualifying as long as we get a time there, but there is something coming out the right-hand side. It's hard to see from where we are. Might just be some fuel. Goes 9.79 for Redman that time, 132 miles an hour. He gets himself a time. Anderson goes 9.40, not quite as fast as 9.37 from qualifying session number 1.
Next up, we've got Bobby Joe Simmons in the aeroflow lane, taking on Jason Clarkin. Clarkin down from Queensland, running for Full Bore Motorcycles as well. 5-star motorcycle movers, Finance My Ride, Patch Performance Tyres, and a right lane print and media. Our number 7th qualifier currently in the Rocket Lane. Our number 5 in Bobby Joe. Also in the aeroflow lane out in front, and we'll take the win here. 9.62 with a 5, 153 mile an hour to a 10.01 with a 3 at 151.
Yeah, it's a little bit off their qualifying session number 1 times. We saw that in lane number 1 though, the Bobby Joe. Just trying to get that bike off the line. Mark Davies now comes up in lane number 1, the Suzuki GSX-R, taking on Travis McClaverty in the United Speed Shop Suzuki GSX-R. So a couple of Suzukis. Different size engines, a little baby 750 there for McCleverty. 1040 last time, 973 it was for Davies in the lane number 1. They get away, Davies is to the right-hand side. Again, we can just see that mist coming out of the bike. Still rolled on the throttle, 9.91 at 136 miles an hour. McCleverty goes 10.56 at 127.
Next up, Mike Lawson and Ian Hill. Ian Hill in the Rocket Lane. He's qualified 12th so far with a 10.1. Lawson in 11th in the aeroflow lane.
Is that a Honda CBR 1000R?
It looks like it.
0.28 reaction time for Lawson though as he takes off, goes towards the centre line but holds onto the bike. Nice run. Gets it in the centre track, 10.07 after a 10.04 last run, 144 miles an hour. Ian Hill at 10.24, goes a tenth slower than his 10.1 last qualifying session.
Battle of the partners. Angela Phipps taking on Matthew Hunt. Angela in 16th at the moment with a 10.51. She's in the aeroflow lane. Matthew in 14th.
The There'll be some bragging rights out of this one, I'd say.
Yeah, I reckon there'd be some certain things.
Yeah.
Comments backwards and forwards. Yeah. It's a bit of banter.
We know the banter between these two. They'll be having
I don't know if it's banter or sledging, either or. 029 on the tree for Angela. She'll take great pride in that. I think Matt will ride around her at the bottom end of the racetrack, though. 9.75 with a 2. 1.48 across the finish line for Matt in the Rocket Lane to a 10.84 with a 9 at 1.38 there for Angela.
He looked busy too on the throttle. Yeah. You could see that elbow coming up and down as he was getting on and off through the gears. Robert Simmons now in lane number 1. Well, thanks to Reed Carpentry on his Suzuki Hayabusa, and Shane Walker alongside in the Safety Wires and Penrite Oils sponsored Harley-Davidson Destroyer. Good to see we've got a Harley out there. Got to make a bit of noise for the crowd here at Sydney Dragway. It's all part of the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. Great event here this weekend. Still got another qualifying session for our pro categories to go here tonight, as well as our all-run format tomorrow.
0.70, the reaction time for Walker in the Rocket Lane, out in front at the moment, but I think, Simmons rides around him at the bottom end of the racetrack. 9.53 with a 0, 1.47 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10 flat for Walker in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, 13th fastest qualifier there for Walker, so quite a few bikes here in our modified bike category this weekend racing, and it's great to see Dale Williams now comes out in lane number 1 in the DJ Dale W Yamaha R1. And Christopher Hocking alongside in the smart-looking shed Suzuki Hayabusa. Just taking it casual. Hasn't really got free stage now, just settling himself in the bike there for Hocking. Trying to find his position. Elbow is up and now will creep into full stage. Good launch there. 0.23 from Dale Williams in lane number 1 though. Hocking might get around here though, Bush.
Well, he's our number 3 qualifier. He does get around him at 9.12 with a 1.48 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.55 at 1.42, I think it was.
Will Keith will come out in lane number 1 next, all thanks to Reverie Racing in the Royal Enfield, and Santina Keith alongside. Will get away nice and quick though. Not a bad reaction. Look, they're sleeping on the tree a bit for both of them. The Royal Enfields are out in force, these two side by side, and 11.48 that time for Will Keith after an 11.58 in qualifying session number 1. So it goes a 10th faster, and a 12.80 was for Santina Keith alongside.
Next up, we'll have Sean Ricketts from Castle Hill on the Kawasaki in the RFO lane, take on Albie Davidson in the Rocket Lane.
Ricketts gets a pat in the back, goes in the final position in the Kawasaki. The ZX12R. Visor goes down, it's all time for business. Albie Davidson already crouching, getting in position to go.
Suzuki TL1000S for Davidson. Unfortunately, it looks like he's rolled the beams on the start line.
Might have stole the bike as well. Maybe that's what it is, trying to start it there. Sean Ricketts gets away nicely. Ran a 9.85 last time, goes 9.43 this time. Smashes that by 0.4 of a second, 141 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a big jump in performance there for Ricketts. I think he's pretty well versed at running at Sydney Dragway. So he should be able to pick a dial in for the first round of racing tomorrow morning.
Always nice to be running under lights here as well as we light up the drag strip. Ryan Alvizio in lane number 1 in the Kawasaki ZX14, supported by DeWalt, BMA Gas and Water. And Mick Withers alongside, obviously all thanks to Heavy Duty Magazine, who put some great stuff in there, don't they, when it comes to motorbike riding, not just drag racing, but touring and motocross and sorts, everything.
It's a good magazine for anyone that's into motorcycles. Covers all bases pretty much. But Alvizio will take the win here, 9.05 with a 9, 1.46 mile an hour through the finish line. And Withers in the Rocket Lane, a 12.55 with a 2 at 1.11 through the finish line.
Donald Baird in lane number 1 on the Kawasaki Ninja 600cc, all thanks to Western Motorcycles Penrith, and Ben Newman in lane number 2 in the Benny's Pull Form Suzuki Hayabusa. Big difference, 1340cc. Should power away from Baird nicely there, double the capacity. Baird gets a nice reaction time though, 0.18. No match for the power though of Newman, who gets down the track with an 8.96 at 1.52. And Donald Baird, a 12.51 at 110 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think Baird had a couple of issues there, Matty, and we'll have to settle for that qualifying time. Well, I can hear the rumble of some V8 cars below us here in the water.
That can only mean one thing. Qualifying session number 2 as we head back to 4 wheels for Super Sedan. Looking for 9-second and quicker cars pretty much when it comes out here. Carl Chevy Taylor is running 10:43 a little bit early, and the Taylor Marine Exhaust Chevy Bubble Top taking on Aaron Murphy in the Ford Typhoon.
Yeah, Murphy has run a 10:98 earlier today. Taylor, a 10:43.
Of course, it's Barra on board for Aaron Murphy. How angry is the Barra? That's the question. Is that Black Track Performance on the back? We know it's going to have a bit of boost in it then. It's not going to be stock.
Yes.
Bogs down on the line for a second, but then gets underway. Chevy Taylor doesn't have that drama. He's away in the bubble top. We know down the far end, maybe the Barra can round him up. Can't get it done. It's okay. Chevy Taylor a 10.32 at 130 and a 10.61 there for Aaron Murphy at 131. So Murphy actually did improve on his time.
Yeah, no, so you can see there that the horsepower of the Barra came on board, but the time lost at the start line, pretty difficult to make up once the race is in motion. Next up we have Niall Mitchell in the Holden Gemini. He's qualified so far with a 10.82. Taking on Robert Gallotta. Gallotta away very nicely with the Ford Capri. And he'll run on through 9.07, 141. A little bit quicker than his earlier run.
Wasn't mucking around, was he?
Nope. No,
Light went green, he was gone. Capri did a nice job. Mitchell, there was some issues with the car, very slow across the finish line, hopefully. Might have just pulled out of that one. Sometimes when you know something's gone wrong, although you're not dropping any fluid on the track, you just decide, hey, no need to put any more pressure on the car.
Yeah, no, it sounded like it was missing or something similar, like an ignition issue. Next up, Trent Carberry in the Ford Falcon XF.
And in the Holden Chimera, Tony Tedesco from Deer Park in Victoria. 400 cubes, so I'm pretty sure Holden didn't bring those out, the Chimeras out with a 400 cuber.
No, if only they did.
But probably would have sold a few more of them, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. 047 red for Tedesco in the rocket lane. The Falcon pulling on around him. Or has he? No, he didn't. I thought he was going to. Went 9 flat there for Tedesco in the Chimera. 9.31 with a 5, 145 for the XF Falcon there.
Robert Cardham, I did see him come out earlier, and obviously with the junior, but was hoping we'd see the Falcon here, the XE. 434 cubes of cleaver, and doesn't it sound crisp in the burnout? Doesn't mind getting those tyres nice and warm. Ross Bilby alongside in the TF Cortina from New South Wales. There's going to be a bit of a Mexican versus Texans race, I suppose, if you think about the Victorians versus the New South Wales.
Okay, that's a good analogy. Of course, Bilby, a regular racer here at Sydney Dragway. He pretty much every Wednesday night.
He knows the lights, 005 reaction time. He's got them down pat.
He sure does. Nearly every Wednesday is a 00 something. And Cardham will take the win there. 9.11 with a 0, 149 to a 9.86 with a 6 at 136 there for Bilby.
Oh, I think we've got a bit of Mopar power coming forward now. Larry Etzel will come forward in the HM Gen Machining Nissan 300 ZX. Probably not what you're used to seeing.
No, that model actually probably it's pretty rare here in Australia, I reckon. And then to see one with a Nissan with a Mopar motor in it, it's probably the only one in the world, I dare say.
Ronnie Palumbo alongside in the LJ Terrain. That's a gorgeous car too, and that green really, really nice under lights here at Sydney Dragway.
Palumbo with an 049 red light. Doesn't matter here in qualifying. Takes the win, 10.28 with a 5, 131 mile an hour to a 10.303 there for Larry Etzel in the Nissan. Next up, Lou Palumbo in the 1-tonner, running for Lily Holmes, West End Performance, Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical. He's our 24th qualifier with an 11.35. I think this car's run a fair bit quicker than that off the top of my memory. Dean Giddens in the Cortina running for Street Neat Paint and Panel. Shorty's Race Engines and also West End Performance. Qualified 15th with a 10.22. Purge of the Nitrous for Palumbo in the Aeroflow lane. Into full stage now. It's brought that second white light on. The tree counts down, Giddens away with a red light. Palumbo spinning the wheels a little bit there in the one-tonner. And 9.89 with a 4, 143 mile an hour. Not much in it across the finish line there, Matty. Only 48 ten-thousandths of a second.
And this is qualifying. So imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow in racing when we see them side by side and they need to get the winners. There's a huge purge of the nitrous there from Jason Field in the Perfect Roofing Ford Telstar.
He's purging the nitrous.
He's purging the nitrous. Sean Mayer alongside in the St. Mary's Race Engines, HB Tirana. Could this be the perfect run? Could it be? We'll have to wait and find out. Just waiting for him in pre-stage now. I need to roll those beams. There we go. Jason's in. Sean now. Good up. Yeah, the wheels just come up for a moment there from Mayer in the Terran. 002 reaction time. But Field looks like he's on a bit of a run this time. In 8.76 last time, goes 8.74. Gets himself a couple of hundredths of a second. 151 miles an hour. Mayer goes 9.25 at 144.
Yeah, nice pass from both those races. Of course, they race here every opportunity they get. Next up, we'll have Brett McNiff and Michael Little. This will be another good one. Good to see Michael Little back at the racetrack. We haven't seen him for a little while. A super tough racer from Forbes, running for M&T Little Plumbing at Forbes. Royal Lance Tractor Replacement and St. Mary's Engines.
I reckon I would have been out there pretty busy out in Forbes at the moment.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of weather.
Yes. Yeah.
Probably a lot of work going on as well. Good to see him bring the little Tirana back though. Oh, the wheels come up for both of them though. Plenty of daylight under there for Michael Little. It's both red lights. Doesn't matter, qualifying session. We just want to see a time here and see how fast they can go. 9.12 at 146 or McNiff and a 9.41 at 140 miles an hour for Michael Little. Gets himself a 1/10 of a second improvement. As we keep going through them here. Oh, Rod Taylor's now coming out in the Carl Cox Motorsports Ford Capri. Of course, got 454 cubes of Windsor power on board, and that giggle gas, we love to see a bit of a purge of the nitrous alongside. Kerry Stewart has come out in this, well, what is a Sydney iconic car, I suppose, the Perfection Automotive Austin A40, formerly piloted by her father. Now, Kerry's got in there and done the laps as Stu McCarthy rejoins me here in the commentary box at the Atlantic Oils, I should say. Top Fuel Slam.
That is correct. Who are you, Matty Cav? That's right. No, I shouldn't say that. Bushy had to bail out for a sec, so we're due for a changeover. It was supposed to be you going out, though, but that's all right.
He's getting me a coffee. That's all that matters.
You wish. So red light for Stewart. A large one too, 0.121.
Yeah, luckily it's qualifying session. Some issues there for Rod Taylor, though. They had some issues in the round number 1 of qualifying too, so car hasn't probably seen the racetrack in quite a few months. Not quite going to plan there for Rod Taylor. Kerry Stewart, though, goes to 10.28 that time. Move on, Chelsea Smith now in the Holden Commodore, LS powered with the VP. I'm going to say VP from the back of it. And up alongside John Pellis, alongside from Victoria in the HQSS. Now that is definitely a car that would be worth a lot of money nowadays. In that traditional mustard colour.
Yes, very true. Love it when the lights take full effect at any motorsport venue. So where are we up to in the program?
Joe Zammit now, he did say his brother was down there before, out there in the VL Commodore in lane number 2. Peter Hamilton, the Perfection Automotive VH Commodore wagon. Look at that, the wheels come up 366 cubes, laying all that power down. 0.34 reaction time. Zamet a 0.15. Hamilton goes 8.67 this time at 1.52, and Zamet goes 10.38 at 1.28. Nathan Watt in the VL, ready to go, all thanks to Grass Performance in lane number 2. Dave Karuba's back in the Strip Rat from Gilmore ACT in the LJ Tirana, all thanks to Queanbeyan Engine Services. Had a championship win too here locally in New South Wales, Dave Gruber, from memory, last year.
Your memory's better than mine, Matty, so...
And that's saying something. 9.37 and 1.41 for Gruber, and a 9.28 alongside a 1.45 for Nathan Watt in the VL Commodore. Now, a couple of legendary names here at the Sydney Dragway, I suppose. Jim Denaro in that Ford Cortina with the Windsor on board, all thanks to AAP Performance Automatics and Denaro Chassis. And Harry Places, the Big H, alongside in the Ford XY. Falcon GT, all thanks to Aerolec Electrical Consultants, A Civil Excavations, and the Big H Racing. Well, here we go. I thought the wheels might have come up a bit more, but he gets off at Places. Nice run. Denaro, though, flat, smooth like it always is. I think Harry's going to get the run around him, though. 9.21 at 1.48 to a 9.58 at 1.40 for Jim Denaro. Joe Catanzarati is coming out next in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Roy Romeo alongside in the 27 Roadster.
That Roadster does look real nice.
Catanzarati, let's see what he can do in the Firebird. 376 cubic inch Chev. Romeo, 350 cubes, a small block. So Super Gas on track at the moment. Of course, our 990 category we changed over.
It's so hard to get used to where they go and then wait for the componentry to kick in and then they go again.
Yeah, it's that throttle stop in Super Gas, yeah, where you've got plenty of power, and it's that game down the far end, I suppose, where you don't want your opponent to know how far you are behind, whether you're going to make it, whether you should push and break out, or whether you break a bit. So, you know, it's all the games in Super Gas, but the 990 dial-in, meaning that is the index they need to run. They can't run faster than 990 or they hand the win over. If both of them run faster than 990, it's the person who does it by the least. But you want to run that 9.90 run every time. Vince Panetta in lane number 2 gets lined up in that gorgeous LX Tirana. Mark Rottenberry alongside in the InTouch Automotive Holden Commodore. They've already done one round of qualifying, and 9.93 for Rottenberry, and Panetta did a 10.08. So Panetta's got a little bit more work to do, I think, than Rottenberry. Oh, the wheels come up. Not real smooth. They've all got that set when it comes to the throttle stop. They're going to be super close at the far end, though. Roddenberry goes 990 on the number, 150 miles an hour to Panetta's 10.05, 147, but a 9.900. We don't see that very often.
Perfect.
Perfect.
I was going to do that, but then I thought, no, I might not quite get it out correctly. So I thought I'd let the professional do that.
We just got to call him in.
Matty Kavanagh.
Greg South in the LA Tirana. Looks like might be the final car when it comes to our Super Gas. Just having a look as they roll out. No, we've still got a couple more to go. Samaranch, is it? He's still got to come forward. Greg South, though, on a solo run this time. Oh, might have just dusted the tyres then. I think that sometimes with the throttle stop on board might be the problem, though, is if you don't get the launch right, you can have some issues trying to make that up. A 9.93 with a 9.145, so still not a bad run there, but I think it just got up on top of the tyre for a split second there. A bit too much horsepower on the launch. John Samaranch is coming out now thanks to West End Performance in the Ford Cortina. And it's got to be my favourite car when it comes to Super Gas, purely because it's a manual. And if everything goes right, you know he can run that 990 on the dot. But he's got to get every gear shift right. A car's got to be smooth. He has to make it all the way down the fairway without making a mistake.
Has he done it before?
He's run sub 990 just, so the car is capable of running 980s. One little mistake, you know, it costs you a couple of tenths of a second and you're out of the running. I think it's a full commitment car. You have to commit to the run. You can't back out of it. You got to go. Watch this. We love a car that goes through the gears. They twist up, they get all over the track. There we go, grabs another one. Through the gears. Now he settles into the groove. 9.86, 135. Just that little bit too quick. Maybe you could have made one small mistake, Stu. One small one.
Well, you said he could be perfect.
It can be. But you've got to commit in that car. There's no point having half an attempt, I think, with that manual. Renee Cockerell coming out in the Performance Automotive Ford Mustang. Big block forward in between the chassis rails, 527 cubes from South Australia. Great to see the South Aussies coming over to the East Coast. Enjoying the weather we've got at the moment. Good sunny Australia Day weekend. It's going to be absolutely fantastic tomorrow here at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam.
It certainly will be.
Now we're underway. Full power all the way to the finish line. Gets down there 9.63, 146. Well under that 990 dial-in or index they've got here with the Super Gas category. You can see all our Pro Stock cars starting to get ready to come out for their qualifying session at number 2. They are going to be the next category out. We're bringing them out a little bit early. They've turned those cars around in Pro Stock. And the conditions seem to be getting a little bit better. We're seeing a majority of the cars start to drop a tenth or two off of their qualifying session number 1 times. Now, this is going to be interesting as Pro Stock comes out, because at the moment, I've got Bruce Leake leading us in qualifying session number 1 with a 7.06. So this is our qualifying session number 1 leader. Then it's Rob Deckett and Bill Petakaris coming out in third. Our top 3 so far in qualifying for Pro Stock. Well, it's time to get underway with the second round of qualifying for our pro stock cars, the naturally aspirated gods of drag racing. Will they try and get down the racetrack? Well, probably in a sub-7 second pass is probably where they want to be here. Conditions a little bit better than they were in qualifying session number 1, Stu. Temperature's probably going to be a little bit kinder, and that track, the top of the track, all the prep work has probably cooled down a little bit. And Rick Chilton coming out in lane number 1 in the Dodge Avenger and doing his burnout right now. Chris Soldatis.
So with these guys, obviously they've done a pretty quick turnaround. Is that because they don't have as much to do or not? Or is it just that they've been hammered down out there back in the pits?
Oh, look, there's still quite a bit to do when you come to a pro stock car, but not as much, I would think, as you would, definitely not as much as a top fuel car or a top door slam or anything like that. So they're not going to be pulling engines apart or things like that unless they've got damage. You would think it's probably going to be check the oil, fuel, because they do run a very small fuel tank. These cars are very weight driven, I suppose. They want to be as absolutely light as possible as they can.
Do you know what they... Is there a recommendation of how much they have to weigh? Like, is there a limit or not?
There is a minimum weight requirement in these ones. So I know that they did take a little bit of weight out of them when they changed to 1 litre fuel. They're allowed to take a little bit of weight out of the cars. Obviously, they like to run them a little bit lighter than what the minimum weight is so they can put weight around the car. They can add weight plates to the car, obviously left, right, front, rear, obviously depending on how the car reacts with the chassis. So... but not so much to do, I suppose. They might check some of the top end of the motor, like rocker covers will come off and maybe carbies might get changed if they're going to do some tuning, but they're not pulling pistons out or rods or anything in the bottom end. So a little bit quicker turnaround time for these cars, but very finely tuned cars. So it depends whether they want to play with that, whether they're happy with it.
I want to go back to, you mentioned about the weight. So if their previous run for, let's say for Chilton, front left is hiking up, are you saying they're going to put more weight in over that front left?
It might not be the front left. It will depend on what the chassis wants. But they may put,
that's why I'm asking the question.
They may put weight in the car, somewhere. They could change that around, I'm sure it comes into play when they mount everything in their engine bay and everything as well.
Oh, correct,
All right, let's see how we go. Rick Chilton was our number 7 qualifying, number 8 Chris Soldatis, which is unlike him. Normally the Ridgeway Motorsport gets underway. Chilton, nice. The Terraniac power plant is cruising down there. Oh, Soldatis on the centre line. Does he cross it? I don't know if he did. 7-1-0 for Chilton and a 7-1-2 for Chris Soldatis, but we've got to ask about that centre line, and our officials will have to make something on that. We definitely went on the white stuff. We see so much track prep, you know how close you are when you get on the bare concrete. So
my question is, obviously the lines are there, but then you've got the stone...
The timing
blocks. Is it when your car goes over the line or if you hit one of the timing blocks?
If your car goes over the line, you're out of your lane.
Yep.
Out of your lane. But he might not have. I mean, it was close. That was extremely close, and that's why we have a race director and we don't have to call it. Sometimes it's pretty obvious. That one was very close, but it is qualifying, right? So no matter what happens, he has laid down a time. He will come back tomorrow and he will get to do the all-run format and run 3 rounds of racing tomorrow. So it's not so bad to do it now, but in a race thing, when you want to win and we get super competitive as competitors, they will be looking at that very closely.
So if that was a race like tomorrow's situation, he crosses the line, officials down there can't tell, race director can't tell, because we have the avenue of having cameras on and all that, do they come and do
that's an aid that they can use.
They can do that.
Yeah, obviously they can use that. But obviously if you can't tell, then it didn't happen.
Third umpire.
Well, the third umpire can't tell, then it didn't happen. So, look, they got a time down there. I'm sure the crew probably won't be happy with a 7-1-2 from memory. We'll have to wait and see how that sort of plays out. Chilton, though, doing some good times back-to-back too. Not quite sure if we are going to get those 6-second runs here tonight.
So with the way this is working now with these guys, with the times in the qualifying session number 2, does it solely go on their best time out of the 2 qualifying sessions or the second qualifying session?
No, it'll be the best time out of the 2. So if they laid down a good run last time, as you could see there, Soldatis, unfortunately, 12-second run in his first qualifier. So run at 7-1-2, obviously they're going to want to make that stick. They want to make that one a proper run with officials. So hopefully that is a good run from them. Obviously we're looking at something down the far end at the moment because we don't have the cars fired up and coming forward. But yes, they'll take the best run out of those 2 and use that for qualifying. And really all it's going to do at this race meeting is decide who they're going to race against in round number 1.
Yep. So, all right. So in a scenario, qualifying 1, you've been out, bang, put down a brilliant time. Well, do you still come out for qualifying session number 2 because you've got such a good time?
don't have to. This is the risk you take, right? So obviously if you had something wrong with your engine, would you risk it at this point? Like if you've got enough to say maybe you're going to be in the top 4 qualifier and you're pretty happy with that time and you've got something you need to work on the car, you can take that advantage there and sit out qualifying session number 2. And this is when it comes down to qualifying. If you know the track, it's your local track, you got lots of conditions, lots of data, you can go out and swing for the fences in the first one. Because if you make a mistake, you know, in round number 2, you can come out, probably lay a reasonable time down.
Yep.
Or you go out in round number 1, lay a reasonable time down, and then come out and have a swing in qualifying session number 2. I mean, for some races, it doesn't matter because you've always got to race the same amount of people to get to the end. Whether you end up racing the number 1 qualifier in your first round, or you end up racing the last qualifier in your first round, you've got to win all your rounds to make it to the final to get the win. So for some, it's probably they like to be up the pointy end of the field, and you just hope that maybe you've got a car beside you that doesn't have quite as much power if you're, one of the top qualifiers in round number 1. Maybe secure your, you think you've got a bit of an advantage going, to make it through that first round of eliminations. But we're running the all-run format. It's all about wins.
Yep. So Matty Kavanagh up here giving us a blow description of how formats are run and also how these guys are competing down there on the racetrack.
Look, I think the crowd will agree. It's great when you have the all-run format, of course. We get to see everybody do things 3 times, all the pro cars, and that's what we'll see tomorrow night. I mean, 2 qualifying sessions tonight, but of course, with the all-run format tomorrow, 3 times we'll see all of the pro cars come out. No matter what, whether they lose all 3 rounds, they will be competing, and it's great to see. It means you'll see obviously pro stock come out, the pro mods, the door slammers, our top bikes, and we will have, of course, 7 top fuel cars here this weekend. Great field there and great to see Larry Dixon back here this weekend. It looks like we might have something out on track at the moment. I don't like when I can see the cover for the lights coming out. That is the big question there. Well, it's been a big day here at Sydney Dragway, and hopefully this is just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go too far away. Of course, you can head down to the pits. While you're walking past, check out the merchandise because you need to go and have a look at the brand new shirts that the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship have had done. And, of course, we will run out of certain sizes early tomorrow. So if you are there, go and grab that very quickly on your. If you're taking a bit of a walk in the undercover area, go and check out all the merchandise right now. Give yourself a good chance. And if you don't have tickets for tomorrow, you are watching us on the live stream, make sure you buy your tickets online because they are cheaper. $25 for adults, $15 for youth from 11 to 16 years, 10 and under free. And of course, if you got the family, it's $60 for 2 adults and 2 youths. Bring them down. If you've got any kids under 10, they get in free. It's going to be a big night tomorrow night because not only do we have all the fantastic drag racing, we've got burnouts at the end of the night. And then, of course, we light the sky up with a fantastic fireworks display.
Yeah, really looking forward to that, Matty. Obviously, we're going to light the racetrack up with some nitro and some flames, but then obviously...
we just keep lighting things up. We'll just light
Why
the wick.
not?
Maybe if we can get them to line up, we extend the wick all the way down. As they go over the finish line, the last top fuel car could light it up for us. Do you think we could choreograph that?
You're ambitious.
I like that word, ambitious.
I got told that at school a lot.
Yeah. Great ideas, a lot of ambition.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we've got a bit of precipitation happening at the track at the moment. That's why we've had to
which
stop
is
the racing.
unfortunate when you do look at, because everybody does have a cell phone these days, you can have a look at the radar and certainly doesn't look like there's anything above us, but obviously there is. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls. One thing I guess with tomorrow too, Matty, is for people that are here or people that are watching on the Sydney Dragway YouTube page is that if you're thinking about coming out tomorrow, as you said, get your tickets online, save some money, all that razzmatazz. But bring a friend. Bring someone else. Bring your next door neighbour. Tell them to come along. They mightn't have been before.
No, great weekend to be doing, of course, with everything we've got going on. You need to be down here by, I want to say you want to be in the gate by 5 p.m. because 5:30 p.m. we've got the driver autograph, so you can head down there and check out all the races. Your favourite racer, grab yourself a poster, get an autograph, go and meet them. Bit of a meet and greet. It's always great when we can share the experience with all the fans of drag racing around the country as well. Kick things off tomorrow. I believe it is about 1 p.m. we get underway with racing, is it? Or a bit later than that?
Yeah, 1 o'clock is supposed to be the schedule, but obviously with what's happening just now, who knows, things could certainly change. But at this stage, 1 o'clock cars will be on track tomorrow, and then there'll certainly be a great lot of racing in that first round, and then we'll have one round of modifieds in session 2, and then, as you said, 5 o'clock is probably the time to be here in your seat and ready, because it's going to be a emotional start up to the afternoon tomorrow, as we know, and it's been mentioned probably a couple of times tonight about Sam Fennick. Obviously, it's going to be a very emotional start to the meeting tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. So, and believe you me, I think it's going to be worth being here, because there's been a lot of things happening in the background to make this meaningful, which is always going to be, but at the same stage, I think it's going to be very, very cool to be a part of it, but also to see what's going to happen, and then hopefully another little surprise is going to happen later on in the night too, which is going to be pretty cool.
Well, can't wait for tomorrow. Of course, just a little bit of precipitation here at the track, so hopefully that won't last too long, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back underway with racing very, very shortly. For all those watching the stream, now's your chance to have a quick break. We're not going to go too far from the mics in the hope that we are underway with racing very, very shortly. Pro Stock is underneath us here in the tower and out in the staging lanes, and of course, then we will get on underway after Pro Stock, back with our modified races, and then into our, obviously not too far away from our top fuel coming back out, our top alcohol, top bike, and of course our top door slam to round out qualifying here this afternoon. I'm already seeing the covers coming off of a couple of vehicles there, so it might not be too bad. We could be back underway racing in just a few moments. But ladies and gentlemen, take this opportunity, if you are at the track, to grab yourself some merchandise, grab yourself a quick break. If you are on our stream, do the same, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Well, looks like we're not too far away from getting back underway with racing here in qualifying session number 2 of the Pro Stock at the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam, and of course supported by Atlantic Oils, the Pro Stock category this weekend. It's fantastic to have them back on board, and great to see them have so many of their partners, friends, staff, and of course their customers down here in the corporate area for the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. And here we go, we're firing them back up. Of course, that first run, we don't know what happened there. Crystal Dardis got very close to that centre line. Of course, Rick Chilton alongside, another tough run now. But our number 1 qualifier at the moment with a 7.060 is Bruce Leak, coming out next, the Thelma and Leak Racing Pontiac GXP. And it's been over 20 years since he's had a championship under his belt, but I think he'd just be happy to get a round win.
So Leak just backing up once again.
Well, just got word hot off the press that Top Fuel is up next. We're going to run this Pro Stock pairing, and then we are going to bring Top Fuel. We've got 2 Pro Stock pairings here under the tower, and then Top Fuel is back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. They're qualifying session number 2. They are in the staging lanes and getting ready to come out ASAP on track here at Sydney Dragway. So we're not mucking around. We want Top Fuel to run down the track. We've got the crowd here. Everything's happening. The lights are now out, and we can see those candles lit for the full 1,000 foot. But first off, we need to get through this Pro Stock qualifiers here. A couple more pairings to go. Bruce Leak, our number 1 qualifier at the moment with a 7.06, and alongside Bill Petakaris in the Ford ZX2 Escort, all thanks to Bip Tipper Hire, local New South Wales competitor now. Ran a 7.154 at 191 miles an hour in the previous qualifying session. They're looking to see if maybe we can just go a little bit faster. Can have a clean track now. It's just had a little bit of a clean there, I suppose, with the weather that's briefly come across us. So it all looks like it's cleaned up. We should be back underway racing nice and smooth. Line up, just waiting for the crews to bring him in. Leak still with the doors open. Final adjustments on the wheelie bars. And just be looking for another smooth run to pull a 7.06 nice and early in qualifying session number 1 while the sun was still out. It was a good time. Air density probably not favourable for the Pro Stock cars at the moment. But we'll wait and see what times they can produce. All in the hands of the drivers now. 5 speeds to get through manually in that cockpit. Bit of work for him to do. Pre-stage lights waiting for both cars to roll forward. Oh, red light for Bill Petakaris. Some issues there, but he leaves anyway. It doesn't look like he's going to get a time as he goes towards the wall. Bruce Leak, I'm hearing, it might sound like the noise has gone out there. 7.60 at 142. So he's got off that a little bit early as well, and he's just running down that left-hand side of the dragster, but I don't know if he's going to come over there as he heads down into the braking area, but Petakaris there had a red light really early. Might have just bounced through the beams there and then has not recorded a time, so that's not going to work for him. Still got that 7.15 it was that he's got in the bank for a bit later for Bill Petakaris. Hopefully it'll see him there. 8 cars here this weekend as part of Pro Stock. Of course, 400 cubic inches of naturally aspirated goodness. And I do believe this might be our last Pro Stock pairing before we get Top Fuel out. I'll just wait and see what else is going to come underneath the tunnel there. We've still got a couple of Pro Stock cars out the back we are going to put on hold because we want to get Top Fuel to the lanes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for hanging around. It was only a short break there, but we do want to get Top Fuel. Do not go anywhere. It's not far away. The Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship qualifying session number 2 here at Sydney Dragway. Round number 4 of racing for them. Tony Polito now comes out in lane number 1 in the Motorsport Parts and Services Ford Escort. Rolls through the water, sets himself up, and here we go. How many gears? What gear are we going to start in for the burnout? Alongside Rob Deckett from Victoria, that Pontiac's GXP will now light the tyres up and warm up those huge slicks.
I love watching the crew chiefs in these scenarios when they come through the water box, keep their signals, stop, go, burnout, all that. Some of them are very animated with the way they do it, Matty, too. That's the other thing that I love, sitting back, just sort of watching, taking it in, like you guys that have been around drag racing for so long. You're just used to calling what you see and do and talking about the guys, but I'm sort of looking at different things and whatever. It's always cool just to pick out different things for what these guys are doing. And
you've really got to love the passion, don't you, some of these drag races. But Rob Deckett now, the noise has gone out. The cars are being pushed back on both cars, actually. So I'm just waiting to see if I can see any indication maybe if... Yep, we are getting the signal. It looks like we a bit of dampness coming down there, a bit of moisture falling from the sky at the moment. We don't want to say that other word. So hopefully this will just be another brief moment there, because Top Fuel are in the staging lanes and getting ready to go. They are very excited to get this qualifying session number 2 underway. And they are just going to quickly move some of these cars around, put the covers on. But they are in our staging lanes and prepared to race here tonight at Sydney Dragway. Of course, it is round number 4 of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. And we are midway through the season at the moment with a strong lead out in front by 135 points. Of course, there's Damien Harris from the Rapisada Autosport International, supported by Atlantic Oils, which is fantastic. And, of course, they've shown it with an extra driver this weekend. Not only do they have Damien Harris, they've got Wayne Newby, who's sitting 3rd in the championship. Larry Dixon's made it back after 12 months when he was here last time to kick things off, and he's back and racing the C car, as they affectionately call it. So good to see they've got 3 cars in a field of 7. And they want to take home the win here, especially round number 4 at Sydney Dragway.
Yeah, big operation, obviously, that of the Rapisada team. So certainly it's they're committed to making this championship work, as all the Top Fuel teams are. So certainly, yeah, they're doing a hell of a job, and it's just cool when they bring someone out like Larry Dixon back out to Australia to race. Shows their commitment.
Yeah, and they've worked with him before, obviously, and great to have him out last year. He's returned again, and now that we can probably travel a lot more frequently between the countries, much easier to do that. It's great to have him come out. Of course, we have seen many names come over here before. Jim Oberhofer's over here at the moment with the Jim Reed Racing crew as well, the Hydrolink team. They've got a great relationship with him over in the States. I saw Bruce went over there and spent some time there, a couple of races in September, October, and now Jim's come back over here. He's to his Australian family, hanging out for Aussie Day, I seen with him.
Yeah,
making sure he's eating Vegemite and doing barbies.
Hanging out with a kangaroo yesterday, I seen him as well, so which is cool.
Great to have Jim over here from the United States, and obviously that relationship he's got with the Jim Reed Racing crew. And how good is that? He's gone out and he's still our number 1 qualifier with a 3.811. So he's got to be pretty happy with that at the moment. I don't know if we're going to see the 370s. You look at the Rapisada crew, they're not far behind him. I mean, Newby has had some great form after Queensland there, where they just seem to find the groove for that car. They found that sweet spot with a 3.816. He's 5 thousandths slower. Yeah,
and time, realistically, it's minute when it gets out there on the racetrack. But you were mentioning, obviously, about the Reed team, and I was lucky enough to be that first qualifying session to be down on the start line, just floating around and being down there nice and close. And as you've said a couple of times, Matty, and also Bushy as well, said about how it is super cool to be down there on the start line if you get that opportunity. But the other thing was interesting, after Phil Reed had been down the track, and Jim was still down there, team principal of the Jim Reed racing team. After each pass, he was like, "We're still number 1. We're still number 1." So his passion for the sport is remarkable.
Absolutely. He is second to none there when it comes to the passion for the motorsport, especially in Top Fuel. And look, he's down there at the moment. I'm sure if you go down there as a fan and have a bit of a chat with him, he loves to have a bit of a talk about all the racing that goes on. And, you know, he goes with the team everywhere. There's not one he misses out on. And it'll be very interesting talking to Bruce Reed earlier, you know, like he's very committed to going back to the States and doing a lot more research and being part of it over there. We see the times they're running over there a little bit faster than Australia. Obviously a lot more racing though, and a lot more teams as well, so the competitive nature is a lot higher. And I think just the amount of runs they get in over there in a year is phenomenal, especially at a Top Fuel level. So we'll have to, it'll be interesting to see whether he gets back over there and does a bit more experience. You think Bruce Reed, so experienced in Australian Top Fuel, what can he learn? Well, there's plenty going on in the world, and plenty of technology, and I'm sure there's plenty of secrets amongst teams of how they just get that, you know, 100th of a second out of the car.
Oh, for sure. And Matty, a question that I do have now, obviously all the Top Fuel teams have set their cars up ready to come out thinking they're going to be in the staging lanes and pretty much on the track, down, done. with this delay now, and obviously Bruce Reed's just been out, he's just had a little bit of a look and looked like he was heading back towards the car. Do they go back and do they have the capacity to change things now because of possibly, yes, the way the track is or the way the air changes because we've had a little bit of moisture?
It's how they want to bring. Obviously, they can adjust some of the bleed valves on the fuel lines, which is pretty simple to do. Unscrew something and put a new pill in there. You know.
So on the pill, explain what that, because obviously there might be people out there right now that have absolutely no idea what you're saying.
Obviously there's a lot of fuel pressure going into the nozzles, into the fuel system, right? So they bleed that off. It's a certain pressure that'll open up, but the size of the pill is that there's the size of the hole they drill in that pill, so you can get different sizes. They might bleed a bit more fuel if they want to lean it out. They might put a smaller one in if they want to fatten it up. They can adjust some other things on the car too, timing as well. That's something that they can do, obviously, within the car. The clutch itself, obviously, is very much controlled by a computer, how it pushes out into the thrust bearing. So they can do things there as well, and it's adjustments there, which you see them, they've got a little hatch on the front of the car, and you'll see them make some final adjustments sometimes. So there's plenty of fine adjustment they can do on the car. I don't think, considering that the track is not really going to be at a major disadvantage here because we are still dragging the tractors down, the warmth's going to stay in it for now. It's not a cold night, like this is a winter night where it's really cold. Track temperature might change a lot, but I don't think it will there, especially with the tractors constantly dragging the track. It's going to be nice and clean for them to go. It's only going to be a minute change they might want to make, but the air's probably not going to change that much tonight either. I don't think we're going to see a huge condition change. They might adjust some of the tyre pressure, maybe.
Yeah, that was one of my questions is, and what PSI do they run in those rear tyres?
Look,
I'm probably putting you under the pump on some of these things, but
you'd be lucky to probably run 6 to 8 PSI, I'd say.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, big tyres, a lot of air under there as well. So, you know.
And there's nothing better when you see those slow-mo replays up close of those rear tyres and you see the creases in them, the folding over when they hit that fun pedal and it takes off and you see the way that turns over, and for them getting the traction on those rear wheels, it is amazing. And it comes back to technology, obviously, with television cameras and everything like that these days, that we can actually see that properly, whereas you go back 15 years ago, it wasn't as clear, and guys are obviously learning off that because of the way that sidewall folds over and things happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of mechanics behind that as well. I mean, we all think a wheelie bar is what it says. It's a wheelie bar. It's to stop the car going over backwards. But sometimes it also stops the tyre pushing so far into the ground because we don't want it. If it pushes down too far, well, one, potentially with the low tyre pressures, room hits the ground. It's where we see tyre shake and things like that. So the wheelie bar sometimes will also stop the tyre pushing any further into the ground. So it maintains a bit of shape. But obviously there's a fine line in the adjustment on that. And that's what we see a lot of different race cars changing, that adjustment there on the start line. Because obviously they do their burnout. The temperature of the air inside the tyre changes. So the wheelie bar height changes. So they'll adjust it after the burnout because it might be a big burnout, it might be a small burnout. They might sit around for a long time. They'll wait till the last minute to put that final adjustment in.
So, and with you just saying that, if the weather conditions are still daylight, it's hot, track's hot, do they normally do a lesser burnout then, if that's the case, because of the way that could be?
Well, I don't think so. I think that's just comes down to the crew and the team and what they want to do. I think some guys just enjoy doing the burnout, really.
It's part of the spectacle.
The crowd love it.
Correct.
They absolutely love it when we see the big burnout. So, look, I think everyone up to their own. Some people, I mean, a lot of cars now running tyre temperatures. They've got little, they'll actually look at the tyre temperature and it's a data log. So it's actually wide into the car. It's like a little infrared beam that goes out, and they data log the temperature of the tyre as it goes down the track, where they might see, and they can tell whether the tyre's slipping or not by doing that, because the tyre's starting to over-rotate, it'll pick up temperature and things. So I'm sure crews do look at that data after the burnout and take things like that on board, and, everyone to their own, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, and you go back in the days, and I'm sure you'd remember this, and there's probably a lot of people that do remember it watching online or sitting here. You go back to the days when Victor Bray, obviously, burnouts he used to do. That's what he was known for. People wanted to go and see him in that car and do what he did. So it's all part of the sport, obviously, as well as that. It's part of a show, and then they go down and do their times.
Yeah, I think in those days probably wasn't as much technology getting around the data log.
No, exactly, 100%.
But they were showmen, weren't they? The Wild Bunch days, they were big showmen, and we still got them when it comes to drag racing. They love to put a show on for the crowd, and look, you got to have all sorts to. It takes many people to, put on a show. And we love having the big showmen come out there and put on the big wheel stands, the burnouts, like everything that comes here. And, of course, tomorrow night we've got plenty more happening as well, the fireworks, everything. So, look, I don't think when it comes to doing the burnout, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference for most races. Everyone else, though, there could be a few people, though, who take that. They've got their start line procedure, I suppose.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I mean, you know, the guys with the clutches aren't going to want to go too much and overheat the clutch either. So there's going to be lots of different start line procedures for different cars, and depending on what the makeup of the vehicle is too.
So if you haven't got your tickets for tomorrow night yet, you can still get them online. Get your tickets. $25 for an adult. Cheaper online too, by the way. $15 for youth tickets, 11 to 16 years of age. Kids 10 and under are free. And then if you want a family pass, which is 2 adults and 2 youth tickets, $60. Buy them online. And bring a friend. And let's see if we can have a massive crowd here tomorrow.
Look, tomorrow's sunny and clear all day. That's what's forecast. It's going to be fantastic down here. You've got
when
obviously
did you,
the autographs.
hang on, woo. When did you become a weather forecaster?
When I looked it up.
Right, I'm just asking.
You were on Google earlier. You're telling me it's Google. It's all about Google. We've got the autograph signings 5:30 p.m. We've got some very special stuff happening, obviously.
Opening ceremonies
and things like that. And, of course, obviously, it's a big weekend as we race for Sam Fennick this weekend, who, unfortunately, succumbed to his injuries up there in Queensland. So, it's going to be an absolutely huge event, and it's going to be some heartstrings felt tomorrow night, So come down here. You're going to want to be here in person if you are a drag racing fan, or if you have been part of drag racing in your past. If you can make it here, you really need to be at the track tomorrow, because it's just not going to have the same emotion at home that you'll get here.
No, exactly. But the other thing is, Matty, I think what will possibly happen with the competitors, as we mentioned earlier and you just mentioned now, like the opening ceremonies are going to be very emotional for sure for a lot of people. But I think when they get into that, back into the racing side of things, and when it comes to the final race to win your category or the like, I think we're going to see some emotion from crews on the start line, and obviously down the top end, the bottom end, when the driver pulls up, has a chat down there, and then even presentations. I think there'll be quite a few people that are going to be choked up, I reckon. I think it's going to be an emotional day here tomorrow for sure.
It definitely is. So make sure you do come down.
And a proud day too for the sport. As much as, and that might sound weird, me saying that, a proud day for the sport, but it's going to show how big of a family this drag racing family is, but also motorsport in general.
No, it definitely will. It definitely will. It looks like our tractors have gone off the track, which could mean we are about to go back underway with racing very, very shortly. Of course, we are trying to get these last couple of Pro Stock cars run. All of our top fuel are lined up in the staging lanes to get their qualifying session and number 2 underway. We're going to try and get through as much racing as possible here tonight. It's only a slight, very slight bit of precipitation. It is not what I would call heavy at all, and only takes moments to clean up on the racetrack. So hopefully we can get this run. Rob Deckett's car's coming forward now. It looks like they're going to fire that back up and send it into the burnout box. Tony Polito as well, starting to pull the filter off the front of the bonnet scoop there, so they can get some fresh air in and start that car up as well. And the Ford Escort will be fired up in just a second. So Pro Stock about to continue on here for round number 2 of qualifying on this Friday night of the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam here at Sydney Dragway.
How good are Atlantic Oils?
Have you seen the corporate setup they've got down there? Like the VIP experience down there.
I went in earlier. I was going to say I snuck in, but I didn't, because that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. But it's a setup and a half.
Great to get down there if you get an opportunity. Maybe you need to start buying some Atlantic Oils so you can get an invite next year. You think you use enough? Probably not.
No, I don't, unfortunately, because I don't want my car using too much oil.
Also supporting Pro Stock here this weekend. Let's fire them back up in this qualifying session. We've seen 2 cars go down already. And next up, it's going to be Tony Polito, Rob Decker. Now, they've already gone through the burnout procedures once, which may see a very short burnout from them this time. I mean, interestingly enough, with these cars being naturally aspirated, high RPM, we don't see a whole heap of huge amounts of torque out of them like you would, I suppose, out of a supercharged car, a nitrous car, or something with a power adder on it. And interestingly enough, even the weight of the tyres in these cars make a difference. So you'll see them keep different tyres, and because they'll roll them out and get different sizes, much like you would in any other motorsport. So just depending on the track conditions, if you've got a little bit more horsepower, you might put a tyre with a bit more tread on there. Might weigh a little bit more, might be a bit bigger out of diameter. Sometimes, though, when we've got different track conditions here, you've got a little bit less horsepower, you might want to go for a bit more of a worn tyre there. And you're talking like, could only be like 3 or 4 millimetre difference rollout. But, you know, just gives you that little bit of extra, I suppose, doesn't bog the engine down as much because you don't want the engine to bog down. So a little bit less weight, take some rubber off, could just be, you know, a little bit of weight off each tyre. Very fine-tuned, these cars. They will not throw anything away if they think they can use it again. You just never know the conditions you're going to come up against. All right, we bring him in now. Just waiting for him as the crew start to walk away. Polito's crew now, of course, they've all got to set the camera up. You can't go anywhere without having a camera by your side. The amazing technology. Here we go. Qualifying session number 2 back underway at the Atlantic Oils Pro Stock here at Sydney Dragway. Rob Decker's been super fast. 7.14 in qualifying 1, but he got off it a little bit early. How does he go this time? Looks like he might run it all the way. 6.98, 196 miles an hour for Rob Decker. Puts him number 1. How good is that from Decker? 6.98, the first one to go into the sixes. Tony Polito goes, has some issues there in the car, just rolls down the track. That's very unfortunate for him. But Rob Decker's crew are going to be pretty happy about that.
You'd certainly think so, to be able to come out and throw that down after the delays and extra burnouts and everything that they have to do for that scenario. So they'd be certainly wrapped with that result.
Well, he was number 2 qualifier before, so he stepped it up.
Hey, yeah, and he's one of the fast guys, obviously. So they know what they're doing as a team and as a driver. So to come out and throw that down, they'd be super, super happy.
I do think it would be tough for someone to run a 6-second pass here tonight, but he's just snuck in there, 6.98. Tomorrow we are going to have some warm conditions. We'll see, though, what the weather stations say, because obviously if we get some dry air, that might help him out a little bit. It might cool off at the night time as well. During the day, it might be a bit harder for him to run those 6-second passes, but definitely is capable of doing it here tonight with the conditions. As we can see, Craig Geddes now is lined up ready to go as the next car. We've got red lights back on track, so just waiting to get the signal from down there. But Craig Geddes has raced, well, plenty of forms of drag racing, plenty of categories as well. Super Comp, which is probably a similar car, but he's raced in dragsters as well, from memory. It's a very slick car, and he's stepping up into the Pro Stock ranks now, so it's great to see Craig doing that. Supported by Deco Glaze Glass Splashbacks, Quick Freight Express, Jack's Barn Door Builders, Ballarat Bolts and Fasteners, Hudson Ridge Builders, CHS Broadbent Grain and Fastlane Speed Shop. 7.24 at 174 was a nice way to kick off his qualifying session as well, considering he's really the novice in the group. I don't want to say he's a novice at drag race because he's got so much experience, but when it comes to Pro Stock, hasn't done too many laps in a Pro Stock car.
So just on, obviously, people at home and here at the track can't see what we're looking at. But, Matty, I just want to ask you, this up here on the screen, is that his best time he's done, and then speed, or what is that up there on the...
I think that's some category records there you'll see up there.
Right, yep.
Although we have got, that's one of the category records there. So that's why you'll see that 6.85.
So the 6.85, that's the quickest across Australia or just at this venue?
I think we actually ran that last when we were here in November, actually, and from memory, it is the quickest we've seen on the unleaded fuel since we changed over a couple of seasons ago. So an 8.5 with a 9, and we had 2 cars run that from memory. So very interesting there, and like you say, almost that 200 mile an hour range there. So a couple of numbers that just keep in the system there. Depends where you go, obviously. It's a timing system. It could be the local track record. It could be the national. You just never know.
Yeah, I think Bushy's just ran off to the timing
when
box
we see
to
the
find
index
out.
racing come up, like every category will have a different index, and it sort of makes it, I suppose, if you're not a hardcore drag racing fan, it makes it a bit more difficult to follow. But obviously, within the classes, I suppose, in some of the categories of racing. We don't see it as much when we come to the pro categories. It's basically, it is what it is. It's a record, and we move on from that.
Move on. Yeah. No, it just interested me seeing that in front up there, and it's like, well, hang on, what is that time up there? And yeah, hopefully Bushy's going to come back with an answer.
Well, we're firing them up. I thought for a moment there we still had red lights to the track, so they are taking it very cautiously at the moment because the clouds above aren't really moving away, but they're not really doing much either. So it's kind of like we're on the very edge at the moment, but of course safety is our #1 factor. So we are going to make sure everything is all right after every run. Craig Geddes now getting ready to do the burnout. He's Pontiac GTO. He's just watched Rob Deckett go down, obviously in the same lane as well. So you've got to have a little bit of confidence in that. Not afraid to warm the tyres up either. That's what we like to see. He will reverse his car back, and then it's going to be an opportunity for him to get down the track. See if he can go one better there in qualifying. A 7.242 was his time in qualifying session #1, 174 miles an hour. So he might have rolled off that a little bit earlier. Probably would have expected that to be in the 180s somewhere. And then, of course, looks like our top fuel teams are rolling forward for their second round of qualifying, so don't go anywhere. The Burson Australia Top Fuel Championship qualifying session #2 here. Round 4 of the Championship Series. Second time we've seen the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship.
Yeah, and super cool, the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam.
It's a big weekend here at Sydney Dragway. Let's get the Atlantic Oils Pro Stock category just to round out here, see if we can get their qualifying done. I'm just waiting to see if we've got any more in the staging lanes to come out after Top Fuel, but I don't think we do. Our Pro Mod's starting to get ready down the back. So we're going to line up and try and get through as many of these cars as possible here this evening at Sydney Dragway. Very important we get all of our pro categories out there to get their second qualifying session done. Here we go, Craig Geddes now on a solo run in that good lane. It's already seen a 6-second pass. What can Geddes do? Can he run his first 6-second pass in pro stock? Just edging forward. Waiting to see those lights. Here we go, the RPM about to go up. He's just got to roll in. He's in full stage now. Nice, you can hear him going through the gears. Half track, it's a 460. 719 at 190 miles an hour, and you've got to be happy about that overall speed.
Puts him 7th quick.
Well, a great run there from Craig Geddes there, and 190 miles an hour. Think about that, he's already got that car up to in excess of 300 kilometres. He's going about 306 kilometres that run. That's a nice run from Craig there as he... Well, he's not even easing his way into Pro Stock at this point. He's just going out there and trying to take it as his own. I think he wants to win in his first round of racing here.
As you do.
Time to fire him up, though. It's nitro time as the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. Pete Chibris now sends a cloud of nitro over the tower here at Sydney Dragway. And how much noise can we make? Round #1, it was a 3.965, but only 277 miles an hour. So he's got some work to do, Pete Chibris, and it hasn't been his season so far. After coming off a championship win last year, many, many runners up, but he's not wanting to get a runner up here. At the moment, he's sitting 5th in the championship on 150 points. That's 165 points behind Damien Harris. Sometimes it's all about taking that first step and getting back to the A final, and it could all be at this midway point of the championship, round #4 here at Sydney Dragway as part of the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. And there we go, the crew will frantically work around this car now to get it prepared to get down the track, and he does hold the track record here as well. So you just never know what Pete Chibris might be able to pull off at this point. Could he be right up there? Of course, Ben Patterson, Tim Adams, 2 brain trusts working on this as crew chiefs. From memory, it was a 3.742, I think from memory it was, is the record here. Yep, and he actually holds that record.
at 326.
Oh, I think Damien Harris may have the mile an hour. He may do. I do have the records in my other bag, so I will bring them up tomorrow. As I was reading them last week, so it's all good.
All good, Matty.
All right, Pete Chibris now on a solo run. It's top fuel time qualifying session number 2. Can he go better than 3.96 and improve? It needs to be to 381 with a 1. Candles go up, it's good so far. Looks like a bit of a rattle, but there's still 1,000 foot. Goes 381 with a 5. 3.81 with a 5. And that's 3 cars now on a 381. That'll put him right in the middle. He's beaten Wayne Newby by thousandths of a second so far.
Yeah, it puts him second quick at this stage.
Oh, he's number 2 qualifier at the moment, and I'm just trying to have a look. It went all the way to 1,000 foot, and the crew just checking that start line there. It almost looked like there was a bit of shake there, but he drove through it. Really pushing hard, Pete Chibris, and he'd be happy about that one to get back in those top 4 times again with 7 cars here this weekend. But the question we've got to say, can Reed go quicker? He's been running 381s in testing. He ran a 381 here in qualifying session 1. But Newby, somehow they've just found the mojo in that car. 381 with a 6, and he's got another run still to go. Damien Harris, don't count him out because he's been quick everywhere he goes. He's normally running the fastest ET or fastest mile per hour, so we'll wait and see what he can do. The next couple of cars, there's going to be a couple of Rapisada cars as well. Damien Harris, this time from Western Australia, is going to be in lane number 1, all thanks to Uplift Cranes and Atlantic Oils, and alongside the 3-time NHRA champion, Larry Dixon from the USA, Indianapolis. All thanks to Santos Cranes and Uplift Cranes. Fires up the Rapisada Autosport International entry. Great to see 2 cars supported by Atlantic Oils. And here for round number 4 of the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship. The cars roll in. Dixon gets the burnout done, short and sharp. Harris, he's here for business, leading the championship by 35 points, by 135 points, I should say, at the moment. A strong championship lead, but you need to maintain that. You need to keep getting the wins. It's qualifying session at the moment. Harris is on a 3.83, currently sitting in 4th fastest qualifier.
So with them being teammates, no team rules, it's hammer down?
I don't think there's any team rules when it comes to any of these top fuel teams. If you're sitting in that seat and you know how much it costs to run a top fuel car down and the amount of times you get to do it every year, you've got to savour every moment and you've got to take every win you can get. It is qualifying, but Larry Dixon is not going to hold back. Damien Harris, Sano Jr. been a formidable force this season. Win after win, perfect round after perfect round. They'll want to go out here. Low ET would suit them, number 1 qualifier. Oh, they're lit up. Harris looks like he's in front too with the half track, and they go towards the centre line. 379 for Harris, 325 miles an hour, and a 384 for Larry Dixon at 312. What a run side by side from the Rapisada Autosport International crew. Big round of applause here at Sydney Dragway. Damien Harris does not disappoint and goes number 1 qualifier, the first into the 370s here this weekend.
Yeah, he wasn't mucking around then, was Damien Harris, so he pips Phil Reed, but we know Reed's still yet to come out. So what has Phil Reed got to be able to try and jump back over Harris?
Oh, I think you got to get the hot rod and turn it up, mate. Turn it up. That's all we need to do there. Phil Reed will be very interested to be watching him in front, I suppose. He's very calm, though. I don't think it's going to faze him too much. It's going to come down to his brother there who's got to put the tune-up in. So
the question is, Phil Lamartina and Shane Olive, they're about to race each other. Obviously, they're teammates as well. That means that Phil Reed gets a solo run. Would Phil Reed rather have the solo run to try and get that time off Damien Harris? Obviously, Lamartina or Olive could come out and do the same, but would Phil Reed rather have a car beside him, or would he rather be a single?
I don't think it would matter.
Doesn't matter?
I don't think it would matter.
Because you're concentrating on what you're doing in your lane.
Possibly he might, maybe Bruce would like a lane choice, possibly, if they've got a favoured lane. Sometimes you'll see with races that maybe sometimes there is a lane that is slightly better than the other. It might just be the traffic that goes down it.
So Bruce gets they get the choice because they're a single qualifier?
Yeah. All right. teammates again now. It's going to be the Fuchs top fuel entries here. Of course, going to be Phil Lamartina, the Carrot King himself from Victoria, taking on Shane Olive in lane number 2, the Burson Auto Parts top fuel dragster. Now Phil Lamartina now has Luke Marsden, his crew chief. He's done 1 season on Shane Olive's car. Aaron Hambridge has taken a step back from top fuel at the moment. So a bit of a change up in the team. Aaron Hambridge, though, was a great crew chief for many, many years, but Luke Marsden did a fantastic job last year with Shane Olive.
Just noticing Shane Olive then when they did the burnout, the car got a little bit crossed up. Is that a worry for them when they see the car do that or not?
Look, I don't think Shane's going to be too fussed by that. That's just going to be part of it. I wouldn't see too much concern with that. Could have just been as he went out, car might have been turned slightly when he got on the accelerator there and let those tyres up when you've got, you know, 11,000 horsepower on tap. I mean, we only used just a fraction of that. You got to remember they are just cracking the throttle. They got a throttle stop on them when they do the burnout because they don't want to over rev them. Most important thing is they take it off before they do the run because otherwise, although it's fast to us, it's going to feel slow to them.
Now, I was wrong before saying that I thought that Phil Reed had a single pass. Obviously, he doesn't.
He's going to have someone beside him, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. All right, next up, though, is the Fuchs Lubricants Burson Auto Part teammates. Phil Lamartina, Shane Olive. Lamartina looking for another win. Olive, he's had one last season. Can he get one now? He's had some good success here at Sydney last time in our inaugural round. Lamartina came on the podium in 3rd place. What can he do? The car is going backwards there for Shane Olive. I don't know what's going on, but now he's found forward. Waiting for him to go into stage. Idling for quite a long time, though.
No. Cheap starters telling him to go back. The beam on the rocket side is not picking up Olive.
I think lights. I think we've got a problem. They're checking the lights up there, but I mean, at this point now, the cars have been running for quite some time. I know they can turn them off and they can take them back. It's not too much. They have turned them around in previous events. They just let them cool down a bit and check everything. But idling like this now for an extended period of time could be an issue. You got to remember, not a big cooling system, not a huge radiator, and now we're getting that universal shutdown signal there, and there's a bit more to it than just the teams there because, I mean, the car's trying to go forward on Phil Lamartina now, so obviously the clutch is getting very hot and it's wanting to start engaging there, so there's some issues. Unfortunately, it looks like maybe it is going to be the staging lights up there at the moment here at Sydney Dragway, so they will work frantically on that. Just
watching one of the Rapisada team guys, he come running over to Phil's car, but then went over to Shane Olive's car and then just started undoing something on the front of the motor. I wonder what I don't know.
What you'll see is the fuel line comes up there. So what they want to do is, obviously, you can do a bit of damage there when they lean the cars out there. So they'll actually try and undo the fuel line there and take it off.
So I'm pretty sure that's what the crew guy off the Rapisada team just did.
Yeah, and they could be, maybe they're just running up with a spanner there to make sure they can get that off as well, you know, because it is like an AN fitting. But they'll want to take that off there because the last thing they want to do is lean them out too much. They want them to stop pretty quick because very volatile fuel. That's where they make all their horsepower. So hopefully they can get that sorted. But I don't want to see that on the window, guys.
No.
It's something that we've been fighting for the last probably half an hour there. And it looks like we might have a few more of those small droplets there as the team start to run out with some covers as well. So hopefully we can get this sorted very quickly. It doesn't seem to be hanging around, and there's nothing to keep it going too. If we look up on the radar there, it is whisper thin. So unfortunate at the moment there. That'll stop them doing this run. Hopefully the cars can, though, be turned around. We know they may just need to top them up with fuel. That is one of the things. If they have to sit there and idle for that long, they might want to. They've got to go through the burnout procedure again. They probably will go through and put a little bit more fuel in the cars. Like we say, 60 to 70 litres of nitro used in just one run. That's the burnout and get the run done. So if you've chewed up just, 20 litres of that, 30 litres of that, you might just want to wait a moment there and see if we can top those cars up fuel and run the next, if we've got any more cars out there. I don't think we do, but we do have an odd number. Well, we'll have to wait and find out.
For the fuel?
Newbie's still to come.
Yeah, newbie will be against Reed. As I said earlier, I thought it was just Phil Reed by himself. Just looking at our pictures that we get from the staging lanes, I didn't see newbie's car because he was out of our range of our picture. So, but he certainly come out into the start procedure area.
Well, it was Pete Shibris who really got that solo run in the first pairing, well, the first opportunity here when it came to the round number 2 of qualifying at the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship here at Sydney Dragway, covering up all the electronics. The magneto covered up there, and of course the car as well, try and keep as much moisture off it as possible. It did run for quite some time. We'll have the crew chiefs, we'll be talking this over to see if they are going to go again. Working very closely together now, especially with 2 new crew chiefs. Obviously not new to crew chiefing on other cars, but new to Top Fuel and being the main man, I suppose. Dean down there now taking it on for Shane Olive's car, but really it's when we see him step up, I suppose, and take that on. And Luke Marsden last year stepped up and took on Shane Olive's car, and now with Aaron stepping away, Luke is now on Phil Lamartina's car. So major changes in this crew, I suppose, this season. Not with the depth of experience with the nitro like we saw with Aaron on board, but he'll still be a phone call away.
Oh, 100%. And hey, look, right now, just looking down the track, obviously we can see that precipitation falling, and for the fans out there, it's unfortunate that it is under this situation, but who would be a track promoter or a chief steward of a race meeting right now, trying to work out what you do and what you don't do?
Well, it's just not coming all at once, is it? It's not like we've had a huge downpour or anything like that. It's like this, just a couple of drops here and there, just enough to stop proceedings for a moment. And then, of course, it dries up almost instantly on the track. We drag it with the tractor a couple of times, and then we're good to go racing again. So the question is now with these drivers and these cars, do they just want to top them up with fuel and get this run done? Just get it over with, because really with the all-run format tomorrow night, you've still got to win races to make points. Now, is there a big advantage? I'm not quite sure. We look at Phil Lamartina at the moment. 3.98, he want to improve on that, but he is faster than his teammate Shane Olive with a 4.11. Now, if Olive could get into 3 seconds, that would be great to see all cars in the 3 second zone here tonight.
Yeah, the 7 of them, yeah.
But with improvements on time, I mean, everyone's going to want to do this round because they've all gone faster so far. I mean, Larry Dixon only improved by a few thousandths of a second, but Harris, 3.794, our fastest run goes number 1 qualified, but 325 miles an hour. I mean, 423 kilometres an hour that time. That is a huge run.
Massive. Massive for sure, Matthew.
We'll have to wait and see, as we can see all the officials down there frantically working away to try and get these. Big shout to Larry Dixon as these crew come back, and great to see him back here in Australia. And if you want to meet Larry Dixon, make sure you come down tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. will be all of our autographs and signings from our drivers. The 3-time NHRA champion, Larry Dixon himself, back in Australia after 12 months of being away, so it's great to see him. And if you do want to come down and meet him, make sure you go online and grab your tickets, because they are cheaper online, $25 for an adult. Youth 11 to 16, $15, and of course 10 and under get in for free, and the family is $60 for 2 youths and 2 adults. So make sure you come down and meet Larry and the crew here tomorrow. Of course, we've got all of our normal championship runners as well. Phil Lamartina, Shane Olive, Wayne Newby, Damien Harris, Phil Reed, and Pete Shiberis. Well, Stu, unfortunate news. We are getting down the track as this rain is not going to go away anytime soon, and we are getting a little bit too much water to continue on with racing here tonight. So it will bring an end to racing on this Friday night of the Atlantic Oils Top Fuel Slam. But the good news is, of course, tomorrow we will try and fit in some more racing. So we are planning on having more Sportsman racing, and we will try and get more qualifying done for, obviously, all of our pro categories, our Group 1 categories. So hopefully we'll get them in a little bit earlier tomorrow. Of course, 4 p.m. though, we kick things off with our first race in Top Fuel. So you want to be here. They're going to be at 4 p.m, 5:30 p.m. We've got the driver signing, everything like that. So 3 rounds, all run format tomorrow with all of our pro categories. Unfortunately, we couldn't get all the qualifying done tonight, which is a bit of a shame for the crowd that have ventured down here on a Friday evening, because it's been fantastic, really. Once the sun went down, it was gorgeous weather out there.
Yeah, and it proved what the way the track has been prepared and the track conditions, the times that we just seen, especially with Damien Harris, just what he went out and did. So it shows that the track's there, and obviously the track crew and staff are going to work on the track, not so much tonight, but first thing tomorrow morning they'll be out there preparing the racetrack, and the foundations are down there for an absolute massive day of drag racing here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh, mate, it's going to be absolutely huge tomorrow. Don't forget, get your tickets online. It is cheaper, and, of course, it saves you about 20 minutes getting in the gate, not having to go through all the normal processes. Just show, obviously, your online ticket and get in the door. $25 for adults, $15 for youth 11 to 16. Of course, kids 10 and under free, and of course we've got the family pass as well for $60. So make sure you get down here tomorrow. We're going to have a huge tribute to Sam Fennick, and of course a big celebration, I suppose, of drag racing uniting here at Sydney Dragway as well, and I cannot wait for that to really get kick-started. So make sure you're here early tomorrow. Please stay tuned to all the social media, whether it's Top Fuel Australia or whether it is obviously Sydney Dragway, as we announce any changes that will come up tomorrow, but we will squeeze in more racing tomorrow. It's going to be a super action-packed Saturday, of course. We're going to top things off with burnouts and fireworks at the end of tomorrow night.
Cannot wait.
It's going to be huge here at the Burson Auto Parts Australian Top Fuel Championship, round number 4.